Hello, chat. We are late. We're 1 microsecond late.
Good morning, everyone. Or should I say, good afternoon? If you're
Isn't it like
overseas.
7 a.m. on the West Coast?
I think so, yeah.
This is why we don't stream in the mornings, because it's more forgiving in the afternoon.
How's everybody doing?
How are we doing, chat? No, we were just chatting. We haven't streamed, what was it, 5 years? No, I think it's been 3 months, unless we streamed more recently on your side.
I don't think so. I don't think I've streamed on my channel in and I don't even remember.
Yeah, I think the Halo stream was supposed to be you starting up streaming again.
I think I've said that almost every time I've done a live stream the past year.
Do I regret starting the WoW project? That's a tough question. It's been a tricky project for sure.
The regret will come if it doesn't do well.
Yeah, but
I think it'll do well.
I don't regret it because I like doing something that nobody's done before. But I can see why nobody's done it. I keep saying that to people, like, I can see why this video hasn't been made. That used to be a reason I was doing it. And I feel like I was looking at, like, the other side of the Grand Canyon and going, why is nobody over there? And ignoring, like, the pit of corpses between me and that point. Because I'm sure there's been so many people that have started a project like this.
Hubris. You were following in the steps of Bethesda there. Why has nobody made a space game like this before?
It's true. My channel is just a metaphor for Bethesda. I'm always dumbing down my videos. So, I'm gonna open my Coke. That looked like it was good ASMR.
Oh yeah, I can tell what Coke that is. It's that's one of those the Mexican Cokes, right? In the glass bottle.
Yep. The good stuff. I don't drink the corn soda Coke. This stuff's gross.
Oh, give me that corn syrup all day, every day.
I like me some cane sugar.
I live off of high fructose corn syrup.
They make Canadian Coke too, with maple syrup. I can't tell the difference.
Really?
Yeah.
I gotta try that. That sounds interesting.
It's expensive and one of the bottles broke before it got to me, but...
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate for the carrier.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for everybody, and that's why I tend not to order glass bottle soda.
Yeah. Yeah, when I worked in produce, we would get these salad dressings, but they came in glass bottles. And sometimes they'd put those boxes all the way at the bottom of a pallet. And yeah, so you can imagine what you would find when you'd reach that layer.
Are my S sounds extra whistly? It's called sibilance. And I don't know, probably. It happens randomly. I'm not sure the underlying cause of it yet.
On like audio wise or
yeah, well, why some days I have more sibilance than others? Plosives too. Well, plosives aren't surprising. I have no pop filter on when I stream, so.
I don't know, it sounds fine on my end, but you know.
Yeah, you're listening through Discord.
Discord, yeah. Sibilance.
It's unfortunate we produce so much corn, we need to liquefy it and put it in everything. Well, yeah, the farmers would be out of business if we didn't. There's a lot of people in important swing states that need to be subsidized.
It's very important to subsidize your agriculture, though, because in times of war, you need that stuff.
Mm-hmm. How was my flight back from Pennsylvania? Listen, we can't make jokes about that. Pittsburgh's a fine city.
No, I was gonna take a trip over there recently.
Mm-hmm. What stopped you?
Uh, some videos. Need to grind.
Oh, you need to take a vacation.
That's what my therapist said.
Be surprised, it might be good for you. Will the WoW video address folding ideas video on WoW? I haven't seen it, and I only loosely know what it's about. I think it's like the only major actual focused video on WoW. I talk about this. There's tons of videos about WoW, but it's always like microcosm stuff. Very focused. It doesn't do a huge overarching idea. Private needs a sabbatical.
Ah.
Pirate Software worked on WoW. Was he one of the devs? I get told to interview dev. Every time I get told to interview a dev, they go kind of crazy on Twitter. Fucking Zarek told me you should go interview Mark Kern, and then Mark Kern like absolutely went insane on Twitter. Yeah, as I understand, the Folding Ideas video is mostly about like the socialization aspect of the game. So that's kind of why I didn't watch it. So, what's the news? Fallout 76 got an update. They updated the open world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they finally did it. They finally
which is what they
wanted.
Should have always been doing.
Which makes me wonder why they fucked around with, expeditions and everything like that. It's weird. Do you think they got more resources in anticipation for the Fallout show?
No,
Like,
I think what happened was there was a lot of the Bethesda team rebounded back to Fallout 76 after Starfield came out, and that's why there was suddenly a lot more resources to make something compared to historically.
Because I assumed everybody was still on Starfield, because they gotta get to Shattered Space.
I think if they were trying to tie into the Fallout show, they could have done way better. Especially on the Magic the Gathering side. I'm actually confused why they didn't wait for the show to come out to do the tie-in Magic deck, because there's a lot of those characters from that show that could have been included.
Oh, yeah. They probably had to like coordinate with Wizards of the Coast, whatever, and Wizards was just like, no, we need it this time. Like, okay, well, it could be like a warm-up then.
You'll find out why in this GDC talk. Yeah. So what else? Bethesda Game Studios, not Bethesda Softworks, which is a different entity. Bethesda has unionized.
Like Bethesda, like the Rockland team, right?
Like the Skyrim people.
Yeah.
So here's how I understand the story. The Montreal team unionized back in June with the Canadian version of the CWA, which is the Communication Workers of America. And then there's been apparently a big push with Texas game development studios to unionize, of which Bethesda has two. They have Dallas and Austin. And then I think like some of the Rockville people were on board with unionizing. And so they got 241 devs, which is a majority of the studio, to express either a direct interest in unionization through their portal or simply saying that they would be interested in unionizing. And Microsoft okayed it. Is it weird that Microsoft okayed it? I think Microsoft is looking at it politically.
Yeah.
And saying that because they had the big FTC lawsuit last year,
yeah,
going in hard on like union busting right now would be a very bad idea for Microsoft.
Yeah, especially after all the layoffs and everything like that. They wanna do something. But I mean that got washed out when they raised the prices on Game Pass, and the FTC is like, oh, we're gonna sue you guys again.
Yeah. It's interesting because my suspicion about it is that the Bethesda employees have the wherewithal to realize that working under Microsoft is generally a bad thing for the studios involved, and are preemptively unionizing to try to sidestep those problems.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Bethesda's people are safe regardless until the next release.
Right. Yeah, Starfield
I
was a
have
fluke, you know.
yeah,
Some
yeah,
of that
yeah.
was before Microsoft took over, so
Exactly. So when Tez 6 flops, then they'll take the axe.
yeah. And flop, mind you, is a success for like any other company,
Yeah.
but not like
No,
Microsoft's flagship.
they need to, they need to like move mountains basically. They need to break records. Not just their own records, like industry records. We need people signing up on Game Pass, god damn it.
Yeah. Well, and that ended up being a mistake, and I think they're starting to move away from Game Pass, which is also funny. They finally reached the point where they just have to raise the prices and reduce the benefits because it's not sustainable.
That's basically an admission that the program's failing.
Yeah.
And now it's just
I'm just thinking about how much money was lost.
Remember Justin Truman. They left the trust phase. They're done with that now. Or actually, they're through retention now. Now it's revenue. Yeah. I don't know. I think they skipped the retention phase.
Trust, retention, revenue. Yeah. Well,
they were so busy trying to get people to trust them, and then it just didn't really work. So like, all right, fuck it. We're just gonna milk the people who are in this already.
Do you guys want an update on how Destiny 2 is doing now that the final shape has landed? I feel like that's very off topic.
I've been hearing that it's like dying again. Like the expansion was received well, and something about episodic content or whatever, and people are just not playing anymore.
Look, all I'm saying is that 3 to 5 million sales that Starfield probably got based on interpreted sales figures. We know how much a game that sold more than it sold, and it was like 3 million. So Starfield had to sell less than 3 million at launch. That's a success in my book. It's very hard to believe that that's not a success, unless, of course, you know, you're losing $60 on each purchase because people are playing it through Game Pass.
Yeah. Like I said in my video, I'm sure Starfield made its budget back at this point, but
they weren't bought to make their money back.
They were bought
to make bangers.
Especially since that acquisition also came with Arcane.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Oh, I didn't even think about that angle. How they closed Arcane Austin. That's probably part of it. Is that the fucking Austin Arcane devs are like talking to the, because he goes into this in this talk, by the way, that talking about how they worked with other development studios.
Well, this also, so like all the studio wasn't Tango Gameworks, wasn't that also under Bethesda?
It was under ZeniMax, yeah.
ZeniMax, yeah. So it's like like Microsoft just took a really close shot there, and people are danger close.
So someone said that they Microsoft agreed to be neutral on union decisions in order to get the CWA support for the FTC merger. That makes me question, why are they doing anything anti-employee right now? If they've got, if the workers at under Microsoft have like carte blanche to unionize, I wouldn't be doing shit against my workers if I had to do that.
They gotta cut the expenses somewhere. We're gonna fire like tens of thousands of people before we just raise the price of Game Pass.
No V2 model? No, there will be a V2 model, don't worry.
Which really does sound like self-defeating. You know, the reason you guys are failing so much is that you guys have not had a successful video game launch in what was the last good, like really good Microsoft release? I genuinely can't remember.
Yeah, it's tough because there's this kind of veneer surrounding them, the gaslighting.
Yeah.
They're all bangers, of course. Forza Motorsport was a banger. But,
Why are we looking at your back?
well, okay, so Snaker made this joke about becoming a VTuber, but he was gonna... The anime girl has to watch the video, right? So she has to have her back to the screen.
Is this what a social anxiety disorder feels like? Oh god, this is a Starfield. This is a Starfield simulator.
Yeah, staring at the back of their head. Don't ask the context of what I'm looking at. Oh wait, it's not on screen. There it is. Don't ask the context of what we're watching on the watch together. It's the generic starter video on watch together. All right, let me pull up the GDC talk. Loud. Thank you, GDC. All right, I'll turn back around since we're not watching it yet. How's that? Was that smooth? It's a metaphor for Bethesda turning their backs on their fans. I wonder when this GDC talk will be put in no comments mode. Well, the interesting thing is you were talking to me about the like to dislike ratio. I didn't really see anything that was like crazy.
It's probably just something Bethesda. You know, everything they touch right now, people just like downvote.
Is it that bad that like are Bethesda being default hated? That's weird. That's me saying that. That's weird.
Yeah, I know.
We've never default hated Bethesda, so I don't know why.
I always gave them the benefit of the doubt. And
Yeah.
honestly, Starfield mods kinda actually making the game better.
Well, that's not surprising.
I'm just surprised. It's, you know.
Well, I think a lot of we're breaking the conditioning, you know? We're saying, look, you can't release a $70 video game that is just a platform for mods. And honestly, if they were just making platforms for mods, they could do a lot better of a job.
Yes. Absolutely.
If they just broke down and admitted that their next game is just going to be a platform for paid modding, and it was just like single player, fuck that. It needs to be 4-player co-op with like a really good centralized modding system that works with the game, but like designed around that. It would work a lot better than what they've been doing.
Listen, we're just going to make Roblox now.
I mean, if that's the direction you want to go in, that's absolute player freedom. Isn't that the wasn't that the design goal with modding and with like Elder Scrolls? I haven't heard anyone I know use Bethesda as anything other than a pejorative nowadays, but to auto dislike a GDC talk, like GDC talks are already like a niche. That's niche viewing.
That's the weird part.
It's 6.9 thousand views. I can't see dislikes, but
let me see.
Now would be a good time to insert ads. Didn't Bone Labs go down that direction? Yeah, and that was kind of the reason why I didn't play Bone Labs.
Oh, okay. It's not 50-50 anymore. It's 236 to 89. likes to dislikes.
That's still a really weird ratio.
Yeah.
That's what, 20% dislikes? 40%?
Yeah, just about like 20-30%.
So that's still really weird. The last people who should teach how to design is you guys. Yeah, I feel like some Twitter mentality, Twitch mentality is just going in and like they're wanting to get in early on like dunking on this without listening to what was said, which this talk is specifically about collaboration. It's not how to make a game, it's how to collaborate with other departments and the lessons that we learned through this gradual process.
Well, that's going to be interesting to hear about Starfield.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting interesting talk, I should say. Is this talk before or after Shen left Bethesda? It is after he left Bethesda, but before Something Wicked Games closed. Which, that's another story I'd like to know more about.
Yeah.
I want to know what happened with Something Wicked Games.
I have a feeling they were just trying to get like seed funding, and in current business climate, it just didn't pan out. And it's just like, all right, guess we got to close up. I think a lot of projects have been having that issue lately, especially in entertainment.
This talk is from last March. They just now got it uploaded to the GDC channel. People like to auto-hate on Bethesda. I don't think it's a good idea to be instantly negative, but I'm a 40k fan, so I'm used to not liking the company making my favorite products. I mean, I don't see the reason to try to get dunks early, but I guess that's what the internet is now. It's just like dunking and mic drop moments. Well, I was thinking about like people talk now like they're influencers, and it's because for a few years being an influencer has been like I think it's like the #1 desired career among young people is being like a YouTuber. So
yeah, it's kind of weird. Like my nieces and nephews and stuff, they're all like, I want to be a YouTuber, I want to be a TikToker and stuff like that.
But so they pick up the lingo and the way that we like self-censor. I don't know how familiar you are with like true crime stuff. When they say someone killed themselves, they say they unalived themselves.
Yeah.
Because if you say kill yourself, that could get you demonetized.
Yeah.
But now that lingo is entering the common parlance, where you have people who aren't even trying to be monetized that are using that kind of terminology.
I always just assume people are using it like ironically.
I have to assume some of it is ironic. Like I said YOLO ironically a lot.
Yeah.
When that was a thing. But I have to think that a lot of it is just that's the way that some people talk now. Alrighty. It's been 23 minutes. I'm gonna test this start a Q&A feature. What does it do? See viewer questions and choose which ones to answer.
Yeah, it says like ask something.
Now's your chance, chat. Just say something funny, because how does it know if it's a question or not? 76 or ESO? Ooh. Okay, I'm closing the Q&A. Unalive sounds like something you'd see in the 1984 book with its newspeak. Yeah, but it's interesting because the newspeak is not dogmatically top down from the party. The newspeak is like voluntarily. So it's more like Brave New World, where it's just the things that people would voluntarily do created the dystopia.
Yeah.
Do you still play Helldivers? I stopped playing after the PSN account thing, and I never really picked it back up. I mean, I stopped playing Battlefront 2 at some point too, you know, it's just the nature of it. I think that maybe I could go back to it at some point, but it's kind of a daunting prospect because the game might be radically different. Whereas Battlefront
Yeah.
2 has been the same for almost 20 years now. 1 to 10 on Starfield. That's a good question. What do you think? 1 to 10 on Starfield after all the time has passed and the dust is settled.
5.
5?
5. Yeah.
I gotta stick with
Is
4, my original rating. I think it hits slightly below average.
The game performs a lot better now, so it moved up from a 4 to a 5.
I don't think you have to upgrade the score just because of a reason like that.
No, because it was a very high 4.
I think what it would be is if the game still performed as badly as it was, then after time it should go down in score. I think them improving it is expected.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking forward. I want to play the Shattered Space DLC and make a video about it. There's a certain topic I want to talk about.
I'm surprised we still haven't gotten any news on that or the vehicles or anything.
I still think they're in their mode of just not talking about it.
Radio silence.
Yeah, because I
Content
think
platform, guys.
I think they view what we do as like they probably like heavily scrutinize everything they're gonna potentially say, thinking about like
Oh, of
how
course.
people like us would take it.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And I don't know. I don't have a problem with them just saying what it is they're doing. I prefer the transparency.
I mean, I prefer the transparency just for the people who are like making mods and stuff.
Yeah, that would be a good reason to be transparent. At least provide a resource. Even if
Yeah.
there's going to be like a ton of YouTube
You know,
leaked channels.
the Creation Kit wiki is still down.
Oh, man.
They released modding tools,
I
and so
know.
they took the wiki down in February because they were migrating over to a new backend,
Right.
and presumably they were updating it with information about Starfield's Creation Kit. Yeah, but it never came back up. So, and bear in mind, this is the same wiki that like people who are modding for Skyrim and Fallout 4, they also use this wiki.
Right. This is the backend documentation.
It's all missing right now. The UESP backed up all of Skyrim's, so like that's still available through them. But like anything related to Fallout 4, gone. Like
that is so fucking stupid.
They released a creation kit, and I've been poking around it and everything. It is vastly different from all of their other creation kits.
Is the lip sync function still broken, and people are having to put helmets on all the NPCs for their quest mods because they can't make custom lip files still?
I have no idea. I can't parse that shit. Anything art related, I just can't even wrap my head around. But
right. That shit was broken in the fucking Shivering Isles version of Oblivion CS. I don't know how they're still having issues with that goddamn lip sync tool. All right, it's been about half an hour. We can go ahead with watching this. So, I have pre-watched this. Private Sessions has not. So you will get at least one of our perspectives as fresh. I got to turn around to watch it, so...
It's definitely not laziness on my part.
Well, you made the thumbnail. That was the deal, was I would rewatch it and you would make the thumbnail. Alrighty. You got your volume set?
Yes.
Alright.
Did they remove the full screen feature?
Welcome everyone to
Maybe.
I don't see that. Do I just have to like double click it?
Because there's a screen thing on the left. Oh no, it's share screen.
I just double clicked it.
Okay.
Level and quest design collaboration from Skyrim to.
Do you think they have GDC? Do you think they have enough GDC like logos on this?
I know, right? They really want people. They really want us when we include it in our videos. They really want people to know that this is from GDC 2024.
I hope I get to use this because then I also put like I list my sources now on screen.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just
list you get to add
GDC.
One more. I think you will get to use this.
Nice.
To Starfield, we're going to be talking about the ways that different areas of design can work together. Your own studio might divide up work very differently. You might have a narrative department. Quest design might do something very differently from level design.
As I understand, Bethesda's quest design department is quite unusual for the industry.
Mm-hmm.
So,
like level having a dedicated team for quest design.
Well, he's going to go into kind of all the responsibilities that quest designers have. Let's just say Vanilla WoW's quest designers had a fifth of the responsibilities that Bethesda quest designers have. And those guys were just making, kill quests, right?
Yeah.
Like the complexity of a WoW quest is very simple. So to have the complexity of, say, a Skyrim or a Fallout 4 quest, in addition to all these other things they have to do. But yeah, for one thing, their quest design and narrative departments are the same thing.
Might be doing more quest design. Everyone does it a little bit differently. But as long as your studio has 2 or more designers, this talk will have something for you. So I'm Will Shen. I'm the lead content designer for Something Wicked Games.
R.I.P. This is already dated poorly.
Where is he somewhere else now?
I don't know where he went after they closed. I don't stalk his LinkedIn.
His LinkedIn. Let me see if I can.
We are a startup with veterans and leadership from Bethesda Game Studios and Obsidian Entertainment. Prior to Something Wicked Games,
You didn't mention BioWare.
As a design director at Bethesda Game Studios, I came up primarily.
His LinkedIn still says Something Wicked. I can't look at anything more than just the Google result, though.
As I understand, they died. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like
So what the news was that they fired a whole bunch of people.
Right.
So what they might have done is just keep a core of Will Shen.
So maybe he's still there.
Yeah.
Dude, that would suck.
The real heavy hitters. Yeah.
That would suck being the a low end grunt at Bethesda working on Starfield, and then you jump ship to Something Wicked, and then they shit can you, and you have to try to find another job again.
Yeah.
Quest design department, and by the time I was leaving Bethesda Game Studios, I was working with the next generation of design leadership there, with lead systems, quest, and level reporting up to me.
Hey everybody, I'm Darrell Brigner.
Okay, so I just have one comment, and I don't want to be mean, but his name's Daryl, but he says Darrell. I think he's self-conscious about having the name Daryl. Either that or his parents were weird. Because I've never heard it said Darrell.
Yeah, I don't...
But I feel like that's something that could happen with a game developer. There's nobody who speaks English as a second language and has the name Daryl. That is a Deep South name.
Yeah.
It's just weird. Maybe he picked it up from Emil. What's wrong with Daryl? Daryl is the guy that drives the tow truck that picks me up to drive me out of deep Appalachia. Don't get me wrong, it's just a name, right? And people come from all kinds of weird backgrounds. I just think it's interesting. Reading too much into it. I started this by saying it's a small thing, but it caught me off guard. that his name is Emil, but he says it Emil, and I'm curious the context of how that happened.
Yeah, Will Shen's Twitter still says something wicked as well.
Maybe he's still there.
Mhm.
In which case, didn't age poorly, but RIP all the people that lost their job.
That's something wicked.
Daryl is the human version of Mater. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, okay? I know people who are named Daryl.
Well, their website's still up. I don't know though. There's a link here to join their team.
Maybe they had some money free up. Is that a hillbilly name? Is that why he's self-conscious? Yes, that's my point, okay? If I was named Daryl and I moved to, like, Southern California or upstate Maryland or Austin, Texas, you know, I would be a little self-conscious about my name because Daryl's like one of the most stereotypical. Like, what's a more stereotypical Southern name for
Wayne.
someone to have? Wayne. Hey, my name's Wayne Brigham. How would you Wayne? You would say your name is Wayne Brigham. Cletus is a good one. Yeah, Cletus. You can't get around Cletus.
There you go. I mean, I would own that shit. We need more Southern
Play the
representation.
video, please. Tell chat to stop bullying me for pointing out that his name is interesting. That's all I'm saying, fuckers. Elroy? Are there people named Elroy?
I'm not from the South, so I can't tell you.
Next generation of design leadership there.
And mind you, like he seems like a pretty cool guy. Okay, I think you're gonna end up liking Darl more than Will.
With
Really?
lead systems, quest, and level reporting up to me.
And hey everybody, I'm Darl Brigner, World Director and one of the co-founders of Soft Rains. We're a small studio of 15 right now, coming from places like Riot, Valve, Sucker Punch, and Sledgehammer Games. We're still early in production of our first title, which is a single-player, first-person sci-fi adventure game. Where when I was at Bethesda, I was primarily a level designer during my time there, but I was also lead level designer on Fallout 4 Far Harbor and also Fallout 76.
Okay, that's why I didn't recognize his name.
Because he's from Far Harbor in 76.
Well, yeah, because I was thinking of leads.
Oh.
And I was like, I don't recognize a lead named Daryl Brigner. Or
Yeah.
sorry, Darl.
Don't disrespect Emil. He designed the VR missions. Yeah, they're gonna talk about that.
Oh no.
So Darl and I have worked together over a very long career at Bethesda Game Studios for almost 15 years together before we both left. And this talk is going to be a retrospective of a lot of our work together.
He said it. He said the word.
Other, but also a lot.
Bro, he said the word.
He knows.
Guys,
he watches.
He's retrospecting.
A lot of our former colleagues.
Who's Will Shen most likely to watch?
Ooh.
Salt Factory?
Will Shen has got to be a. No, it's something above Salt Factory, but below like a Never Knows Best.
Ooh.
Somewhere in there. Game Theory, no. I bet Will Shen watches a lot of like game design videos.
Game Maker's Toolkit.
What about Synthetic Man? I don't think Mr. Will Shen is going to watch Synthetic Man. Call me crazy. Super Rad? Ooh. No.
Nah, that's
Noah Caldwell Gervais. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's it, yeah.
That or maybe even like White Light.
Noah Caldwell Gervais or White Light, yeah.
We're going to be talking all the way back to Skyrim, through Fallout 4, Far Harbor, where we were both leads, Fallout 76, and finally for Starfield. Small spoiler warning, there are some spoilers for the ending of Starfield, so just know that.
Oh no. Please. It's not like it was fucking spoiled
Yeah.
the moment that game came out to the public.
Yeah, listen, he's got to be nice and say that.
It's actually part of the
So-
NDA.
Yeah. That would be funny. Because they did specify to the
Yeah.
reviewers that they had
To
to
the
not
reviewers.
spoil it. Why is Far Harbor treated as a separate game? Specifically because they were both leads on it, and so they have as much to say about that as like one of the main games.
Mm-hmm.
What do we mean when we talk about quest and level design? Every shop does it a little bit differently, so let's go over what we mean for our talk.
And I want to emphasize right now, remember the Emil talk? Emil would have like repeated himself and stuttered 10 times getting to this point and had like a really weird off-topic anecdote.
Well,
These guys can actually communicate. I thought game developers were supposed to be bad at communication because they're not
Well,
frontline
okay,
communications major.
Listen. I'm gonna explain it to you. Will Shen, he's actually a team lead. You know, like he's. Oh wait.
Emil's above him. These guys are more eloquent than we are when it comes to speaking. Like, they can actually carry a train of thought, and maybe they are just like reading off of something, but it seems to me like they're just getting they just have the basic slides and bullet points, and they just kind of, know how to talk.
Yeah.
And their insights are actually useful. They don't contradict themselves within their own, like within one paragraph.
Well, so when I was just looking at Will Shen's LinkedIn, like the first thing he lists is that he's like team leadership.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm sure Emil's is like some sort of like writing or creative.
Yeah, I think I remember Emil emphasized a lot the writing nature of his job.
Yeah, I think it's just different focuses.
Yeah.
For our purposes. So this old-timey Oblivion picture here is to sort of remind us that we are talking about the past. Darrell and I no longer work for Bethesda Game Studios. They may do things very differently now, but...
They may do things very differently now, like... Oh, wait, no, this was like 6 months after he left, but I can't imagine there was a major paradigm shift in how Bethesda does things in the 6 months that Will Shen had been gone.
I mean, maybe, but it's also I want to believe in the idea that he knows stuff like they were having like serious inner turmoil and everything.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably still clued in. I have to imagine that he's still got friends at Bethesda that are
Oh yeah, absolutely.
that are filling him in on any changes that are being made, but
I still get
what I see this
information
as
from my old employer.
What I see this as is, this is the line that like Never Knows Best quotes and says, "Well, see, it's not accurate information because he said that they don't do it anymore." It's like, but we're talking about like how they made Skyrim, and like that's not going to have changed. Why is Will hitting the second syllable of Daryl so hard? He's saying it Darrell because he says his name differently. It's like I said, it's interesting.
In the course of our career there, which spanned over 15 years, this is what we generally meant when we talk about quest and level design. So quest design handled dialogue and text, what a lot of places call narrative design, but we were also in the booth with the voice-over actors and directors to provide them with context. Sometimes we would be in there for the entire session. We also handled a lot.
I want you guys to sink in the amount of responsibility that they're going over right now.
Of the scripting, specifically to make sure that quests move forward. So whenever an objective appears on the screen, that is usually quest scripting telling it to progress. We also worked with all of the NPCs to have them walk around, to come up to you, to speak to you. And finally, the quest design department at Bethesda Game Studios was also the systems design department for a long time. There was no separate systems design department until a few years before we left. And typically what system design would be there would be specialist quest designers who would do the systems design duty.
I want you to sink that in. That's like, at least in a normal game company, that's normally like 4 different jobs and departments that are being packed into one thing.
Just the NPCs moving around and stuff. I was like, oh, so they don't have dedicated nav meshers.
Yeah. Well, they have like a general nav mesh system, and then you just put in the coordinates. But
yeah,
if you've ever messed with the construction set, this is like 5 different skill sets.
Yeah. Well, it's what's funny. What I was gonna mention is that you just load up the quest design, the quest prompt, and that's like the biggest fucking page there is. It has like 10 or 15 tabs or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's all ranging from all kinds of things, from like dialogue to cutscene animations and stuff, and just like it touches everything, and it's just like, wow. Quest designing would be a fucking nightmare.
Systems design would be, if you remember, like the tracker board from Starfield. So that is a system. So that's like a self-contained kind of little loop that exists within the game. And a systems designer was responsible for implementing that and making sure it works. And so if you think about that, the people that are doing the quest design in Oblivion are also doing the mini games in Oblivion, because those are systems. Which makes sense, because they have talked about before about them specifically working on those mini games.
So why don't they ever use those mini games in their quests?
Well, that's what brings up the interesting thing is the Bethesda games were better when the quest designers were the systems designers. It might be a lot of responsibility, but that does give you a strong level of internal cohesion if that's the same thing.
Well, because they would understand like the strengths and limitations of the system like intimately.
I think the most interesting thing is that they are the voiceover directors. How the fuck are there like issues with the accents if the people who are writing the story are the ones responsible for directing the voice actors?
Well, it's also in like basically every other studio. That's the sound department that would handle voice.
There's usually a dedicated voice director.
And then you would have somebody from like the writing or quest or whatever sitting in, just making sure, or at least they would give the
I have heard this before, and what
notes.
I thought at the time when I heard this before was that I think Immel said it. I specifically thought he meant that he was sitting in on those sessions to be available to like give pronunciations or give context. I didn't think that he was leading those sessions. I thought that there would still be like a dedicated voice director.
Man. No wonder Liam Neeson sounded so sleepy in Fallout 3.
Well, and okay, so you've got dialogue and textual writing. So that's creative writing applications, right? You have voiceover work, which is a sound job, an acting job, a directing people job. So that's 2 skill sets. You have quest scripting. Some of the quest scripting is just genuine scripting. They have like knockoff C language that they use. So that's 3 skill sets. You have AI behavior. AI behavior in Bethesda games are like checkboxes. I've never messed with like a more complex AI package, but then again, I don't think Bethesda has either.
Do you think were the quest designers making Radiant AI?
Yes, back in Oblivion, they were.
Oh my god. What?
I have to assume it was rationalized under the thing of who benefits the most from the Radiant AI. That would be the quest designers, so giving them kind of direct input on that makes sense.
Yeah, but like, no wonder so many of their systems are hacked together and they're not like eloquent, just like hard-coded into the game or whatever.
Yeah.
Because like you look in like the creation kit and you'll see shit where it's just like, oh, that's how they fucking did that? It's just some perk and magic effect and stuff, and like,
and it's a weird
isn't that just, it's like so hacked together, and it's just like, what?
You have to assume that in this case everybody does all of these things, because if they have a person who's just the dedicated AI quest designer, why wouldn't they just change his job title to like a systems designer at that point?
Exactly. No, it's
Or like if you have a
this
dedicated dialogue guy, he would
this
be one of
really
the narrative
does, dude,
designers.
this really does. Remember Fallout 76, where every fucking quest line introduced a new currency?
Yeah.
I think we know why now.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense.
Or how like all those different quests in Skyrim had different, like whenever they would give a blessing or something like that,
They had a
they all
different way of
measured the
doing it.
time differently. Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
because
that this confirms pretty concretely something that we have known about for a long time, but
yeah,
no,
we have it on screen
terms,
now.
yeah.
Literally have it on screen now.
Because you could piece this together from various interviews over the years that this was what was going on.
Yeah. No wonder the fucking quest design lead is always changing.
Yeah, it's got to be stressful as fuck, because like you're in charge of what should be 5 departments.
How do you even hire people for this position?
Internally. I mean, that's the only reason they're afloat, is because they happen to be managed by somebody who appreciated keeping talent around for a long time.
Yeah.
Like their studio would be non-functional if they had high turnover.
That explains then why quest design has always lagged behind. Like quest design still is in like the Skyrim era in Starfield, and it's just because like, first off, you can't hire externally for this, because remember all of this, and you also have to learn an engine that does not exist outside of Bethesda. Nobody else uses it, and the documentation for it, as I just explained earlier, doesn't even exist online right now. So, and the documentation is also not very good, even when it does exist. So it's like, how do you even hire quest designers and stuff, let alone get like a quest design lead? Man, him leaving is interesting then. It's just like, how the fuck do you even get a new lead for that?
It's interesting because he's going to specify that they got rid of, they lost the systems design responsibility, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Since the quest designers have stopped being responsible for the systems design, a lot of the systems have been improving at Bethesda.
Yes.
So I have to assume that's just the fact that there's dedicated people doing that now. That said, that implies that they're still doing the top 5.
Yeah.
I think the only reason that this job was desirable was because either it's the front end of what you interact with, and so if you wanted to work for Bethesda and you didn't have like a specialization of like, I make models, you might end up trying to become a quest designer. And the other thing is, because it is diverse, you get a lot of different skills that you can put on your resume.
You know who would work? Like, this is where I would want to be putting modders, because they're going to have like all of these skill sets and stuff in the system. That and like level designers and stuff, like put them in one of those 2 positions. But yeah,
why waste time with dialogue if that costs money and time? Well, okay, you do need dialogue, okay? We're long past the text only era. It usually makes sense now why many of the big mods are usually of higher quality than the Bethesda stuff. Yeah, because what this is going to get into is adding bureaucracy to this, right?
Yeah.
So like we make videos, right? And videos are a multidisciplinary skill set that you have to have. You have to have a lot of different skills to make videos. And that's not me stroking myself. I suck at some of this stuff because I have to spread myself out across a bunch of different skill sets. If I didn't have to ever edit photos, for example, I could drop all of the knowledge I have of that skill set and then put that to work elsewhere in the video making process.
Yeah.
So
it's also you have to sit there and learn all these different tools and everything too. So what you're looking at here is, again, there's all sorts of different tools, and not just within the creation kit, but there's also, external tools that you'll have to know, and then workflows. And when you're trying to coordinate with all these different, this is a fucking nightmare. How the hell? How did they manage like this?
Yeah, that's kind of what they're going to talk about.
And typically what system design would be there would be specialist quest designers who would do the systems design duty.
Oh, so
When it
he
came
said
to-
it. He said that there were specialist quest designers that did the systems design duty. So those guys are just system designers.
Okay. Well, I know Starfield credited actual system designers.
Yeah, he said that in the past couple years they've broken that off into its own department.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is why Starfield is more functional of a game systems wise. It doesn't all tie together very neatly, but you can tell that.
Well, I mean, yeah, when half the systems are made by satellite studios.
Yeah.
Like, and those are the best functioning parts of the game too, are the ones made by like Dallas.
So let's get into what the level designers do.
Level design on previous Bethesda games. If there was a location in a Bethesda game, typically a level designer owned that location. There can be outliers to this with places like settlements and towns that can often be owned by Quest and supported by World Art. But typically if there's a location, a level designer is owning it and doing passes through it. We're also ultimately in charge of the kit pieces and the logic that puts them together, since this is how we build out our locations and our layouts. We work really closely with World Art when coming up with the logic and the systems that define the kits. We share responsibilities with Quest when it comes to AI behavior. Our stuff often tends to be on the side of moment-to-moment gameplay.
Yes, I'm going to go so far as to say that Starfield is more functional systems-wise than, say, Fallout 76 or Fallout 4 or Skyrim. I would absolutely say that Starfield is a more functional game systems-wise.
Well, it's also because a lot of those systems, especially like in Fallout 4's case, they just did it again.
Yeah.
So they just refined a lot of those systems.
I would think about something like the lock picking or the ship building or the base building. Those are things that we have complemented in these games more recently.
Well, we didn't complement base building in Starfield.
Well,
but
that's because it doesn't exist.
It's more of a design. See, the problem with it in Starfield is more of a design issue and not a technical issue.
Yeah, I think
technically it actually works pretty well.
I'm guessing they didn't get an answer as to whether players were going to be prioritizing building their bases in their ship or building bases on planets, and that created a lot of problems. Now that they're getting into letting players customize the interiors of ships and doing how it should have worked from the beginning, I think you're going to see that system flow a lot better. No, I don't think that's a particularly low bar at all. I think that Starfield systems work fine. They don't work with other systems, and they're gonna talk about why that is. But if we're comparing them to past Bethesda games, yes, they've been improving. For one, remember in Skyrim when you couldn't just place things in your house where you wanted to? Like workbenches and stuff, and alchemy benches, there was like a preset place that you had to put it.
Yeah, now you can just drop it down.
So let's let him finish here.
It'd be nice if they brought back the thing from Morrowind, though, where you could just drop items from your inventory into the world perfectly.
It's a shame that we went away from that. They need to just let you turn off the physics on certain items.
Yeah.
When you're in your house.
Yeah.
Default behaviors. How does a creature react if he's just dropped in the world with no other linkage? How can we quickly set him up for patrols or wandering behaviors? We are in charge of all the combat encounters in the game. Either we own it and are doing passes on it, or we had a hand in layering the combat into a space. We do a lot of environmental storytelling. We're ultimately in charge of how it's done in our location, but we work very closely with World Art when it comes to detailing out our locations to tell these stories. And we do a lot of gameplay scripting, whether it's
yeah, let him finish.
Let him finish.
Systems to have our gameplay triggers affect other gameplay objects. We'll share those amongst the rest of the design. We also do a lot of unique gameplay scripting within our own locations to either add more to the story or make it more memorable in some way.
All right.
Okay.
That was a big thing. It was like a minute and a half. like the quest design thing. Too many responsibilities.
Yeah. So the one that stood out to me is combat encounters. So it's you have a team that's building the combat systems.
Yes.
Right? But they are not the ones who are in charge of implementing those, or at least how those systems are used and everything. So that explains a lot of why, Starfield specifically, combat encounters feel really shit,
Yes.
and it's because it's being done by the level designers and not
Even though the gameplay feels really good.
really good. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, and the AI behavior too. Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, they don't like the AI doesn't know how to use boost packs and shit properly.
So the way it works, this is the story that John Statz told. John Statz was a level designer on vanilla World of Warcraft, and he wrote a really good article about the work he did on Scholomance that I totally ripped off in my video. I will link it in the chat if you wanted to save the link for future reading, but a lot of what I'm going to talk about is from this article that he wrote. So John Statz told a story about how Scholomance was created. And where it gets really interesting is where it started to intersect with other departments and what those departments' responsibilities were. So I'm going to skip ahead in the story quite a bit to after the game came out. Scholomance was really fucking hard when the game came out. I mean, like, abysmal. And John Statz read this blog post by a team that had spent, this dungeon team had spent, and this was when you could take 10 people into dungeons. They had spent 6 hours in Scholomance trying to clear it. And they had to quit because I think someone left. So he was like, what the hell? So he rushed to get to level 60, and him and 2 other of the developers made a party and went and ran Scholomance, and they confirmed what this blog post had said, which was that the dungeon was really ridiculously hard. And so he goes to Jeff Kaplan. Yeah, the Overwatch Jeff Kaplan. He goes to Jeff Kaplan and says, hey, Scholomance kind of sucks. And Jeff's like, yeah, whatever, because he was concerned with the Molten Core World First race. So Jeff wasn't hearing it. Kaplan's priority was on the new content that was being made. I think it was like Maradon and Dire Maul at this point, and working on like Blackwing Lair. And so he didn't want to hear anything about going back to change the old dungeons. So John Statz had to put in like a lot of guerrilla work to get Kaplan to agree, like going to the production managers and saying, hey, will you approve us making changes to Scholomance? Because he knew that Jeff Kaplan was going to be like, well, if the producers say that we can't do it, then, or that we don't have time to do it, then that's the end of the story. So he goes to all this effort. Kaplan's like, well, it could break the quest. So Statz goes to the quest designers and asks if it will break the quest to reduce the number of mobs that are in Scholomance, and they say no. And then he goes back to Kaplan, and Kaplan says, well, it could break the professions. And so John goes to the guy that was in charge of doing the professions in WoW and asks him, hey, would it break the professions if we reduce the number of mob spawns? And he's like, no, and also I'm looking at the data you gave me, and some of these drop rates are abysmal, so I'm actually going to increase them. So, you know, Kaplan gave excuse after excuse why Scholomance couldn't be reworked until he finally broke down. And so Jeff Kaplan sits down with, and this is where it gets relevant to this talk. Jeff Kaplan sits down with, I forget who it was, but he sits down with the, I forget the exact job title. It's the level designer, but it's not the level designer. John Statz is the level designer, as in the physical geometry. So there's a dedicated person at Blizzard who makes the physical geometry. There's a dedicated person at Blizzard who then designs the gameplay of the gameplay designer. There's a gameplay designer that designs the dungeon. There's an encounter designer that makes a list of pre-baked. No, it wasn't interdepartment politics. It was literally just Jeff Kaplan thought it was a bad idea. There was an encounter designer that makes, so when you fight a group of mobs in WoW, if you've ever noticed that it kind of, WoW dungeons repeat the same couple groups of mobs, an encounter designer sat down and made up a little mob list of like, here's their abilities and here's how they work together. And then that list gets sent to the content designer of the dungeon, and the content designer of the dungeon fills out the dungeon with these pre-made lists of mob groupings. And yeah, this should start to sound like it makes sense given our experience running dungeons, right?
Yeah.
So what happened was the encounter designers made the encounters. And then they gave these lists to the content designers. The content designers took these lists of encounters that worked good in isolation and absolutely packed Scholomance to the brim with them. And the end result was that there were too many mobs. And it never really got tested because they didn't really test a lot of the high level dungeons of vanilla World of Warcraft. They could barely do Molten Core, and Molten Core is easy. So
Why weren't they testing the high level ones?
they were making sure that it didn't crash, and that was about it. So like they
Okay.
were basically running around with God mode to see if it didn't crash. They never really sat down with like a
Oh.
group of players and to see how it felt.
They tested for functionality, they didn't test for like the experience.
Yeah. So eventually Jeff Kaplan was like, yeah, this is stupid. On the spot, the content designer cut out like half of the enemies in Scholomance and made the dungeon much easier with a snap of the finger. It's a shadow update. The patch notes don't even specify when it happened. I have a best guess
Really?
of what update it happened in. But we don't really know when Scholomance was made significantly easier. We only know when they reduced the player cap because they wanted to maintain the level of difficulty, but they didn't want it to be tedious where you had to fight 500 mobs to get to the end. So they dropped it down to 5-player.
Oh, okay. So why was this dungeon, this raid, the only one that had this issue?
It wasn't. Stratholme had this problem as well, and I believe they had to redo Scarlet Monastery as well.
So when they realized this, did they then retroactively go back and touch up other stuff?
They started touching up other encounters when they realized this problem. They would just load up the dungeon and see that it was overspawned, and just like that, cut out a lot of the fat that was in these dungeons.
Okay.
But they had to be heavily convinced to do so. And my point with bringing up the story is that you may have noticed that there were many different positions involved in the making of a dungeon. And the thing is, it was still functional because there was communication. They didn't have one person who was responsible for the geometry of it and the encounter design of it and the combat of it and the pacing of the mobs of it.
Yeah, but did they own those dungeons? I don't think so.
You can pretty thoroughly say that the people who worked on them owned those dungeons. Like places like Scholomance, Blackrock Depths, Wailing Caverns, those were places that were made by John Statz. Like the physical geometry of it. Stratholme is still horrible. Stratholme's one of my favorite dungeons. But I think part of it too was that they rationalized the dungeons being difficult because, hey, they're end-game dungeons. They're supposed to be difficult.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of stuff going on at the end of WoW's development that was eating up Jeff Kaplan's time. But yeah, so this is too many responsibilities, again, to put onto one person, and it explains a lot of the problems that they're having.
Oh, man, then it explains... I guess that explains Starfield's problem then, too. Why there's so few, like, dungeons and everything like that. Because all this shit has only gotten so much more complicated with Starfield.
Yes.
Like, just imagine, like, debugging AI behavior in Starfield. Thanks to, like, the boost pack or something like that.
I can see the theory of it, though. Remember Fear?
Mm-hmm.
The main reason Fear works is because the level designers and AI designers were working together really closely. And I think that's how they can justify it. They can say, well, the level designers can make more interesting combat AI behaviors because they're intimately familiar with the level of the dungeon. And so like the famous example is the Fear soldier like knocking over a shelf to make cover.
Yeah. Well, so okay, but here's the problem. So yes, that does work, but you can only you can only make somebody wear so many hats, right? So if you give the level designer 2 hats to wear, that's better than making them wear 6 hats.
So the intelligent AI compilation of Fears is semi-scripted in that they have a shelf and the AI can walk up to it, and the only way the AI can interact with it is to knock it over. But if I remember right, there's a good paper on this written by the AI designer, and he was really really talented guy. It was one of the first games to use like a state machine, which is much more dynamic of a way for the system to do AI than than how it had been done before with loops.
Hmm.
So yes, it is scripted, but it's kind of disingenuous to say it's scripted because all AI is scripted.
Yes.
But yeah. So does this explain why there are less dungeons in Starfield if the level designer's time is being eaten up more and more by all this other stuff?
Yeah, I would say so. Especially, oh man, and then because then you have things like zero gravity. Who is making that then?
That would have to have that would be the
Been the
systems
system
designer. Yeah,
designers,
because it's a
right? Yeah,
system.
but
It's
like
systems
say
and
zero.
gameplay designers, yeah.
Yeah, but then like say the zero design. I really want to know like where that designer was. Were they in Rockville? Were they in Dallas?
Yeah.
Because like that's then you also have to layer that on too. Is you have all these different studios, and I was just listening to ones in Bethesda, but then you also had like people from Arcane and like across all of Bethesda that were like helping here and there.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing up the goal-oriented action planning. Was forgetting the exact name of it. I wish I still had the link to the paper that was written on Fears AI. It's another good read. Disappointing to see 15 minutes of making fun of a person's name, making fun of where they work, and then putting down on other people's speak. It wasn't 15 minutes, and it was the chat's fault. He's gonna get to this in like half an hour because he's like half an hour behind.
Yeah.
And when it came to collaboration between Level and Quest on previous Bethesda games, Level Design is in charge of the location.
They're going to get into the clarification of what's changed because obviously they're still talking about the Oblivion era,
Yeah.
and this was when they had a lot less people.
Yeah.
All of the combat NPCs, and any layout decisions that might come up during collaboration. Whereas Quest Design is in charge of all of the narrative, all of the non-combat NPCs, and any story decisions that might pop up.
Oh, I was gonna try to pause on this screen. So, location versus narrative, non-combat versus combat, layout decisions versus story decisions. One of the questions they get at the end is about this distinction between the combat NPCs and the non-combat NPCs. I think we as people who play Bethesda games are cognizant of that kind of distinction of what they mean by that.
Okay. Yeah.
Where
Like the outsiders.
yeah, so like a person in a town is considered a non-combat NPC, and that's just the quest designer's responsibility. That doesn't mean that they're less capable of combat because the way that like Skyrim's combat system works, for example, they have the same AI package as most everybody.
Yeah.
Collaboration. Whereas Quest Design is in charge of all of the narrative, all of the non-combat NPCs, and any story decisions that might pop up.
So now let's take a typical example of...
I think you're going to like the example he picks. I hope you're ready. Do you want to... So we're starting with Skyrim. Do you have a guess of what his example is going to be?
An example of
how they collaborated on Skyrim. So it could be a dungeon or a quest.
I'm trying see because it's like my go-to would be something really obvious like Bleak Falls Barrow.
Right.
But the fact that you're making it into a big deal makes me think it's got to be something weird.
I don't think it's something weird. I think it's something that you're going to look at and go, "Oh, of course that's what they're doing." So it's something that Will Shen had to have worked on.
Right. Okay, so
do you remember the list of things that Will Shen worked on?
Markarth quests, some Daedra stuff.
Do you have a guess?
Oh man. What is it? Dagon's quest?
All right, you're locking in for Dagon's quest?
Yeah.
You're close.
This kind of collaboration.
Oh, no. No, I know. Molag Bal's quest.
action. So let's go back to Skyrim. Specifically, we're going to take a look.
Yeah, you got it. It's kind of obvious,
Yeah.
but you do have to like kind of work it through. But yes,
Yeah, because I was trying to think like what are the most like unusual quests that originate there.
mm-hmm.
It's like, okay. I wonder if he even did Dagon's then, because that
I don't think he did
that was
Dagon's.
in a Dawn Star. That one's just noteworthy because you can get like most of the stuff from just playing.
Yeah. I got money back from you lately. Your membership not there anymore. Yeah, all my memberships are paused right now until I make more videos. So there wasn't a good way to communicate that on YouTube because YouTube is the worst membership platform of the 3 that I was using.
Yeah.
There's no way for me to pause YouTube memberships. I just have to turn them off. And if I turn them off, there's no way to go to a member only area and read the message about why they were paused. And also, by the way, for the privilege of having less accessible features, we're going to charge you a lot more money. We're going to take a much bigger cut.
Look at a quest called The House of Horrors. This was in Skyrim in the city of Markarth. I worked on this quest with a level designer named D. Langlois, and it's a very simple concept. You are being asked...
Guys, let's make fun of his name. That's a PatricianTV stream, is making fun of people's names.
It's not a Patrician thing until something controversial happens.
It's weird because I think the first time that on stream that we encountered Emil saying his name, we had the same thing happen where like I was like,
yeah,
oh,
like,
that's strange. And then like somebody was like, why are you making fun of how he says his name? And it's like, bro, relax. I've got a fucking weird name too. Like, chill.
Because people online will then completely mispronounce his name forever and ever. Like, we're the only 2 people who seem to pronounce his name correctly.
I promise you, I've got a much weirder name than any of the people that we've named so far.
To investigate a house. The house ends up being haunted. There is an evil presence that comes from the basement. So quest design here handled all the dialogue.
So I have one complaint about this. Their presentation uses GIFs or GIFs. I think the creator said it was GIFs, but anyways, they use GIFs.
The creator said it was GIFs.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did.
I refuse. It's GIF.
But
anyways,
it should be a video file that plays once. That's
are they also using
small little gripe, but
LE?
I think it is because it's, I don't know. This quest is weird because it's got like special lighting on the inside, so it could be hard to tell which one it is.
I think this looks like LE to me.
This looks, outside definitely looks like Legendary Edition.
Yeah.
There is a primary character that is leading you through the house, so I did all of his dialogue. I also handle all of his behavior, so he comes up to you and he walks you through the house. And when the quest comes up and tells you that it has started...
That is annoying.
Yeah.
Presses, that is all the scripting on my end. D was handling layout, but also the scripting for the...
Okay, I was confused the first time why he kept calling the level designers D. I thought that he was like, is there some internal slang? But no, it's the guy's name. Okay, I picked up on it this time.
Haunted objects. So all the poltergeisty effects, the camera shake, that was all handled by level design. And I want to mention art as well.
Okay, that's something I wouldn't have guessed. I would have figured that because it was in town, it would have been up to the quest designer to do that effect.
Yeah, that's what I assumed.
A few unique assets for the space, including the altar in the basement that also functions as a trap. There is a unique animation.
You mean this stupid thing?
That always breaks?
It's interesting that like the art department was responsible for this thing. This thing is... I wish the trap was better. That's what I'll say. I think it holds this quest back. It seems like a small thing, but it really is like... The way it breaks, it really
pulls you out.
It's so silly.
Yeah.
for it, and we also did a pass on the lighting.
Just the way that you like crouch down,
Yeah.
like you're anticipating it's
cra-
coming up.
Yeah.
You crouch down before it starts to come out.
Well, he casts a fear spell on you that makes you cower before it closes.
Yeah, it is a bit of a forced sequence too, because like, I think it was so script heavy that they just had to lock you in the house until it was over. Like it was way too easy to break.
Oh yeah.
And so that gives it a very stilted feeling. The only reason I like this quest is because it's actually really cool in VR, because you have to physically beat the guy at the end with the mace. It's a lot more emotionally impactful when you have to physically do it versus just clicking a button. The guy's like begging you to stop. Dude, it's fucked up in VR. So like, yeah, this quest is cool in VR. That's the
and
upside.
fog effects inside the space. But let's take a closer look at how it was made collaboratively. So the main character in the quest is from a faction in the game called the Vigil of Stendar.
Look at that, dude. It's been fucking 13 years, and he can get the name right. He probably looked it up, but still, like, who was it? Bruce Nesmith messed up like Adric and Daedric artifacts while they were working on it. It's just like, I have much more respect for Will Shen. I don't know why this is getting downvoted when like Will Shen is probably one of my favorite Bethesda devs.
Yeah, no, I've always said like something about him. I always found something like about him agreeable, and like listening to him and stuff. It's like, yeah, it checks out.
Yeah,
He's just like a competent dude.
He had to check the wiki. Can you imagine that? But even if that's the way he did it, whether he remembers it personally because he worked on it or he looked it up before, that still shows a level of like giving a shit.
Yeah, like prep work. Like, yeah, even if he had to look it up, it's like, okay, well, you did some prep work for this at least.
You didn't just fly out to Denmark and give an impromptu talk that you didn't prepare for, and he was too nervous to do the talk. Shut up, Never. Jesus. That's what I mean. Like, I cannot be given shit for like finding that talk to be bad, and then like GDC presentations like this exist.
Yeah.
That faction was actually originally concepted by D.
Listen. He has they have each other and stuff. It's different. They have moral support up there.
There's a banger coming. I want you to listen to what he says here.
Oh boy.
So the main character in the quest is from a faction in the game called the Vigil of Stendar. That faction was actually originally concepted by D. They were working on other encounters in Skyrim and came to me and said, hey, I am creating a group of witch hunters who are going to be looking for all the evil objects in the game. And since we're working on this haunted house together, it would be great if we tied the two of them together.
So, I am confirmed wrong about the companions in thinking that the Vigil of Stendar were originally tied to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was a real man, but that was a really good like theory though.
Yeah. That theory had a lot of teeth to it.
Yeah, but that does explain why the Vigil kind of just exists as some random group that just wanders around the world.
Mm-hmm.
They use them in.
Have you ever read the cut encounters with the Vigil?
No,
there was a whole thing of like, they would track you down if you had a Daedric artifact
and stuff. Yeah,
you would have to either fight them or give it up, and then you would have to go get it back from their headquarters.
Yeah, I think that's fucking awesome. I wish that was still in the game.
No, that is such a badass system. I think of that the same way I think about not being allowed to use the fast travel services if you're carrying contraband in Morrowind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like the idea of you having possession of artifacts that inconvenience you, but the artifacts have like upsides to them.
They did that. Listen, they did that in Starfield. It's called contraband.
Yeah, and it sucked because it was totally different. What I'm thinking is like, you don't get to ride the Silt Striders anymore. Not my shit. I get scanned every time I enter town, and I roll a dice to see if I get away with it.
Yeah.
Where's my giant D20?
And it doesn't matter anyways, because you could just go to one of the stations that don't have security to scan you, like the Den, and you just sell it there.
Yeah, no, it was so easy to bypass that it was trivial.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, it's just so you can have like a few extra credits. It's not like a fucking powerful ass Daedric artifact or something like that.
No, what it is it's so that you can say we have a contraband and smuggling system in Starfield.
Yeah.
It's not actually supposed to be meaningful. Do you
Something
think
to put
that
on
do
the
you think they
box.
retroed this talk? No, I don't. I can believe that I was wrong about things. Or do you think because because no, you specified my theory. But yeah, so confirmed wrong. Have you talked about the vigil yet in your Skyrim video?
I think I mentioned them when I was talking about the companions. I think I mentioned that
That
theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I said I agreed with it. It sounded
Yeah.
correct.
Well, now you're still working on a Skyrim thing. If you haven't talked about this quest yet, you got the chance to correct the
Yeah.
record.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, I would be covering this in this video.
Mm-hmm. So worth making note of.
Yeah, that is. I'm gonna write that down.
I do wish I got to live. I said it of the Lex Friedman interview. I do wish I get to live in the timeline where I was working on the videos after that interview. But that's just kind of the nature of things. There's always going to be a little bit more information that comes out about these games every year that that would be nice to have had when I was making the videos, but
but it opens the door for other people to make videos and stuff too. This is why I always say
it's evergreen.
Yeah, it's people are like, oh, the game's been done to death and stuff. There's nothing new to talk about. It's like, no, there's always new stuff to talk about. I just got a book a few months ago about it's like a Bioware art book or whatever, and in it there's like a ton of different like Mass Effect stuff in there. It's just like, yeah, this is information that I would have loved to have had when I was working on those videos, but the book didn't exist then.
Yeah, I said that of the big one is how they justified getting rid of Mark and Recall.
Yeah.
They would have the meeting where it's like, but how does Mark and Recall break this? And then they just all groan and go, Todd, can we please get rid of Mark and Recall? Oh, that anecdote. It physically hurts. Ayo Pat, Skyfield DLC will BTFO you. Emma's waifu will get the treatment she deserves. I have to wonder. I mean, she what the fuck is her name? Andrasia. She's got to come back for that, right?
Yeah,
They had to have signed them for DLC.
You think they're gonna do the thing that they did with Nick Valentine in Far Harbor, where it's like he's just like she's gonna be assigned to us for the whole thing?
Yeah,
Makes sense
is
though,
Nick
because
Valentine
she's...
assigned? I thought. I'm pretty sure you can do it without Nick.
Wait,
Yeah, I went out of my way to get him.
Yeah. Huh. That's interesting doing that DLC without Nick Valentine.
Yeah, because you kind of miss out on part of the narrative.
You miss out on a decent amount. Like that's the whole kind of like emotional hook for that is, Nick Valentine knows this dude and everything. But yeah, I mean, it would make sense for Shattered Space to focus on the most popular.
Did you see Maddie
companion.
Play's Todd Howard interview? I kind of forgot that existed.
I got like 30 seconds into it, and he just opens up with like the most cringe, like, I cannot believe Todd Howard is standing here next to me. Like,
yeah,
he literally
that is pretty cringe.
He was I mean,
I'll give you this. I'll say
watch.
this. I got a blanket answer. No. This is pretty much the only thing I've seen since, and this is the only thing I've been excited for because it was Will Shen. Like, this is a voice that has not spoken a lot about these games, and I would love to hear a lot more of what he has to say about these, because he was getting high up there in the ladder. There's only 2 guys above him, Emil and Todd. I mean, I'm sure he had more bosses. I'm sure he had to answer to like the senior producers and stuff, but
Yeah, whenever we joke about, getting interviews with Todd Howard and stuff like that, I honestly would rather interview people who don't work there anymore. Like Pete
yeah,
Hines.
they're more likely to be honest. I
Yeah.
feel like an element of this, that the only reason some of this is working is because they're not there anymore.
Yes.
And I initially said no. I already have a person that I've already come up with a whole biography for. But the more we talked about it, the more it became very clear that there was an opportunity here to ground this character in the world, and also to have it have callbacks to other encounters that you might run into. So we worked together, and I came up with the name The Vigil of Stendarr. Stendarr is the name of one of the gods in Skyrim, so that grounded it in the
Excuse me, he's the name of one of the gods of Cyrodiil?
lore.
Chat, what is Stendarr's equivalent in the Nordic pantheon?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
And I renamed the character and his backstory so that he was part of this
I don't think he
faction.
does have one.
When I originally wrote up the quest, I just wrote that it was going to be a haunted house, and that was going to be super fun. But that was all I had. When we actually sat down to work on what that meant together, Dio is the one who...
So, he just said that they kind of had the Stoon, yeah. Stoon or Tyr. I think it's Stoon.
Yeah.
So he said that the haunted house, you can see on the title card, haunted house was vague. So this was a whiteboard idea.
Yeah, exactly.
This quest started as just a generic. He did the thing.
He said it.
And then he was like perplexed and like, okay, now how do I actually execute on that? I think that's so strange. That's not the way a writer thinks about things. You know,
usually not.
A writer, when you start writing something, you have an idea of a specific phrase or a specific scene that you want to do, and everything that you build in the story around it is just getting you to that point of accomplishing this specific thing that you want to do. You don't sit down and go, hey, let's just like brainstorm a ton of ideas that could be fun. Like, I feel like if you're an actual writer, you would have a specific idea of the scenes and the dialogue that are going to be happening in this quest, and kind of the narrative and what the point of it is, and if there's like a lesson that's tied to it. It wouldn't just start with, well, it's a haunted house.
Yeah.
That's more of like the way a director approaches things. A director's like George Lucas. He's like, yeah, I want to make I want to include like a lava planet in one of the Star Wars episodes, so that's why they fought on Mustafar at the end of episode 3. Like, that's legitimately the reason. Is George Lucas just wanted to have them fight on a lava planet because he always wanted to do one.
So that's interesting then, to think of it like the quest designers of Bethesda. That explains like the whole theme park feeling of a lot of their games. But yeah, it's like, is that the result of them having so much creative control over every aspect of the design process that they basically become directors and not writers?
I would definitely think so, and that's one of the big reasons why they need to have a dedicated narrative department, because they need people on their team that are like, I have a specific vision for a specific thing that I want to say as part of a quest.
Yes.
So like, I'm thinking like, if I was ever hired by Bethesda, I would want to work on a mage quest that like kind of lays out some rules that are related to the way that magic works in the setting. That's me thinking about what I want to say with it, more so than thinking about what I want to do with the quest.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, like, it's not even like a bad direction to like do like the way they're doing it, where because you could end up having like really cool gameplay mechanics and gameplay systems and encounters and stuff like that, except for the fact that this exists in Skyrim, where there are no mechanics to play with.
Here's the demonstration of it. they had a vague idea, but they made something of it. They wanted to do a haunted house, so they came up with this cool, unique poltergeist effect that happens at this one specific point in Skyrim. And I think that is
Yeah.
a cool part of the quest.
Yes.
It makes it unique, it makes it memorable. This is a good thing that there's somebody on the team that views it this way, but you also need that other person who wants to write this story about how being just a dogmatic witch hunter is a bad thing, or whatever you want to say with there's a lot of things you can say with a Daedric prince like Molag Bal.
Yeah. That's probably why they used him so much in ESO.
Yeah, he's one of the most dynamic in terms of he's all about control and domination and a third word I can't say on stream. And there's a lot of interesting narrative things that you can do. Just basic vampire stories are tied to Molag Bal.
especially in a video game where, like, combat systems and stuff are usually your most developed anyways.
Yeah, the concept
So-
of you controlling the player versus Molag Bal controlling you. That's
Yeah.
that you can do something in a video game with that premise. But you need somebody on the team who thinks like a writer.
No, we got Emil. See, that's the weird thing is, like, Emil is a writer, but he still thinks in this sort of mentality where, but rather than being like, oh, I want to make a haunted house, it's like, I want to make Donnie Brasco in
Yeah.
Starfield.
There's a lot of examples of Emil talking like he's a director.
About
Like
his
he wants to make his
inspirations.
bedroom in Boston, or he wants to make
Yeah.
Who's that criminal, that Boston criminal that he talked about everybody knowing? Like he wants to make a quest that evokes that feeling, or I don't think Emil thinks in the narrative points.
No. I mean, kind of makes sense though when you think about it, because like his original, like, he originally was like a level designer and stuff at with like in Thief and everything.
Yeah. And that's kind of the way you do have to do levels, is you get given a premise and you have to run with it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I want to know where the pathology of like him, maybe he just views writing as being above traditional design. Like
Or
that gets into the psychoanalysis a bit too much, but
yeah, yeah. Or it's just he really just likes writing.
but he's much more talented at that kind of. I think he
Like-
works best when he's like thinking of level ideas.
Yes.
He's not trying to make a point, he's trying to execute a vision that already exists.
Because like in Starfield, as much as I really fucking didn't like the Crimson Cringe from like the story perspective, in terms of like the level design and the missions and stuff, it was by far the most ambitious of all the.
It was the
all the
most
different-
yeah, it was the most experimental and kind of
Yeah.
interesting in a really fucked way. But still, like the biggest problem with the Crimson Cringe was the way it was written.
Yes.
But if
the,
he would,
the way
if
it
he
was written and like a lot of like how the quest itself was structured, where it's like, oh, you're not allowed to kill people or whatever, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But it's like when you get into like like the
that feels
nuts
like
and
the
bolts
biggest
of
point
it,
he was making was with the rules and and not killing. Like I think he was trying to do something.
yeah.
Like I don't. I think he's trying, but I think he's better at executing someone else's vision than he is at trying to be a visionary himself.
Mm-hmm.
Oblivion Dark Brotherhood was also what, 20 years ago?
Pitch the idea of, hey, we have a full physics system. I could script all of the loose objects in the house and just fly them around randomly to simulate a poltergeist.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like, this is interesting. I'm not putting this
Yeah.
down. Like, a couple people in the chat think that I'm putting this down, but no, like, it's good to have
Huh?
a George Lucas on the team who wants to make a lava planet. Because
Yeah.
Mustafar is visually interesting. But
And it's also like those are like, you do want things to stand out in games. Like you
Yeah.
do want those standout moments. There's a reason people remember this quest, and it's like there's stuff in here that makes it stand out. There's several things that make it stand out.
mhm.
And it's like you just want the person in there who's also the writer who's like, hey, let's like work in all the stuff with the vigil and like flesh them out and stuff, and make some sort of narrative point at the end of it, so the player walks away with something more than just like a shitty axe.
Yeah, you've gotten people's
mates,
attention.
rather.
Now you get to do something with that attention.
Yeah.
we have a physics system is a thought I think a lot of quest designers at Bethesda don't ever have. Because it's too broken. You have to have a physics system you can rely on. That's the way you get a half-life or a portal. When you can't rely on your physics system, you can't design stuff around it.
Yeah, when you when your house like in Skyrim like slowly just deteriorates because every time you walk in the havoc system like recalculates everything. So that's not a good system.
Why are you creating a new type of ghosts? How do ghosts work in your setting? Well, see, because this is Molag Bal's shrine, I can buy that he can do stuff like this. I don't think it's a huge narrative buy-in, because like it's not an actual poltergeist, but they are alluding to poltergeists, another form of media.
Yeah, because you have to remember their audience that they're talking to. Like they're not gonna necessarily understand like the nuances of ghosts and spirits in Elder Scrolls.
Because there is no consistent. I hate to break it to you, there's no consistent rule set for ghosts in Elder Scrolls.
Yeah,
it's definitely designer to designer how that worked, and that Morrowind is guilty of that. If you have the fucking Todd Howard quest with the ghost, that's like, hey, I know you're doing a murder mystery, but I'm the guy who got murdered, and I can tell you who did it. And it's like, oh, okay.
Then as we were working on it, I came up with the idea of why don't we have the entity speak to you like a ghost as you're progressing through the house. Art also added in some storytelling bits.
I have never noticed this. This is the part that makes me think it's special edition. Well, no, there's not enough God rays, so.
No, this is still LE, I think.
But I definitely never noticed the stacked chairs being weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I noticed that because you reminded me of that quest in Oblivion. Is that Vermina's?
Yeah, the one in the dream with like the upside down room and the huge room.
Yeah, they kind of felt like a callback when I saw that, and I was like, oh yeah.
That was another cool quest that was trying to punch above its weight.
Cool quest. The fucking encounters in that sucked though.
Yeah.
Oh, what a slog that is.
When we were doing
that's a quest where I had to knock down the difficulty to get through it because
this quest is so much. This quest is just smoke and mirrors. Well, I mean, that's what this sequence is. Like, there's not a combat encounter here, so how do you make it interesting?
Yeah.
Let's do some effects.
And like that's that's why it makes it once again makes it stand out, is because it's doing something different from everything else that exists in Skyrim.
And it's like what, 2 minutes max? It doesn't outstay its welcome.
Yeah.
The only thing I take issue with this is that it's so heavily scripted that they can't let you leave the house as soon as weird shit starts to happen.
Yeah. You can't be like, oh fuck this, and just walk out. But it also works too because Molag Bal is definitely somebody who would
is holding you against your will.
Yeah.
I think they needed to do more to sell that the way out was blocked. Like have a bookcase fall over in front of the door, so now you can't get out physically.
Yeah,
something like that. They could sell it, but yeah.
Pass on the space, the effects artist who was working in it was a fan of the Poltergeist movie, and she suggested that we add a little Easter egg of the randomly stacked chairs inside the space.
Oh, that was an Easter egg. Reference.
I think stuff like that's fun.
Yeah.
This is Bethesda. Their devs should be coming out and giving anecdotes like this more often because I think it helps their image. Oh
yeah, it definitely humanizes them, and it also like explains certain aspects. I'm gonna, I can more appreciate this. This is a lot of good information. I need to, when I talk about this quest.
World art also helped with some of the storytelling.
Now, like we said, this part fucking sucks. This asset doesn't work.
I originally had the idea that you get trapped in the basement and that was just going to be a cage or some other very simple trap. And the world artist assigned to make it came to me and said, I think we have an opportunity here to tie the story together by making an altar to the evil presence actually be the thing that springs the trap, and it's tied into the altar. And again, I originally was hesitant. I felt like that would be a lot more work.
What I like about this too is he's admitting where he was having faults with working as a designer.
Yeah.
And how he had to overcome that. I think that greatly humanizes them. Whereas, like, if Emil was approaching, Emil would not tell an anecdote like this. Emil would only want to share anecdotes about things where he perceives that it was a great success.
No, let's not be putting words into Emil's mouth.
Let's not overly
Let's not
psychoanalyze.
let's not give Never Knows Best more sound bites to use.
Mm-hmm.
But he assured me actually it would be easier for him to make it all part of one experience. So one of the big lessons I learned here was we're writing and designing the game
I'm trying
together.
to imagine what his original idea was. Like, he mentioned a cage or whatever, and it's like, would it
I
have just
think
been
it was
you
largely
walk
the
into
same,
a
but it
cage
would,
in the door?
I think it was largely. I bet you would have like blacked out and woken up in a cage.
Yeah.
I think they've
could
done
have
that before.
Or
in
like
other places in Skyrim.
they reuse that thing from that dungeon where like you step on the pressure on the like the
And it drops
floor
you
that
in.
gives out and drops you in.
Yeah.
Could have done that.
Something like that. I think it would have largely been the same sequence of events. It just would have been a lot less interesting to go through.
When I was getting a lot of suggestions from my colleagues about what we could do for this quest, I was originally very defensive. I thought that as, I was a new quest designer. This was one of the first.
Yeah, the context is up until now, Will was an intern on Fallout 3. And then he had to reapply. Like, he was out of the office and like, gone as far as Bethesda was concerned, and he had to reapply to get a job on the quest design team.
Interesting. I wonder what he did as an intern.
Yeah. There's an article that I don't know if he wrote it, but it was about him. It was published through Bethesda that talked a bit about his history as a designer. It's kind of an interesting read.
First quest that I had worked on, and I thought if I didn't have control of everything and have everything perfect in my head, that I was a failure.
This is such a human thing to say, right? Like I'm pretty sure, like 95%, if I was in the same position, I would feel the exact same way.
Yup. Especially at like going in as like you want to prove yourself and you want to show like you have everything under control.
Yeah.
And being the new guy, like taking resources from other people and stuff could, you might be like, oh, that's a really bad idea for me to do that. I'm wasting other people's time as well as my time. It's just like, yeah. People make games.
And so I didn't realize at the time that my colleagues were trying to give me the advantage of their expertise and perspective. And once I let down that wall and started listening to them, that is what made the content so much richer. So this is a very typical example of how we made all the content in Skyrim. We had a piece that we all know we needed to work on. We sort of came together, everyone added their bits to it, and then we would move on and do another piece. But we were also experimenting with other ways to get work.
So he's definitely reading something off the slides, but I'm still convinced it's bullet points.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't. He's not reading off a teleprompter.
Done.
So throughout Skyrim, we had several level designers starting to experiment with their own quests, making their own quests with the quest design.
Ooh, you're gonna like this next one. Okay, I want you to guess again what it is, and I will give you a clue. It's a dungeon from Dawnguard.
It's a dungeon from Dawnguard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's gotta be the one where you have to collect the cogs, like the pieces of the cogs and stuff like that, and then the one with the ghost.
All right.
I think that's gonna be that's gonna be my guess.
Design tools and just telling stories in that space a little more. This leads to kind of an atypical example that I want to talk about here, where in the case of this example, I'm the level designer working on the location, and there's a different level designer creating the quest that ends up layered through the location. The quest is Lost to the Ages. It's created by Steve Cornett for Skyrim's Dawnguard DLC. Lost to the Ages has you exploring the existing landmass of Skyrim, revisiting some old dungeons.
See?
So I'm 2 for 2.
Yeah.
I've played these games too fucking much.
Yeah.
Because it's the most, yeah, it's like a really standout thing, and it does feel like, well, first off, it's too big for one person to have done.
Yeah.
And it's also like, yeah, you have,
I would have
it just
considered
it just
the
feels really different.
I would have considered the Veil and the Soul Cairn as acceptable answers too.
No, that felt like a whole
You think that was
like,
too many
giant
people?
yeah, that'd be
Possibly.
way too many and way too complicated to really get into with like a chat like this. My second guess was gonna be the one where you find Serana in the dungeon.
Yeah.
That would have been my second guess, but I felt like this one would make the most sense.
It's interesting. So this is a
Oh,
dungeon
yeah,
that I have never associated with Dawnguard.
and John Shepard, and that's what makes it so good too. And John Shepard makes a good point about the bow in there too. Yeah, there's even like a unique bow in there that has like unique properties and stuff to it. Like there's just too many like neat details about this that it's like there's no way it was done by one person.
Yeah.
Dungeons, as well as some new ones, collecting some quest objects for the end of the quest. I had been working on a location for Dawnguard as well, where all of its story was kind of tied within itself, and it was all visual storytelling mainly. This is the location here, and you approach.
This is where using a GIF makes sense because it's just a loop of the waterfall and the mist crossing across the screen.
It, and you feel some earthquakes as you're approaching
As
the
video producers, we know that trick.
Yeah.
exterior. You continue to feel the earthquakes as you explore the interior of this location. And once you get to the main chasm here, you see that the whole dwarven ruin has been split in half by a massive earthquake at some point in the past. You explore the rest.
Is that what that was going for? Oh, I never picked up on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I assumed that they had built around the space, but I guess this makes more sense. Like, why would the dwarves build and where there's like an opening at the top of their cavern? Because they don't do that anywhere else.
Yeah.
But this is one of those things where they talk about like, where someone might say like, it's obvious what the environmental storytelling is saying. It's like, is it though?
Like, is it?
Yeah. Is the classic example of there's a tower underground and that tells a whole story?
There's a body in a dumpster.
Yeah.
Caverns fighting Falmer and other creatures until you reach the summit where there's a massive dwarven machine that you then turn off and the earthquakes will stop. At some point, Steve must have played through this location or knew about it in some way.
Wait. Okay, so why would they build an earthquake machine?
Listen, it's the dwarves.
They just like to fuck with people, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure the application of an earthquake machine. Like,
See,
an earthquake bomb, sure, but
that's where they lost me, was the earthquake machine.
yeah, that's
I didn't
definitely
remember that.
you got to get that. You need a narrative guy who's like, hey, would the Dwemer make an earthquake machine? And the narrative designer's like, what? You think they would do what? At least the weather machine, sometimes you could turn it to the nice day. Like, sure, it could do ash storms, but like that had an application if you wanted to fuck with the
Fallout
timer.
76.
Go on.
Hello?
I got DC there.
Yeah.
I was like, you cut off right in the middle of talking about Fallout 76.
Yeah, Fallout 76 has weather machines now that you can build in your camps. I have no idea how they work.
Vault Tech, Enclave.
I mean, I was just saying how they work in terms of like technical aspect. Oh, right. No, because the weather's client side, remember? Because we were doing that
oh yeah,
thing. They monetized the fucking weather system being client side.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And came.
So far,
not a bug, it's a feature.
Darrell, is that his name? Darrell made this dungeon, and then this Steven guy has played through the dungeon and is going to contribute his own ideas to it.
Came to me and said, hey, this is a really fun map to play through. What do you think about if I were to add a quest NPC to your location that could kind of be a guide for the player through it, as well as, explain some of the overarching Lost to the Ages quest narrative. And I thought that sounded like an awesome idea, so Steve started to layer Katria, a ghost, throughout the location. She starts out as a ghostly voice when you enter the tunnels, telling you to turn back.
We were talking about how ghosts don't seem to be consistent in this setting.
Yeah. See, if this, and here's another thing. If this was done by one person, that ghost would have just been a follower.
Yes, because that was typically how it worked.
Yep.
That it's dangerous here. Once you hit the main chamber, she reveals herself. You see that it's a ghost you've been talking to, and she motions down to her corpse and says, it's dangerous here. She repeats it and says, if you need help, I can help you through the location. If you say no, she'll end up at the end near that door.
I tried to get her to fuck off, but
if you, because you can find her corpse there. If you loot her clothing, she gets pissed off.
Yeah. Well, I was making a joke because I'm the ghost VTuber right now.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a dwarven ruin. This is interesting. So I said that this never felt like it was part of Dawnguard. It's very strange that it is part of Dawnguard because it's very tonally different than the rest of the DLC.
Well, this just confirms though that they need to do more DLCs that just take place in their vanilla overworld. Because this is I like this quest a lot. This is probably one of my favorite quests in the game.
Right. I'm thinking about it you know what works about this? This wasn't a whiteboard idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The whiteboard idea would be Dwemer Dungeon where there's a ghost that guides you through all the traps and stuff. That's the whiteboard idea. But they came up with this dynamically. They started with a dungeon, and then someone came along and was like, "Hey, I have this idea of a narrative addition to your dungeon."
Yeah. So what's interesting is in the Skyrim video, I'm going into the level design process that Joel Burgess talks about, where they do things in passes throughout, they build all the concepting and stuff, and then they'll go through and they'll do basic design work and everything, and along the way that allows quest designers and stuff to come in and look at what's being done, and they'd be like, oh, I have a quest that would work in that location and stuff. And I interject my own idea that the location that they pick for Azura's Star, that quest, to go into the sunken Imperial Fort or whatever. I was like, what probably happened was they had the fort, and then the designer of that quest saw the fort and was like, oh, that'd be a cool location for my quest. So then they go in and they just kind of retroactively clean it up and integrate it all and stuff, because as they're working through the process, they'll have a phase where they're like, okay, we're gonna hit that quest, that dungeon again in 2 months from now, and we'll integrate all your stuff in then. And
if his name was originally spelled with 2 R's, that might explain why it's pronounced the way it is. If it's Dar-ol, because it has 2 R's, that would explain a lot. But then why would he change it?
I don't know.
But
maybe they spelled it wrong.
Maybe. He's saying that he knew him, and that he knew him when he had 2 R's in his name, which is interesting. But we're talking about his name, and that means that we're bullying him about how his name, how he says his name. Yeah, I think you're right, and I think some of the more interesting stuff is when they do that.
Yes, because that's always been one of the standout dungeons to me. And that's why I use it as an example. It's because it feels like that's how that dungeon kind of came to be.
It helps it feel like a place in the world.
Yeah.
So they make it a place first, and then they append events that happened to it. They don't have an event in mind that they need to. Yeah, that's where it works. And this works too. And this is not even a quest designer.
This works, and this works really well because it's also seeded in with the books and everything. So you can find the books and stuff, and then you find out about this location and everything. So it's this one just works. This is kind of that idea perfected almost.
Yeah. I think this
more
quest
stuff
is
like
all
this.
Right. But yeah.
More stuff like this.
Dwarven machine, but if you say yes, she'll kind of.
Is there stuff like this in Starfield?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
It's all how can you do that when it's all Radiant content?
Well, what isn't Radiant content all feels prefabricated and purpose built. It has to
Yeah,
be because there's no
yeah,
like open world where you could discover that dungeon dynamically.
yeah.
So all of the like say no, let's say the dungeon where you recruit Andrea, like
That generic
that had to be
mine.
purpose built for that quest. It didn't feel like an area that was built and then they added the quest to it.
Kind of follow you through the location fighting Falmer and other creatures as you make your way to the summit. And this made me kind of realize that we actually do have some objects in like unique elements in this location that we could use some explaining to the player, which would benefit us, because this is a little dwarven mechanism that when you impact it in some way, it spins to the top of its pole and then opens a door, unlocks something somewhere else. And we have some visual storytelling here for it, but I was like, hey, Steve, do you think we could mention this to the player through Katria and kind of explain some of this? And
Interesting.
I'm on the fence about this because this is that like God
Yeah,
of War pixie that's like
yeah, yeah,
telling you the
yeah.
solution before you're allowed to figure it out for
It would
yourself.
have been fun. It would have been funny if she just like looks at it and is like, "Yeah, I couldn't figure this one out."
he said that sounded good, so he explained some of these elements to the player. They
Because
didn't
it's
have a name.
like this is you see this and you immediately know like what you need to do. At least I do.
Yeah,
Like I
but
look at it and
listen,
it's just like,
we're intelligent people. This has
yeah,
got
yeah,
to the babies have to be able to figure
we
out
have
the
to,
puzzle elements.
yeah, yeah, we have to lower ourselves to the Skyrim players'
The
perspective.
plebs.
Yeah, you know, the people who liked Baldur's Gate 3 and stuff like that, and just saying, guys.
I'm on the
I
fence
think
about it, but I mean, if you have a ghost companion, I guess this is the way you have to use them. Like, because like, why wouldn't she bring it up?
no, that's why I said like make it so like you can. There's a way to write it so that she doesn't spell it out for you.
You have to put an inherent limitation on how she can interact with the physical world, or a character
Yeah,
motivation for why she wouldn't give you the information.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe okay. This you can see why there's not a narrative person involved because if a narrative person would have fixed this. She should show up after you loot her corpse. So she haunts you because you looted her corpse to get a thing that's necessary to complete the dungeon. And so sometimes she might choose to share information with you, and then sometimes she might not because she's got like this, she's haunting you. She's trying to get you killed or something. So that way you can write in like her giving you bad information.
Yeah, but then she wouldn't be a ghost that I wanna bang.
But then someone might not loot her corpse. Well, I mean, it's pretty easy that she has a thing on her that opens a door. That's how Dragonborn would do it. Dragonborn does shit like that constantly.
And you just put a quest marker on top of it too.
It's
Just,
weird. It's
you
weird that Bethesda peaked with Dragonborn.
know.
Now they peaked with Shivering Isles, but
named them kinetic resonators, which I thought worked out pretty well. Steve and I collaborated back and forth on different elements like
why is he a storm cloak?
this throughout the location, but it all comes to a head at the end where you're in front of that big dwarven machine.
And like, see, this is a good thing. You have an idea, you use it throughout. The only thing that's missing is that this needed to show up more in Dawnguard.
Not just in this one dungeon.
Yeah. Or even in just this one quest line. Like, something like this should show up in all the dungeons.
Yeah.
Because I think it makes the dungeons more interesting.
There's 5 of those kinetic resonators placed throughout it, and you need to hit it in a certain order to solve the puzzle. And then the doors will open, the earthquakes will stop. And
I don't think he mentions the note that tells you the order.
this part of the quest is completed as well. If you get a bad
To be fair, the note doesn't tell you explicitly. I would know because I still had to look up the guide after looking.
It was too complex for you?
Listen, I'm
too lazy.
It's Skyrim. You have your brain shut off, and then suddenly the game expects you to actually think, and it's just like,
I think I
Do
just
I,
tried
though?
combinations until
Yeah.
it worked. Because
But
I
then
think the
but the
trap parts
thing
only go off once, anyways. So
really? I
yeah,
thought it. I thought.
the trap parts just open a thing and then a thing comes out. It doesn't keep like spawning new enemies.
Okay. Because my memory was that like it would spawn something, and then if you got it wrong again, it would spawn something that was even more deadly.
Maybe I'm wrong because someone in chat is alluding to a similar thing. I think I maybe I probably brute forced it via quick save and quick load.
I tried because I remember like trying to brute force it, and then I got skill checked.
Get hit by a trap of some kind, an enemy will spawn. There's plenty of visual storytelling around the location where we're explaining the bad things that can happen. But the coolest thing that ended up happening here was Steve layered Katria's story into the location story by saying she's the one who put in the wrong pattern that caused the massive earthquake, and it's also why she's dead at the beginning of the location.
Wait,
Is that what happened?
I don't remember that.
I thought she like fell in and died. I didn't know she was the one who she's the one who
Sure.
had the combination.
And she triggered the earthquake machine. So the earthquake machine is like
Why is it something
like
that can be triggered accidentally?
it's the tactical nuke. So it's like they're trying to hide the.
This is the fucking Greybeards having the ability to stop storms thing all over again. You have a fucking earthquake machine?
Oh wait, because is this the dungeon where the forge is located in?
She said it on
No.
screen right now. Huh. I didn't pay much attention to this quest, to be honest. I barely talk about it in my video,
Yeah.
so you can't blame me. Plus, that was a long time ago. Why is it something that can be triggered accidentally once but not again if you fuck up the combination? Why can it be triggered from here at all?
It's like it's a safety mechanism.
Who the
It's a
fuck makes
tactical
an
nuke.
earthquake machine that goes off because somebody put in the wrong pin code to your building?
It's like those drives that will like self-destruct if you put in the wrong code or something like that.
Yeah, except it's an earthquake machine.
Listen, like that's why I'm asking, like, what is in this dungeon? I don't even remember what's in the
first piece of the Ethereum key.
Why the fuck would they make an earthquake machine? Like, if this was for the
especially with how easy the other ones are to get.
Yeah, yeah. Like if this was for the forge, that would make sense because it's like the forge was supposed to be the super powerful thing that could, blah 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 blah. Of course, you would make the tactical nuke to deprive, the stinky Nords from getting
How
their
do you make a
hands on
thing
it.
that malfunctions into causing an earthquake? Like a bomb? Like a nuke?
Listen, it's been 2,000 something years. Things break,
Well, for one, you have to input the combination by shooting it from a distance. So that's already like a huge point of failure to end up accidentally earthquaking, which an entire dwarven facility that broke in half, apparently, as a result, could be geothermal machine.
Again, we needed a writer here.
Yeah. No earthquake machines. I'm sorry. I can't think of a good application beyond it being a weapon.
Yeah, it's a super weapon.
Something tonal architecture. There you go. We lured it away. There you go. It's gone. It's solved. Thank you, Michael Kirkbride.
So that ties in
Who was a writer, by the way. Reminder that they got rid of their writer.
really well with the story I already had for this location. He also layered in a journal onto Katria's corpse that not only explains some lost to the ages.
I feel like this is not something you brag about. Yeah, he added the journal.
Well, it has unique art assets.
But Pat, you
Circle.
liked the quest in Blood Moon where you have to read the note and it has the map on it.
Quest threads you can pick up to find dungeons nearby to keep the quest going.
Katri was a good artist for a Nord. and very literate.
but also final moments from Katria where she writes about this location in her journal and gives the player some hints to starting puzzle solutions at the end.
Oh no, it's the Falmore. Ah!
So like I had said, many level designers are learning the quest tools and getting more familiar with them. And this starts to develop kind of a shared language between quest and level design. And this language deepens.
How long was Katria dead for?
Well, she knew the Dark Elf guy, didn't she? The collector guy that wants whatever comes out of the forge. He takes credit for her discovery.
I don't even remember that, but I really don't remember this quest. Jesus.
But yeah, so that puts an upper limit on how long it could have been. Is this the tone of a talk they think they did an unusually great job or just a historical account? I think that they are content with it having worked. I don't think they're necessarily implying that they've done some great act of artistry.
Our collaboration going forward onto future projects.
Yeah, because you have to remember the context of this is like they're talking to other game developers and stuff. There's no reason to go up there and start like cock stroking yourself. What you're really trying to do is just tell people like how you got things done.
Yeah, it's GDC. There's a guy in like the front row that's wearing a CD Projekt Red shirt.
Yeah.
So like, you know, you just go to these talks and they tell you how they do it and you either listen to them or you don't.
So now we're moving forward to Fallout 4.
So,
which makes Emil's thing even more like Never's argument about like why he would be talking about that. It's like, no, he's talking to a bunch of people. He's talking to his colleagues. Why does he have to have like all of these jokes and hooks and stuff like that? They're just there to know like how things get done. That's the whole point of this thing.
Yeah, with game, especially with the time limit that they have at GDC, like you just skip all the pageantry. So, Fallout 4, what do you think they're going to talk about?
Okay, we're talking about a quest and level design, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No clues because I want you to lose one.
Let's see. What was one that like really stood out to me? I guess it was like the one where there's like that foundry.
Okay.
And there's a whole unique raider.
Yeah, there's a unique raider gang and there's like a quest in there.
Somebody, you get that from like is it a settlement?
Yes, it's a settlement. That's how I got it. It's a potential
settlement mission. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one.
All right.
And as I had said, many level designers, including myself, have messed with the quest design tools more and more and are developing that shared language with the quest design team.
By the way, I think this presentation is good. The way that they're flowing from topic to topic and keeping it relevant to what they're trying to communicate, like this is a really good presentation.
There's tons of information in here that I'm gonna have to use in my video.
Yeah, I think this is a good presentation. I don't know why people are disliking it.
I don't know. I don't. Also,
it's
I don't
probably
understand.
some retarded Asmongold take of like, you guys should not be giving people advice on how to make games.
Yeah. But also, like, I never understood the idea of disliking a video. Like, why would you dislike the video that Emil did? Like, the people who made that video have nothing to do with what Emil's talking about. Why are you gonna?
Yeah. I honestly think it's just like surface level reading of what's going on here.
Yeah.
In this example,
this is my second choice, but you said I needed to get one wrong.
Oh, so you were
you psyched me out.
Yeah,
you psyched me out because this is going to be the first. Because I'm like, of course it's going to be the U.S.'s Constitution, but you're like, so it made me think, oh, it has to be something really obscure then, because that's the most obvious choice.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I'm going to talk about a larger scale, but back to a more typical example of quest and level collaboration. So the quest is the last voyage of the USS Constitution.
Fallout 4 looks so bad. How does it look worse than Skyrim?
Oh my dude, no. It's Fallout 4. I think Fallout 4 is the ugliest game they've ever made. It's uglier than Starfield by far. Like even Fallout, like I was telling you yesterday, Fallout 76 looks better because at least they have like elements, like visual elements that work better with the like lighting engine and stuff. They have actual color. Fallout 4 is so fucking ugly. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It,
Fallout
ugh.
4 looks better than Fallout 3. It's not even close, though. Okay.
I don't know.
That's a weird point of comparison.
Honestly, I think Fallout 3 looks better than Fallout 4. I think Fallout 3 has more visual cohesion.
With or without the Fallout mod?
Even with it. I've played it with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the green filter is ugly as shit, but like, look how washed out this is.
This is bad, yeah. I've never liked the way Fallout 4 looked. That's one of the reasons I've never tried Fallout 4 VR.
Yeah.
I think it has to look horrible in VR.
Yeah, like Fallout 4 just, it has like too many different visual like art styles that just like clash with each other.
Yeah.
Like Fallout 3 is hard in just like the industrial grunge look. So at least it has like consistency there. But yeah, going back to my point about bringing up like why I selected that. I also selected that because like the choice that he made before that was also kind of like a deep cut. It's just like kind of like an more obscure side quest. I was like, okay, maybe he's gonna do another more obscure side quest with this. That still works really well, and it's just nah.
Is there an obscure side quest for Dawnguard? There's like two things to do: the Forge and the central quest line.
Yeah,
I would say like an obscure quest would be like the later Dawnguard recruitment missions. That's obscure.
Well, I think
how many people have ever mentioned the weird ass fucking Dawnguard recruitment missions?
I don't even know if I've done them.
Dude, they're bizarre. They're so strangely made.
Wait, you're going around recruiting people for the Dawnguard?
No, I think one of them is like the level is in like Fulbright. Like there's no baked lighting in it. I remember one that looked really weird, and then there was another one where like all the people were mind controlled and you had to kill them. Anyways, the last voyage of the USS Constitution. Fallout 4, the fucking game that I'm the least interested in ever talking about.
Man, Fallout 4 is the Bethesda land on steroids. It is just...
Yeah, I would have to say they actually kind of walked that back with 76.
And Starfield.
Yeah.
Constitution.
Like, it is just like non-stop. Like, just list every single side quest, and there's zero cohesion between them, not even in tone. Like, it's just all over the place.
It is how close it's the most crunched together zone too.
Yeah, yeah.
It's so small, but there's something like every 5
feet.
feet.
Fallout 4 feels like a fever dream. Every time I think back to it, like my time playing, I'm like, was I sick when I was playing that game? Because like, there's no way like those events happened. That doesn't make any sense.
Created by Ferret Bodwin, who sadly passed away during the production of Starfield. Ferret and I were teamed up to work on this location, and he came to me with a pitch of this World War I ship, the USS Constitution, moored on top of a bank here rather than nearby in the water.
Yeah, this threw me off too, because
that looks...
This is like
that's like a
World War I was after the Ironclads.
Yeah.
This is like a mid-19th century ship.
This would be like something that fought in like the War of 1812.
Yeah.
You would like maybe the tail end of the Civil War, but even the Civil War was using like steamboats and stuff by then.
Yeah. Constitution was the Revolutionary War. Yeah, this is like the weirdest thing because he refers to it as a World War I ship multiple times. Maybe he's based maybe he's based and thinks the American Revolution was the First World War, because there's some people that think that way. That if you're actually counting world wars, you got to start in like the 19th century. With like the Napoleonic Wars at least, but maybe the American Revolution. Even though I don't buy it, but whatever.
Where it actually is in real life, near Boston. And
so the pitch, again, it's one of those whiteboard idea pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put a Revolutionary era ship on top of a bank, and there will be robots piloting it.
Yes.
That's down to the 3 bullet points of what the
Boy
quest
in a
is supposed to be.
fridge.
Boy in a fridge.
Like I said, this game feels like a fever dream.
He might mean it's a replica made during the World War. That's a good question. Is the USS Constitution is that the original ship, or is it a replica of the original ship?
He wanted the player to be able to explore the immediate area of the bank, be able to get inside the interior of the ship and meet the crew members who are robots, and then get to the top deck and meet Captain Ironsides, who's a sentry bot. And Captain Ironsides will ask for help repairing some elements of the ship as well as the rocket engines so he can get this ship back in the water where it belongs. Farah also pitched some scav.
By the way, I don't think he actually believes that the Revolutionary War was the First World War. That is a historical deep cut that I'm referencing.
Scavengers
So,
attacking.
is the idea that these robots were like running the museum, right? I've
I don't
actually never
remember.
done this
Yeah, I don't
quest.
remember the specifics of what happened. I've done this quest, but I sped ran through it to get, because you have to do it to get a skill magazine that's on the ship. It's like locked in a vault, and it was one of the ones I needed for the Far Harbor stream.
TCL.
I don't even think that works. I think it doesn't spawn until you complete the quest.
Really?
So add item, more like, but
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
well, I
just
was
do
getting
that.
footage too for the fucking Starfield video, so. But yeah, I don't remember the specifics of this quest. I always thought it was stupid.
Yeah,
I think
so
this
it's
is
like
a stupid quest.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's a Fallout 4 quest, so. But yeah, so if the robots were like running the museum, why do they have a fucking sentry bot? Shouldn't they all be like Mr. Handies?
A lot of them are. Maybe the idea is that like they had a sentry bot to protect it. Who knows?
Yeah, protect it from the looters.
The fucking communists. Isn't there a quest in
Oh,
Fallout
yeah.
4 with the submarine and there's like Chinese ghouls on it?
Yeah. Because they also did that in Point Lookout.
Yeah.
But I don't know, were they alive? Were they dead? Oh, and Fallout 3 had ghoul communists in a location in
Yeah.
Arlington Cemetery.
Well, I remember Joseph Anderson in his video. He talks to one that's alive, so I'm pretty sure there's a quest. Yeah, the Yangtze. Yangtze. I don't know how to say it.
The start after you had finished meeting Ironsides, and then periodically throughout the quest as you're returning to repair different elements of the ship.
So, okay, I like this part of the pitch. You're gonna come back and there'll be attacks each time you come back. That's a
Yeah.
functional part of the pitch that isn't just a fucking stupid idea.
Yeah.
Because the stupid idea part is USS Constitution on top of a bank that you can interact with. That's the
Hey, couldn't
whiteboard
we-
idea. But the
couldn't
fact
we
that
have
he
just-
had that fleshed out.
Couldn't we have just done that with the fort? You know, given some content for the Minutemen.
Yeah, but
who
listen,
fucking
Emil's
needed it.
from Boston, and he's got to refer to all those Boston things that you do when you take a vacation up there.
My parents took a vacation up to Boston, and they were let's just say they came back a couple days early.
Yeah, I've heard that Boston is not a great place to visit so much as random waifu. Got it.
I don't think it's a good place to live either, because it's super fucking expensive.
I hear that it's very bike accessible.
It sounds like a place that'd be great if you're a college student.
Yeah,
One of the
well,
schools up there.
MIT's there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so do that.
I mean, Boston's like Philly, but without the crime.
Oh shit! Why am I the Master Chief ghost? It's for the Dead Halo show. Rest in piss. There's a quest involving this Age of Sail ship. I never found this when I played a shit ton of Fallout 4. How did you not? It's like centrally in Boston. They made it like super visually obvious.
Listen,
It's the ghost of Red versus Blue.
yeah.
It's the ghost of Simmons.
Listen, if you're playing on PC or whatever, and Boston, it goes down to like 20 FPS, you try not to spend too much time in downtown. Believe me, I'm
That's
speaking
true,
from
yeah.
experience here. Speaking from
Yeah.
experience here, I really did not explore much of downtown Boston because it fucking performed like dog shit.
This is how the whole quest starts. This is how it's established and everything. What I want to talk about now is Ferret and I's collaboration back and forth as we implemented the elements we kind of knew we wanted in here, as well as pushed on those elements to add to the gameplay and story in different ways. First off, we had the different elements around the ship that you're...
Yeah, so this is why I didn't acknowledge
Whoa.
the people mentioning the skill checks.
Whoa, skill checks.
Is this
Fallout 76 skill checks. Let's
well,
go.
remember, Ferret led that. Ferret was leading the whole Fallout 76 when they started doing that constantly.
Oh, shit.
So I'm pretty sure, like, doesn't it suck? This is going to be in poor taste. Doesn't it suck that the guy that wanted to bring skill checks back fucking died?
Well, Starfield. I'm trying to remember how did Starfield even just Starfield didn't have skill checks. They had speech skill checks.
Yeah, that was
They got like halfway there.
But he was dead when partway through Starfield's development, so it was an inside job. Did Todd Howard assassinate Ferret Bad Boy? The poor guy, like, this is an actual dead guy. Listen, you can make as many jokes as you want when I get hit by a truck.
Yeah, yeah. I always say, like, if I was gonna die in some horrific way, I hope it just gets recorded and posted online.
Yeah, no. Go out like a king.
repair, including the engines. I scripted up a system that would just use objects from around Fallout 4 because you pick up all kinds of random junk in Fallout to use the workshop system and craft things. So I layered...
Praying emoji.
What's that? Using
the mechanics of the game.
Yeah.
To tie it together cohesively.
Some sort of purpose for settlement building.
No, it was a great idea. We lost a real one.
Anything in Starfield that uses workshop mechanics?
Oh, Jesus.
Like any quest. I don't think there is. Like, not even. I don't think there's even a side quest or like a miscellaneous quest.
I don't think in any part of the quest lines. Because I honestly think that there was a strong sense that they were going to gut that entirely. And I think that there was like a small rebel element that was holding on to it.
That into this system, and it worked pretty well.
Oh, hey, I like it. It's a great idea.
Ferret played through it, and he's like, I like the repair setup, but what if we made it more personal to the player, where if they have a special stat on their character that could help them bypass the need to go get the resource or expend the resources, they could just repair it outright.
Emil is seething. Why though? Why cut it out? Like, legitimately. Oh. Did I get dropped again?
Hello.
Sorry, did I get dropped again?
Yeah.
Apologies. Yeah, my Discord
It's
doesn't have high enough priority.
CrowdStrike?
Yeah, CrowdStrike is getting me.
Yeah.
Why is DaVinci Resolve eating 11 gigabytes? It's closed.
Oh, yeah, it sometimes does that. Oh, there's also something called there's a cache that will usually not delete itself, especially if the thing crashes. So you'll occasionally want to go in and just delete that.
Okay.
Yeah, when I discovered that cache was like almost 200 gigs.
Nice. And I need to look into that because that describes me.
Yeah, and it'll like it'll like slow down the program and stuff too.
Well, okay, chat, listen. If the material that you needed wasn't there, it would just become really tedious to have to go out and find the items. I think there's a world of difference between go and find generic power cables and go and find Daedra hearts.
Yeah. Because, well, going out and finding Daedra hearts, first off, it's a rare item. So,
Yeah.
like, the instances of where it pops up will probably be easier for you to recall. And then on top of which, like, in order to get it is actually, like, an interesting process. Like, oh, I have to go and kill a Daedra or something like that. Whereas with the generic power cables, it's like,
I'm
oh, I
fine
just
if
have
you
to go and
it,
scrap some fucking copper thing.
I'm fine if the solution is find something that scraps into power cables on the ship and scrap it there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I look 2 feet to the right and there's like 3 power cables that I need, yeah, that's kind of stupid. But
Oh, like in Starfield where you had those doors that required like a power cell to unlock,
yeah,
and the power cell is literally sitting right next to the door.
yeah, like why?
I really want to know like what that's about. Is that some sort of scripting thing?
No, it's the classic thing of remember the College of Winterhold quest where you got to get through the ice door and there's the spell tome for flames right next to it. The spell that everybody knows. Like they're so cognizant of people getting trapped that they just have to include the insurance. So like, what if the player was at 1 health and needed to complete this quest and they didn't have enough intellect to pass the skill check? They could die instantly if they go outside. So they need to be able to complete it on site.
They might die. They might have to reload a save.
They might, yeah.
They might have to fast travel.
They might have to play the game. Like, and there's nothing more horrifying to us than the prospect of playing the game.
Playing the game and having consequences and there being stakes.
And obviously that sounds like a good idea. So Ferret suggested a bunch of stat checks for the different stations, and I layered that into the scripting, and I think that was a big benefit to the quest. We didn't have a lot of those in other places in Fallout 4.
You
Yeah,
didn't have them anywhere else.
Say. So is that true that it's not anywhere else?
Chat. I can't recall.
I can't either, but I can't say that I'm a Fallout 4 expert.
I mean, like I said, I haven't even explored most of downtown Boston because of the performance issues.
Right.
So.
It's literally true. That is true. I'm pretty sure it is nowhere else. I can believe that it's nowhere else because this is how it happens. This is how the weird ass, the only time in the game that this happens thing happens.
They're literally describing it to us now. We're finally getting it. Why does the
he's gonna bring that up. It's in
my Mage's College video.
It's in Far Harbor because they liked the idea and so they got to reuse it, and then that's it.
But like when you're looking at like especially vanilla content, like in the Mage's College, you had that. I bring this up in my video. You have that quest where you have to go
to break through the wall.
Arnie, you have that as well. But Arnie O'Gain gives you that spell to like you put like you put a soul gem into like the thing in the Dwemer urn, and then you cast a spell on it, and it like changes. It's like that seems like a really useful thing. Why wouldn't you use that in more areas of the game to create puzzles and stuff like that? And we're getting the explanation right now. It's because there's probably some sort of collaboration between 2 developers, and that was basically it. They did it for the quests, and that was it.
The thing is, that's how it worked on WoW too. I've told you some of these anecdotes before. There's a quest in Feralis to get Yeti hides. And the traditional way that you would get Yeti hides is kill the Yetis that are marked to drop those hides. But for the only time in the game, you can get the quest item to get hides from skinning the Yetis. It's the only time in the entirety of vanilla World of Warcraft that shows up. Now there were some there's some similar stuff. There's similar post-launch stuff, but
what do you do then if you don't have the skinning skill?
You just kill Yetis and get it at a slower rate.
Oh.
But if you have skinning, you can complete the quest significantly faster because the drop rate is pretty low.
What?
Yeah, so when I did it, there were people there that were grouped up and farming the Yetis because of how low the drop rate is. and I was going behind them and skinning the Yetis that they were killing and getting it like every other one. It's a really cool idea, and it shows up
Yeah.
once because WoW's development was full of this kind of like a quest designer would experiment with something, and sometimes they would use it on later quests, and sometimes they didn't. For All Us was very late in development, so that's probably one of the reasons.
Yeah, yeah. That's funny.
There is one herbalism quest that is exclusive to herbalists in vanilla WoW. It's in the Barrens. It's to harvest like some kind of unique earth root. That's another example of like they experimented and did something and then for some reason never used the idea again.
Until the Emerald Vale.
Yeah, until well, they used it in Burning Crusade, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, the Emerald Vale the Emerald Incursions had those kinds of profession quests. In fact, fun fact, if you hit level 60 without getting your rune from the Emerald Incursions, profession quests are the only way you can get the rep. You have to grind those profession quests, and I think you have to do it like hundreds of times.
Wait, what?
Remember how you could get a rune from getting to friendly with the Emerald Wardens?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you get to level 60 without hitting friendly, the only way to keep getting rep with them is to do specifically the profession quests.
Why?
Because it's badly designed, and so in vanilla WoW, if you do a low level quest at a high level, you don't get as much reputation from doing it. So those quests cap out at like level 53, so they don't help level 60 players. It's just badly designed. They need to just cut it entirely.
Also, after visiting or talking to Ironsides for the first time and kind of getting your quest info, future visits to this location required you to trek all the way through the interior of the ship to get to the top to talk to the crew members again.
I remember being
Ferret and I went
impressed
back and
by
forth on
these,
maybe how we could solve.
like actual elevators now when I was playing Fallout 4.
Yeah, they
That
were
was neat.
cool. There was nothing like that up until then. The
Yeah.
mobile platforms that carry the player. I think they show that off in the Bethesda Game Jam. I think they had like a wood platform elevator.
Yeah.
Interesting that it didn't show up in any of the Skyrim DLC, but yeah, this was when they finally figured out that you could make an object move and carry the player.
Yes.
Solve this. One was to move the fast
Why
travel
couldn't I
marker to
build
the
it
top.
in my settlement?
Yeah, that's a really good point because
Why did I need a mod to do that?
well, and like this makes the potential of level design much more interesting. If you have stuff like this, you get to use.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was like that was one of the praises people gave Fallout 4 was that, you know, they had like a much more vertical level design philosophy to it.
Is the bridge that breaks in Dawnguard, does that count as a moving platform? I think that just counts as the platform. They deload the existing model and load in the new model. And then there's an animation between the two. I don't know if that counts as a moving platform. Maybe you mean the way the water makes you move, but I think vanilla Skyrim, the rivers will carry you.
Yes, it will.
Top of the ship, but that did.
Yeah, I have a thing in my video where I talk about all of the quests in vanilla World of Warcraft that have the weird, that have crafting profession components because none of them do it the same way.
Didn't seem as in world, and if you wanted to role play arriving to the ship and leaving, you still had to deal with trekking all the way up to the top of the ship. So I pitched this idea and then worked with World Art to implement this automated robo elevator that kind of rises you up to the top of the ship when you arrive and takes you back.
It's really weird to see something that Fallout 4 did, and like it's a good idea.
Down to the street level when you're leaving.
Well, I mean, there was like, oh man, there was. That's the frustrating part with Fallout 4 is that like there were some surprisingly like watershed sort of idea moments. Like their approach to dungeon design was just like I felt like a total level up from how they were doing quest design or dungeon design beforehand.
Yeah.
Like
Is there a little man under the elevator that runs on the Z-axis? Listen, if it works, it works, you know?
Oh, that's
Ferret
too
had-
good.
It also played through the different scavenger attacks, and we were really liking how those were shaping up, but Ferret wondered if there's a way we could add a name or a face to this faction, and if there's a place nearby we could have them hole up and kind of have a little base for them.
This Ferret individual seems to be full of good ideas.
Hmm.
They should have let him make more quests in Fallout 4. Maybe that game would be better.
I told him there was a good spot where I'd been spawning scavengers already.
Stick him on Fallout 76.
Yeah.
Kind of down in an alley. So I worked with World Art to kind of turn some buildings.
Fallout 4 is such a weird game that I can't even imagine them working on it. I feel like it just came into existence.
It definitely felt that way, because it like kind of the time between like Skyrim and Fallout 4, it's only like 3 or 4 years. It just felt like it just one day just materialized and it was out.
Yeah.
I think that's what Todd Howard always said, was that he really doesn't like doing the marketing and stuff. I feel like Fallout 4 was like the ultimate expression of that, where it's just like 6 months before the game was about to come out. All right, now we announce it, do all of our media blitz, release. And there is something to be said about that sort of strategy, but
I don't know. There's something about Fallout 4 that makes me think that it wasn't made by people. So whenever I hear stories about them working on it, I'm like, you guys didn't work on Fallout 4.
Things into an old diner that the scavengers had made into a makeshift base. And then Ferret went in and layered in some named NPCs, some dialogue for them, so you can kind of get an idea of why they're doing what
There's only one part of this that I think is a bad idea, and it's at the end.
they're doing, why they're attacking the ship. And Ferret kept working on this this little chunk of this area with the scavengers, and this ends up turning into a possible quest path where you can actually sabotage Ironsides in the ship, and that'll ultimately result in you getting double crossed by the scavengers if you take that path.
I think that sucks.
yeah, why? Why would you get double crossed? Hey, remember in Fallout New Vegas where you could was it the quest where you
The Repcon quest?
yeah. And you can like sabotage their rockets and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, remember then when you would go to Novak and they would just immediately shoot you on sight?
Yeah, Boone would snipe you because they're the bad guys. I mean, that's literally it. It feels childish.
Yeah.
That's kind of... I don't buy into the world of Fallout 4 because of the way the raiders and scavengers are all written. Like, everybody's way too selfish. I get that it's like the post-apocalypse and they're going to be a little selfish, but at that point they shouldn't even be able to form organizations if their default mode is betrayal.
Yeah. It's like they have, and it's like a like they're leaderless as well. They're just the raiders.
He uses the term layered in quite a bit, doesn't he? Maybe I'm just high and overthinking, but it sticks out to me. Well, it's because they go through it in phases.
Yeah.
So they phase it, they play it, they phase it, they play it, and that's probably what he's referring to.
Yeah. So it's like that's part of their development process, especially as level designers. That's like the level design process, is they do them in phases, and they go through, like they'll do all of they go through and they sketch out, like they do the concepting phase first, and they'll go through and they'll concept out all of the different dungeons that they're going to have. Then they'll go through and they'll do like the basic layout phase, and they'll go through again, start from the beginning, go through every single dungeon and lay it out now. And they do that like 2 or 3 times before they hit your usual. And this is their iterative design process, which is like, because I remember Emil like mentioned it in his talk. And we're like, what's sort of you're just describing like the iterative process that everybody else uses, but their iterative design process of Bethesda is actually different from like industry standard, and it's because of this like phasing process. They only like get to the normal, your typical iterative design process of playtest, go back, fix, playtest at the end, when they're like pretty much finishing up with the whole thing.
The thing I note is that the scavenger part of the quest line was not a part of the original pitch. It's just something that they tacked on.
Yeah.
And also, World Art was adding a lot more elements to the World War I ship, the USS Constitution.
Ignore it, chat. Ignore it. I know you can. I know you can. Okay.
Kind of almost last of which is these cannons that were pretty much facing right where the scavengers are attacking. Everybody who played through this sequence wanted to fire the cannons in some way. So Ferret and I started talking about maybe ways we could solve this, and that's when he reminded me that the end reward of this quest is actually a weapon called the Broadsider, and it's a small cannon you can hold that shoots small cannonballs. With that reminder that was in the game, I was able to easily set up these cannons to fire down the whole line of them when you pull the circuit breaker here, and then after a short...
That's interesting.
Cool.
You know what? I feel like this quest got a lot of unnecessary attention.
I don't know if it got unnecessary attention. I can expect that there was some similar amount of work. Maybe they just recognized that like this was the quest that players were going to resonate with, because it's got that Rick and Morty element of like, oh, it's quirky. We've got the robots that you'd help, and you're gonna launch this ship, and
which is really a shame, because then you have the Minutemen just sitting over there, just languishing,
just waiting, please,
or the gunners, like I get it, because it feels like it feels disproportionate, right? Because we were talking about the Molag Bal quest and stuff, and it's just like, okay, they gave it, I feel like, an appropriate level of attention, where like they weren't, but this just feels like everybody was looking at this quest and be like, oh, I want to put something into this quest now too. Like that
was kind of how Skullomance was. There were the art people were actually pissed off that they weren't included in the process of making Skullomance. So basically, like, everybody kind of touched Skullomance by the end of development because everybody thought it was a cool idea and kind of wanted to contribute to it. So that could be an element. Like, this was just a popular quest and everybody wanted to keep adding to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this was Bethesda during their like quirky phase. Like all of their quests, like it's a theme park. Fallout 4, the Commonwealth it's just a huge theme park.
It's Boston theme park.
All the attractions are right next to each other.
Use it again. And then Ferret went in and added in an optional objective to the attacks that would remind the player that these cannons are available for use after their cooldown. So you have helped Ironsides repair the ship. You've dealt with the scavengers. He sends you over to flip one last circuit breaker from a good vantage point. And you pull the circuit breaker, it powers up the engines, and then the players get this reward at the end. And this is just a gift, there's no audio.
The fucking shearing.
Yeah, what was that? Woo! People were cheering.
Hell yeah, the fucking launch sequence, man.
And then you TCL onto the ship. See what happens.
But the rear engines kick in by themselves at first and kind of drags the ship off of the bank. And just before it falls into the water, the front engines kick in and keep it afloat.
That's it.
And if you were wondering, you can actually jump across the buildings to my left and actually hitch a ride on this thing and just ride it over to where it ends up.
Oh, you don't even have to TCL.
We had to put a kill trigger in. The loader couldn't keep up with how fast the player was moving, so we kind of had to end it.
That damn loader. It can't. What do you mean? It moved like 20 feet. No, it's central Boston. Like, you would probably be at like 5 frames a second.
But so Ferret and I's collaboration didn't.
But listen, this was memorable. Of the Fallout 4 fair.
Cool. It's cool. It's like a very technically speaking, it's very impressive coming out of Bethesda. But could I have just gotten more stuff with the Minutemen?
And there, we now have a World War I ship in the Boston skyline at the top of one of the skyscrapers. Yeah, you can see it now from everywhere on the map. We're trying to figure out how to get
what
the
was
player
that thing you were telling me about with the dude who stabbed Azeroth?
Yeah, so chat, I introduced private sessions because he doesn't really know a whole lot about World of Warcraft, to that one time in the Legion expansion when someone stabbed a sword through the planet. That was a lot of fun.
Hey, listen, I know a decent amount about vanilla World of Warcraft and like TBC when I was, when I was actually playing.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about whatever happened in Legion.
Yeah. I was also explaining Gul'dan, like how Gul'dan came back, like why Warlords of Draenor happened in a book, of course. The random time dragon that helped Garrosh escape prison so that he could go back into an alternate dimension and recreate the Horde, but with war machines.
I just like chat. What sword?
Yeah, so that's a meme in the WoW community of Ian Hazakosis talking to Asmongold, and Asmongold asked him about the sword, and he responded, "What sword?" Because it is true. They kind of forgot about it for a while.
I'm glad people caught the reference
there, and the least amount of changes to the game. And I ended up pitching this idea and kind of going with an elevator that takes you from the bottom floor to the top, and it's some empty rooms up there, and you can explore a little bit of them and loot some stuff. After the state change of the crash, that same elevator just drops you out onto the wreck. And then Ferret went in, added some post-quest dialogue to the crew robots as well as Captain Ironsides, where Captain Ironsides doubles down on the fact that this mission has been a success, and by his calculations, in a mere century, will take to the seas. So
it's kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's more post quest reactivity than Bethesda's used to.
True. Yeah, we gotta blow. Yeah, typical Bethesda would just blow them up to don't let the player talk to them.
Yeah, no, they just despawned. Like
really
there'd be no way to get up there, and even if
Yeah.
you like TCL'd up there, you would just like fall through the geometry or something like that. Because it's like, well, we can't listen. We had to redraw the LOD up there and everything. We couldn't have like a physical model up there.
Yeah.
Performance in downtown Boston. No, like I said, it's like this is a surprisingly
bad enough already without putting that ship up there.
It's a surprisingly like really technical, like it's an impressive quest. It's just a shame that the rest of Fallout 4 exists. Like
benefits you to kind of learn or develop a shared language with the people you're collaborating with, especially if they're in other departments. It'll really benefit kind of the efficiency you hook up your content and kind of the options you have once you start pushing on it and putting it in different directions.
I'll be honest, I think that the anecdote about this quest did not necessarily fully build upon it. They just I mean, I guess in talking with Ferret, because obviously he contributed a lot to what made the quest work.
Yeah, this like it's an example of them working together, but it didn't really feel like the most.
It took too long.
Yeah. But it's also like it's also reinforcing the idea of that maybe the quest designers don't have to wear every single hat. Because your best like examples of success were when you guys were like working with other team members.
Yeah,
like art
collaboration
people and stuff like that. Yeah,
this does feel like kind of a diss of Bethesda. Of like, hey, maybe we shouldn't all do everything.
But then you can't own it. Although it sounds like everybody took ownership of that quest. I don't know.
So after Fallout 4, Darl and
I'm trying to think. I think at this point the guessing specific quests thing kind of gets forgotten.
It's also weird is that with the level of like the amount of attention that individual developers will give like a location and a quest and stuff, that they do not take credit for each thing that they worked on.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing in the CK that indicates that or anything like that.
Yeah, it would be pretty easy to add like signature things
to
it.
Yeah.
So
just put like a comment in there.
We're going into Far Harbor. I want you to guess the 2 things they're going to talk about, because it would be too easy if I let you pick one.
Well, you already gave away one of the things about the puzzle sequence, the VR thing.
Yeah,
So that was one.
that's too easy. You would have guessed it without the clue.
Oh, okay. So am
Wouldn't
I
you
just
have?
guessing one?
You sat through like 4
Yeah.
hours of that shit. Don't tell me you wouldn't have
Yeah,
guessed.
No. I would have guessed that one.
So
So I'm just guessing one other thing.
yeah, guess one other thing they're going to talk about.
That's level design and questing.
This one's a bit of a trick.
Was it the nuclear submarine with the people in the ad? Oh wait, wasn't there like a drug like you get high and shit like that?
There was, yes.
Yeah, like, and there's some sort of ghost lady or something like that.
Yeah.
My money's on that one.
All right. Let's go.
I get tapped to lead a DLC.
Hold on, I
And so
gotta
now
get a
we
Coke.
are not only making
It's my turn to get a Coke.
All right. Hey chat, what's going on? Zombie waifu? No, I'm an Argonian. The hair is a wig. I don't know if people ever pick up on that. That's the implication. The hair's a wig. There's a wigless version. Yeah, see, here's the wigless version.
All right, now it's time for my ASMR opening.
I don't
That was
know.
a little bit disappointing.
I don't know if Discord's gonna pick that up. I didn't hear it, so chat didn't hear it either.
content, but we have to plan and review content as well. So this ended up being Fallout 4 Far Harbor. And during the planning phase of Far Harbor, we had a very concise, clear set of goals.
So this is their goal list for the whole DLC. What do you think?
High level equipment. Yes.
High level equipment's a weird one.
Yes.
Why is that necessary? Well,
I feel like that
remember
just kind
remember
of
the armor.
the Mariner armor.
Yeah.
That fucking awful armor that looked like shit and wasn't even very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely high level. Yeah. Why high level equipment? Because you can do Far Harbor at like any level. But
yeah, it's a weird thing.
But you see though, when we're releasing it, players will be high level. We're not going to consider that people are going to be going back and playing Far Harbor in 15 years.
Yeah.
Multiple endings. Okay. We had multiple endings in the base game. So, sure. Yeah, the high level equipment thing is what stands out to me.
Yeah.
One of the big ones.
Non-combat gameplay. Was there much I guess
A-
there really wasn't
a-
any.
There's a pretty big example of non-combat gameplay in Far Harbor.
Yeah. No, I was going to say Fallout 4. I don't know if there's really any.
Well, the workshop
examples.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Oh God. Is their idea of the non-combat gameplay going to be the fucking
The workshops?
No, not the workshops. The fucking VR mission.
Well, of course.
We knew we wanted.
Because I was thinking of that the drug sequence or whatever. I don't remember much about
endings.
that.
Yeah.
The base.
You didn't play it, okay? You
Yeah,
watched it.
Well, I did
Game
play
of
it years ago.
Yeah.
Once.
But your
I
more
was like,
recent
oh, that was
your more recent
was like-
experience was us playing the entire DLC in like 6 hours.
yeah.
Fallout 4 had been out for a while.
I feel like it's really it's worth pointing out that I've played the Shivering Isles like I don't know how many fucking times at this point. I've played Dragonborn a decent number of times. I've only played Far Harbor once, and I really have zero interest in ever playing it again. And I was generally positive of it. I was like, oh, this is better than what Fallout 4 was. And that was it.
Yeah.
I just had, and then watching you play it on stream and stuff, basically reminded me why I don't.
Far Harbor, it kind of hits the first time you're playing it, but I don't think it doesn't leave a lasting positive impression. I definitely think that it nails the experimentation goal.
Yes.
It's very interesting, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
there's a lot of interesting ideas and stuff going on there.
I don't know if it's replayable at all.
It has like a good, like it has a vibe to it. It has like a good consistent vibe in there. And like a lot of stuff works to build that up. I think that was a nice return to form for Bethesda.
Mm-hmm.
Sure wish they carried that over to Starfield.
It's the DLC that got Will Shen his job. Okay.
Yeah.
A very concise, clear set of goals. One of the big ones
it's funny because like people really talk up Far Harbor, but I don't know.
I
man.
don't think it walks the walk compared to a lot of other Bethesda DLC that people like.
Yeah.
I think the only other one that's like comparable to people talking it up but it not being very good is Knights of the Nine.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted multiple endings. The base game of Fallout 4.
I'm sure chat will take that well. All right, we got to let him make this point, okay? It's related to us.
Had been out for a while when we were planning this DLC, and one of the big major points of feedback we got from both the press and our audience was they wanted more choices and consequences, a lot of that crunchy RPG story stuff. So
Yes.
I would say that was the feedback you got, but I thought you guys ignored feedback. No, it's just Emil that ignores the feedback.
Yeah.
It really is interesting.
Will Shen was lead on this.
The interesting thing about Bethesda is that they don't ever seem to agree with each other. I don't think there's a common vision of like how they go about making their games. If you ask any one developer, they're going to give you a different answer.
Yeah, what's the Bethesda way of making games?
Yeah, like how Todd Howard emphasizes how they like start from scratch every time, and then like there's other developers that are like, yeah, we really we iterate on each game and like take a lot of lessons from each one.
It's interesting when you have your different leads that all have different perspectives on how to approach it. It really, I do feel like that's why it shows up at the end of the day. Like one department stands above the rest in each game.
Yeah, and it's usually the art team.
Yeah.
The world team.
The art and level design team. Or just the world. Actually, it's more the world's designers that get a lot of the praise.
Yeah, and the composer.
Yes. What did you do as an environmental artist in Starfield?
That's a great
question. We knew we wanted multiple endings. We also knew we wanted to add more non-combat gameplay and solutions to quest content.
I'm wondering what the motivation behind that decision was.
Because, I don't even really remember a lot of people criticizing Fallout 4 for having...
Chat, when was Subnautica? I'm telling you right now, it's got to be Subnautica.
2016?
No, I think Joseph Anderson did a video on it around the same time.
I think Yeah. Okay, no. I think it was like 2014.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm pretty sure Subnautica is contemporary with Fallout 4.
2015-ish.
I really hope my timeline is right, because I feel like Subnautica was like the big game that was like pushing this kind of, you should have more non-game combat gameplay stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, because that game's all just like crafting is your way of like progressing, basically. Yeah. You know, as a fan of survival crafting games, I really should play Subnautica at some point.
No, it's really good. I like Subnautica. It's kind of cringe that they don't want you to have guns, but you know, you do you. I mean, there was stuff before, I think like Journey, which is on Steam now, by the way. Journey was the big example of like the game that has no combat.
Yeah.
Fun fact, this model can't blink. It doesn't have eyelids. So when I blink, it can't track it.
We also knew that people were
bug.
Probably going to play this DLC after they had finished the base game, so we had to have high-level equipment added.
I always think that's really stupid. They need to forward think this stuff. Like in the future, people aren't necessarily going to be high level.
Okay. Question. Question then: Will will Shattered Space finally have learned this lesson?
No, Shattered Space will require you to complete the main quest 3 times and the 3-star rangers and UC quest lines. That's the shattering of the space. It can only start after you complete those conditions.
God, that it's dude. Oh my god.
I don't. Here's what I'm struggling with.
to-
I don't know how they make a DLC for Starfield.
I know, right? There's too many like different variables and stuff. I need to fucking write this timestamp down.
2217. Well, listen, Will Shen's not there anymore to give his wisdom of having learned from this. Well, he doesn't even say that he learned from it. He just said that this was one of their goals.
Yeah.
So they probably do view it as still being a thing that's necessary.
But then you have
Wastelanders.
Todd
you
Howard.
have to be level 20 to do Wastelanders. They continued it to 76.
I already know how I would do this bit. I would have him. I would have Will Shen saying like, we want to make something that is good for like certain levels and stuff, like higher level players. And I'm gonna have Todd Howard, like hard cut to Todd Howard being like, we envision this game from the start, unlike Fallout 4 and Skyrim, to be playable for the next decade or whatever. And then hard cut to, you need to like, this DLC was obviously geared towards like higher level players, something like that, even though you can play from like right out of the gate with it.
And then we also wanted to continue the success we had in Skyrim and Fallout 4 by allowing the development team to experiment more during the DLC.
Yeah, I think wanting to experiment is wanting to succeed is a noble goal. All right, you didn't get dropped.
Yeah, I'm just writing.
One of those experimentations was we had 3 factions.
So this was the thing I was talking about. You had to guess that the 3 endings was what they were going to talk about. That's why I said it was kind of a trick question.
Oh. Wait, but you said 2.
Yeah, I said 2. The VR puzzles, which they do talk about, and then this is the other thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a trick.
Yeah. All right.
And we gave ownership to the story for each faction to an individual quest designer each, so a different quest designer owned each faction. And one of the major things we did was...
I think that's fine. Isn't that fine? Like a sub quest designer under Will, each one, you have 3 and each one owns a different faction?
Yeah.
I think it kind of gives it flavor. But that's probably the best way to split things up, because then like if there's differences between them, that helps like separate the factions.
Yeah, exactly. And it creates consistency within those factions.
I can definitely say that the factions are distinct in Far
Harbor. Yeah. It's not just one fucking version of Raiders that are just reskinned.
Yeah.
Give them more say over both the story but also all the outcomes. When we were planning the DLC originally, I only planned for about 3.
You guys shit on it, but Far Harbor is actually pretty good though. I played it. I streamed it.
It's
okay.
I
will literally only concede that it is interesting and it shakes things up from the usual formula, but I will literally never replay it.
It's see, there's several things working against Far Harbor. 1, it exists in Fallout 4. 2, it has like you said, very little replay value.
It's kind of like
who worked on Nuka World?
Well, yeah, I've never played Nuka World, and I don't think I ever will play Nuka World.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's like, if Far Harbor was so good, it would have compelled me to play Nuka World. But it was just like, it was okay.
Is Far Harbor better or worse than Dragonborn? It's got to be worse.
Really? I think.
You,
Worse than Dragonborn? Yes. Yeah. I would say because Dragonborn at least it has more content to it. It feels more, and it feels like more
it feels very
classic.
connected with Skyrim.
Yes. Yeah. And it feels more like classic Bethesda. It feels like it just feels like a shittier version of Shivering Isles.
You know what
But,
it is? You know what it is? People didn't like Fallout 4's story at launch, and Far Harbor kind of feels like them trying to ameliorate that.
yeah.
And so there's kind of like their coping element to Far Harbor that makes it feel inauthentic. But is
Yeah, we're
Dragonborn
like
more replayable? I could replay Dragonborn, I
yes.
think.
I mean, like I said, I've replayed Dragonborn like 3 times at this point, and I could go for a fourth.
I think it's kind of cool that it's like it's like mini Skyrim. So
Yeah.
instead of playing it for like a week, you play it for like 3 days. But it's got
Yeah.
all the dragon shouts that you collect, and it's got this unique armor set you can get, and it's got all these little microcosm quests that are kind of interesting. All right, here's the take. The Fallout New Vegas DLCs drag the game down. They're terrible. That's a take. I don't no, I don't like Honest Hearts. That's the main New
Here's
Vegas DLC I don't like.
Here's the reason I'm willing to entertain this idea though, because every time I ask somebody what's the worst Fallout New Vegas DLC, I get a different answer.
Yeah, that
So
is
like
true.
for me it's
Dead
what
Money.
is Dead Money.
I
Yeah,
love
Dead
Dead Money.
Money's see, because it's like I love the idea of Dead Money. I think the execution was just really fucking bad.
I think the execution is all right, but I love the idea too.
Yeah, like the idea, like especially the way it works, the
As
themes and like the message of the story into the actual gameplay and stuff that like you're experiencing it through, and it never lets that go either. It's like there the whole entire time building up to that. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But the villa section is fucking
no,
miserable.
yeah, the casino part is. Oh, the
Because
villa.
yeah.
The villa's my favorite part.
Really?
Yeah, I love the element of like dodging the thing that sets off your bomb collar, and like the
Oh
mist
my
and
god,
stuff.
I hated the villa so much. You get lost in there, and if you don't have a melee build, you're basically fucked for like the first hour or two into
That's
it.
kind of what I liked about it. You get separated from your equipment, and like you kind of have to
I do,
run away from encounters. If
but yeah. So I like that idea of being separated from your equipment and stuff. But it's like it really does feel like if you're playing a melee character, you're fine. Like if you played
yeah,
unarmed
that
or
I guess
melee,
that's an
you're fine.
understandable complaint that the melee builds get a really unfair advantage in that section. But I feel like I made it as a guns build and I loved it because it puts you on your back foot in a way that the rest of New Vegas doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
New Vegas feels very mechanical to play, like robotic,
Yeah.
whereas like Dead Money feels way more dynamic as a sandbox.
I just feel like see,
It
because the
feels like a
problem
really
is that
clever dungeon to me.
it it feel it would feel better if Fallout New Vegas felt better to play,
Yes, if
like,
it was in
mechanically
Fallout 4.
speaking.
If Fallout 4 had
Yeah,
Dead Money, then it would be really good.
I think so, because, like, it just feels jank. Whenever I'm, like especially in, like, a early Gamebryo engine, when I'm expected to run away from something, it feels super fucking jank because, like, the movement's all weird, jumping's weird. Like, I always feel like I'm breaking the rules of the game by just hitting the jump button, especially in like Fallout 3 and New Vegas. Like nothing in that game in those games were designed with jumping in mind.
What's the third DLC? Old World Blues
Yeah, Old World Blues, and then you have
and then Lonesome Road.
Lonesome Road. Lonesome Road's my favorite.
I like Lonesome Road. Honest Hearts is my least favorite. And I think in
Yeah,
part because it's
honest,
trying to do the microcosm open world thing, and I think the open
but
world of New Vegas isn't its strong
it's
suit.
not yeah, it's not its strong suit, and also Honest Hearts feels just like a more empty New Vegas. So it's not even a really compelling thing to explore.
I'm glad Shad agrees with me. Honest Hearts is doing the worst. And Dead Money's doing the best.
Really?
Yeah, and then Old World Blues and Lonesome Road are kind of tied.
Oh, whoops. I read this wrong. I voted for...
You voted for Dead Money?
Yeah.
And make sure you vote. It's the best DLC. I only like the audio logs from Lonesome Road. Lonesome Road has elements of what I liked about Dead Money. It kind of feels like one big dungeon, and you're kind of fighting through a more linear experience.
Yeah.
Old World Blues is a slog for repeat playthroughs. I can kind of buy that, yeah.
Yeah, Old World Blues is... Man, like, so much fucking dialogue in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you're skipping it, it's still long. And if you're not in on the jokes, and frankly, I really didn't care for its humor.
Yeah. It feels like Outer Worlds humor.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I didn't want to say it.
Yeah.
Didn't want to say it, but... Yeah, I really like Lonesome Road.
Lonesome Road, I think, strikes the best middle ground of the 3 DLC. You've got the puzzle dungeon of Dead Money, the kind of more open world and philosophical components of Honest Hearts, and then what does Lonesome Road bring from Old World Blues?
The really fucking good equipment.
Yeah.
So Old World Blues is the DLC for like melee characters. Lonesome Road's the fucking DLC for gun characters.
Yeah, I remember that.
So many good things out of that DLC.
It was exciting to find stuff in Lonesome Road.
Yeah. Lonesome Road just drowns you in like ammunition, explosives, just everything. So if there's something you never fucked with, like you're a guns build, but you've never fucked with heavy weapons, you just get to have fun with heavy weapons in Lonesome Road.
Yeah, I guess they were trying to make up for explosives kind of being a meme build.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, back to the stream.
Oh, one other thing I will give Dead. See this, man, like there's a lot of really good things in Dead Money, like the companions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those are really good. They executed those very well and everything. Like there's so much. Like if somebody says Dead Money is their favorite, I'm not going to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's a lot of really good stuff in Dead Money. It's just that Villa section kills me. It hurts that bad for me to play it.
It's funny that I was trying to name the Outer Worlds DLC earlier, and I can't remember either of them, but I can remember all 4 New Vegas DLC. Should say something.
Peril on Gorgon.
Peril on Gorgon's the good one, and then...
Yeah.
God, what the fuck is this? Is the bad one?
Outcomes for the ending, and by the
Murder on Eridanos. Yeah.
There you go.
Because I was trying to compare Far Harbor to like, is it a Peril on Gorgon or is it a Murder on Eridanos? I think Far Harbor's definitely their Peril on Gorgon moment. It's not quite as good, but yeah. Murder on Eridanos is like their Nuka World.
Well, I don't know. See, I've never played Nuka World, so I can't say.
Yeah. So true. Have you ever played Peril on Gorgon?
No, I didn't play any of the DLCs. I never even fucking finished Outer Worlds in general. I never finished the game.
We should do a stream of you doing Peril on Gorgon. That would actually be a pretty good stream.
That good, huh?
Yeah, I think it's worth a spin.
Okay.
At the time the quest designers finished up Far Harbor, they had added about a dozen to 15 endings, depending on
200 plus endings.
He said 200?
No, that's the Todd Howard meme. He said a dozen to 15.
15, yeah. Really? I didn't even know there were that many. I thought there was only like 2 or 3.
Anytime they talk about endings, they need to clarify if they're talking about the slideshow or...
yeah, exactly.
Does Fallout 4 do slideshow endings? I don't think it does. This has got to be variations of like...
I don't think so.
Of like the machismo guy at Far Harbor dies and the girl lives, or you know, stuff like that, like variations of who lives and who dies.
Yeah.
On which
probably
variation.
doesn't really matter.
Or you do it
that
our way
much,
and get everybody killed.
because yeah. It doesn't really matter because like once you finish the quest, you're probably gonna leave Far Harbor and never like return to it again anyways.
Yeah, they give you a lot of workshops for a place that you would never go back to. 'Cause it's just
Yeah.
impractical to live there.
Yeah.
If you're doing Far Harbor, it's either for the experience of it, or I think there's like upgrades for Nick Valentine or the one armor set.
Yeah.
You count. Some of them were pretty small, but they were able to take choice consequences and reactivity a lot further than I thought was possible.
Oh my god. Did he thought it was possible? That is so sad. Oh god. It's so basic too. It's so low level. What do you mean that was more than what you thought was possible? I thought you guys just did that because that was what was practical to make. Right? Like that's what you got the voice acting budget to cover?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sad.
We also added in more of those stat challenges.
Thank you. Like, it should go without saying that this is a good thing to add.
Yeah.
That we
I don't know. I'd feel a little embarrassed bringing up that point here in an audience where, you know, you probably have a couple Larian
Dude, there's somebody that
there.
fucking worked on Cyberpunk in the front row. Like,
yeah, being like, oh, look at our skill checks.
this is definitely the part where it gets really rough because they're admitting to like the technical limitations.
Yeah.
I better switch models before someone clips this and is like, why the fuck?
Switch the model for the person who is
For never
trying
knows
to have
best.
who's trying to have a staring contest with this model.
Yeah.
You can blink now.
Originally put in for the USS Constitution quest, so we added those everywhere. We also added in an entire new puzzle gameplay system.
Boo. This was so bad. Thankfully, he talks about part of why it doesn't work.
Yeah. Oh, he takes ownership of it.
He's not Emil. He's not thinking this was a good thing.
Yeah.
This was inspired by 90s, early 2000s virtual reality movies and sequences. So a lot.
Which is very weird because this is a like 1950s Americana setting.
Yeah. Once again, Fallout 4 is Bethesda land.
Yeah.
A lot of bright colors, and the basic idea here was we needed to tap into and retrieve memories from an android, but we were able to complete an entire tower defense system within Fallout 4 in a matter of months by the end of the DLC. Another thing that happened was we had artists who wanted
a tower defense system that doesn't actually get used in the settlement building system.
Yeah, you don't get to if there's a tower defense system, it should be implemented as part of the workshops.
Yeah.
Experiment with design.
It's that Bethesda thing again of like taking an idea and just like taking it out of context.
Well, okay.
When it's like,
let's say that you really, really liked the tower defense stuff. You have to keep replaying this awful sequence to get your taste of tower defense.
I'm imagining the person. I'm just trying to imagine the person who thought like that was a good sequence in general, let alone like that's their thing.
Yeah.
I love that part. I replay Far Harbor every week just so I can
I've
play.
always wanted modders to make more of these puzzles.
Fine. So one of our world artists, Nadia Hashert, wanted to write the story for the space she was working on. She pitched the story to me and Darl. We approved it. Great little tale. She wrote all the notes, but also used her art background to do illustrations to help sell the story.
I don't remember any of that.
I don't either. This feels very Fallout 76-y. Doesn't it?
What? It is a lot of the stories being told through journal entries.
Well, I mean, just the vibe of what they're doing with this quest.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to pin down. Fallout 76 is a weird game to pin down. Like you
You can
start
say that
analyze
again.
what?
You can say that again.
Yeah. Like you try to analyze it and stuff, and it's just like I don't I don't know what the fuck is going on with this.
So if Starfield is the end point of the departments just getting increasingly incapable of communicating with each other, Fallout 76 is like the middle of the road
Yeah.
to that destination, where you can see them kind of unraveling in real time,
Yeah.
and like the dysfunctional communication.
And another big thing we did is we wanted to continue to allow level designers to experiment with quest design.
I forgot. I didn't realize he was going to mention this quest. Did you guess the Robo Brain murder mystery quest? I don't think you did.
I don't even know what this is.
This is one of the side. There's a vault on Far Harbor, and this is the side quest. You don't know what this is?
No.
No. Okay. So the residents in the vault are all Robo Brains, right? And they wear little hats because they all sound the same. So they wear little hats to distinguish who's who. And there's a murder mystery, and you got to figure out which of the Robo Brains killed the victim.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those quests.
It's
put
a
it that
Fallout
way.
4 quest.
Yeah.
And so
Like, this is not... I can tell that this is experimentation, but it's sad that they're really struggling with something that they've done before that kind of worked better.
Who done it?
Yeah.
Langwa, who I had worked with on Skyrim, was tapped to do both a large quest, a big side quest, but also a really large location that would encapsulate the quest. And this ended up being the Brain Dead side quest in Far Harbor, which takes place in a vault and is a murder mystery involving robots.
If there's a quest title to describe Fallout 4.
Nice. Brain Dead.
It's one of those things where it's just like, don't give your critics the ammunition. Don't give them the sound bites.
This RoboBrain quest was a ripoff of a New Vegas quest mod, Autumn Leaves. I don't even think it has to go that far. It's so generic of a concept that...
Yeah. Like, it's probably inspired by, like, some obscure old film that Emil saw or something like that. I don't know. Like, it's... Murder Mystery isn't that.
Yeah, Murder on the Orient Express is like a famous example.
So those were our plans, but we experienced a lot of setbacks as we moved to actually make the entire DLC.
That way it's so short.
So now I'm going to talk about how we went about solving some project-wide problems that came up during Far Harbor, as well as kind of things we didn't solve and what we realized after we had finished Far Harbor, the mistakes we had made in some cases. So first off,
yeah, this is definitely something that didn't work.
Yeah, yeah.
This sequence was so bad.
3 different faction quest lines that Will had talked about ended up requiring more elaborate battle sequences than we had originally anticipated. We ended up calling in an experienced level designer, Steve Cornett, to come in and help out. And Steve had not only set up kind of scripted sequences like this before, but as I had mentioned in the atypical example before.
Steve Cornett. Not familiar with the name. Didn't he say his name in the Dwarven Ruin quest?
Oh, was that the developer who was helping on that too?
I think so. They have a slide later that lists all the developers they named. But I feel like, did they get the guy that made the Civil War battles? Is that their experience? Is that the backup? So they're implying that they're working with inexperienced designers. I 100% expect that the main guys were working on Fallout 76 or Starfield,
Yeah.
and the side guys were the ones that were doing Far Harbor. Because Far Harbor does kind of feel like the Bethesda B team of projects.
Yes. Yeah.
It's the Wastelanders of Fallout 4, but executed much better.
Well, it's also like there's because that's the idea of the experimentation stuff. Is like we want to prove ourselves here. We want to like show them like, oh, we got some good ideas in here that we could work into future projects.
Yeah.
He's worked with the quest tools. He's developed a shared language with the quest designers, so he's able to implement the attack as well as explain the needed elements to hook into the quests for the various quest designers that were running the faction quests. They could communicate quickly and get this stuff.
So the quest designers needed to call in an experienced level designer to help them with their battle sequence?
Yes.
Chat. Do you hear a problem with that?
Done and kind of across the finish line in time. Also, the puzzles that represented the memory sequences in the game, I worked on myself along with one of our senior systems designer, Kurt Coleman, who worked on.
Oh yeah, and Kurt Coleman worked on this, which going from Morrowind to this has got to be rough.
A lot of the workshop elements in Fallout 4. He and I worked on all of the puzzle elements for these puzzle sequences, and then I went in and made all 5 of the puzzle levels for.
I'm guessing what he's implying is that because he's the level designer, so he wouldn't get a level designer because he is the level designer. He's just saying they got that guy because he was experienced
For the game. And the issues we ended up having with these were that puzzles could confuse the players at times, but ultimately overstay their welcome for most.
No, it wasn't that they were confusing. It was that they were fucking tedious.
It's yeah.
You could know what you're doing wrong, and it would take you 2 minutes to fix it.
Solutions. That's implying that you didn't notice the solutions pretty much immediately, and then it's just a question of, it's like trying to solve a crossword puzzle, except somebody just keeps snapping your pencil in half and then handing you a new
literally
pencil.
What made it infinitely better was cheating. And not cheating to solve the puzzle, cheating to fly, so that I could fly to all the different platforms and change the one thing I needed to change to figure it out.
It was painful.
We spent what, like 40 minutes on the last puzzle? Just because I kept having to go around and change one thing at a time. Like that last puzzle, I will admit, is a lot harder than the other puzzles because it's the optional one.
Yeah.
But the main difficulty with it was interfacing with the puzzle, not solving it.
And this is why we don't do puzzles in Bethesda games.
Most players. Issues we ended up having with these were that puzzles could confuse the players at times, but ultimately overstay their welcome for most players. And the biggest issue was that we had made 5 puzzles, and the first 3 are mandatory, and the last 2 are optional.
Yeah, it's this room. This is the room. Because you have to collect up all the light cyan blocks, and you have to put them down to build the platforms to get to the other things, so that you can then mess with it a little bit to switch up where the beam is going, and then you got to get all those blocks back so that you can go to the other platforms. Being able to fly around this made this a lot easier to do.
And I took full advantage of the optional puzzles by using all of the gameplay elements to make it kind of as fun and challenging as I could.
As you could. Yes.
You did your best.
You tried your best, yeah.
I'd been playing a lot.
It really is sad, like, listening to this, because you can tell the solution, like, the source of a lot of issues that they run into, especially on this, is just technical limitations with the engine.
Yeah.
Like, what they were just describing, they needed to bring in, like, a dedicated expert on how to set up a very basic battle sequence. And it's just because, and it's like, yeah, I understand why you needed to do that with the Bethesda game in this engine, because that's labyrinthian to try and set that shit up.
Yes, he's going to admit to doing this because he played Portal.
Portal 2 at the time and making a lot of Portal maps. That's also probably why a lot of this is in here.
That's got to be so rough making custom portal maps and then having to go back to the Bethesda engine to
Yeah,
try to make a puzzle work after coming
yeah,
from source. Like the reason why Portal works so well is because at a mechanical level it controls well. So there's a
yeah.
very small amount of time between you figuring out how to do the puzzle and you executing that plan. Whereas with this, you can realize what you need to do, but it takes so long to execute the plan to do it.
But I,
And
what the issue,
it's not because of complexity either. Like, because think of like an RTS or whatever. An RTS could be thought of as like just a really complicated puzzle game, but the act of like building, like executing that plan is what makes it fun, even though it
Yeah.
takes a while to execute that plan. But here, the very act of executing that plan is not fun at all. It's just tedious, time wasting bullshit.
kind of as fun and challenging as I could. I had been playing a lot of Portal 2 at the time and making a lot of Portal maps. That's also probably why a lot of this is in here. But the issue with the player is they would end up going into the first memory sequence, and after the third memory sequence, we'd pop an objective for them to come out to the main land out of the virtual reality area, but we continue to pop objectives for the remaining memory sequences, and most players assumed they had to complete all 5 of them before they even left the memory sequence. And
I feel like, so if they're cognizant that it would be simple to fix, why isn't it fixed? Why not? Is there artistic integrity in in keeping this mistake around?
They have to go through a whole process to verify it when they're releasing
Well,
patches and
no.
everything.
They're worried that it'll break people's mods. That's why, it could delay
Ah,
Fallout London if they
ah,
haphazardly happened to break the script extender, so they got to be
ah.
careful with the patches they release.
I see. I see. Yes.
So yeah, it's a pretty shitty excuse.
I believe most players played all of them. Also, our large location and large quest that was taken on by a solo level designer, D. Langlois.
I can't see shit. I have no clue what this is supposed to be. I think this is. You remember that dungeon that I got really confused where the door was because the quest marker kept pointing at the wrong places.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think this is that location. And the problem is not that it's too big. The problem is that there's too many doors that it starts to confuse the quest marker.
Yeah.
Ended up being too much for one person to take on the way we had scoped it. We had kind of done what we had done on previous projects when a level designer took on, a location and a quest, or just a lot from another silo like quest design, and just buffer some more time. And this time we did it again and just buffered more time. And we realized we actually needed to properly scope these, get buy-in from both quest and level production to actually get these completed properly. This ended up requiring us to have D focus on the quest elements to get those finished up, while we brought in outside level designer help to finish up the location elements.
I mean, okay. So like the mistake is just that you needed more help to get it done.
Yeah.
I feel like they're leaving out the part where they weren't given enough resources to finish it, like to make it.
Yeah, I think that's like listening to this really does feel like the junior team being like, we can, we can do it on our own. We're going to show everybody. And every time they had to like actually ask for serious help because they were just given, not enough resources or whatever, they like took it personally on themselves. They're like, oh, we just failed. It's like, no, they just didn't give you enough tools to succeed.
If I remember the timeline right, this is about the time that Todd Howard is working on Starfield with Emil and East Van Peele. So, I can buy that they just didn't have the management support to really help them with this transition. They're just like, hey, here's the DLC, figure it out.
Yeah. It makes you wonder then, like, what was Nuka World's development like?
Maybe it was the same circumstances. Maybe they handed it off to like another B team and said, hey, figure out how you make one of these DLC. That's definitely what they feel like. I don't feel like Fallout 4 had DLC that the developers were like in love with making. I feel that way about like Dragonborn and Dawnguard. I feel like the main developers wanted to work on those DLC.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like with Fallout 4, they just wanted to go to the next thing. Which I mean with the timeline we know Todd Howard wanted to do Starfield.
I feel like that about Fallout 4 in general.
That Fallout 4 was like not something they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt like that when I was playing Starfield as well. I don't know. Maybe what we're just witnessing is a dilution
in motivation to make these games.
Yeah. Because I mean, like when you think about it, like half the people who are probably working on Fallout really just want to work on Elder Scrolls, and then
wouldn't that be so fucked if they spent a decade making not Elder Scrolls, but what everybody wanted to work on was TES 6?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
It's got to feel good to be working on it now.
No, all those people probably quit. I mean, Will Shen left.
Yeah.
The result.
Both these guys left.
Yeah.
Far Harbor after we.
Well, it's because like the joke is that Will Shen left to go work on another
fantasy
RPG,
game, yeah.
another fantasy RPG.
To get those finished up, while we brought in outside level designer help to finish up the location elements. The end results of Far Harbor after we had shipped were that Will and I got to work together and lead a project, which was really awesome. The criticism on Far Harbor was mostly positive, which was really satisfying to hear and kind of read on the internet.
Don't listen to the criticism.
Emil doesn't listen to the criticism. That's got to be rough.
Yeah, because think of it, like Emil's an executive, so he doesn't have to give a shit. These guys have to care because it's like, if this bombs, we might not even have a job.
Yeah.
Let alone we're not going to get promoted or anything like that. No, this really does feel like we got stuck with this. We're going to make the most of it because our jobs are kind of riding on it.
Well, and to be fair, chat, I would say that the criticism of Far Harbor was mostly positive, especially in relation to Fallout 4 as a broader product.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like these days we look at these things in isolation, but
yeah,
at the time, Far Harbor was definitely received much better.
It was received very well. People were comparing it to like Point Lookout and Shivering Isles and stuff. Like people were holding it in like they're like, oh yeah, this is Fallout 4's like watershed. Like it's so good, it's worth playing Fallout 4 just to play it. The S tier DLC.
And hear from people, really. Our biggest sore spot were the puzzles and us not properly telegraphing to the player which ones were kind of mandatory, which were optional.
That's such an easy problem to fix. It's actually kind of crazy that like I would feel like a point of professional pride, like please just let me patch this and roll it out in the next update.
And our level just having like a text pop up on screen.
I think that's what happens. I would kick the player out.
Yeah.
Just kick the player out and give them the option to go back in to finish the other two.
Yeah.
Because the players will be let in. I'm pretty sure there's a quest in your journal that indicates how you get the armor, and I'm pretty sure that would be enough to get the people who want the armor to go back in. But I feel like the best thing you could do is kick people right back out of that sequence.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're given the opportunity to completely rework it, I would spread the sequence out across the whole DLC so people aren't doing it all at once.
Yeah. Because doing it back to is...
quests that we took on for this project needed more production buy-in from both sides to be properly scoped, but in the end, our team morale was really high, and we were excited about whatever our next project was going to be.
Interesting.
The next thing I'm going to talk about is what happens to our collaboration and the way we work when the work starts to get really difficult.
Oh. Oh. We're going there.
Yeah.
Well,
we're going
yeah,
all
I
the
mean,
way.
it's Skyrim to Starfield.
This is
so-
another on the reel of Bethesda, Maryland worked on Fallout 76.
Oh yeah.
If there's still anybody in denial about that.
Don't listen to the gaslighting.
So we're moving forward in time here to Fallout 76 now, and the two things to keep in mind are we're scaling up internally as
I
well
just
as...
like the idea of morale is really high after Far Harbor, and then bam,
And then bam.
Fallout 70. He didn't even have to, like, everybody knew in the audience.
Yeah. Everybody's aware of the cultural context of Fallout 76.
Yeah.
So we're moving forward in time here to Fallout 76 now, and the two things to keep in mind are we're scaling up internally as well as working with external studios more than we had ever done before, as well as taking on a multiplayer project, which we also had never done before. And the first thing I want to cover is the easy stuff. And what I mean by that is the stuff that was at least as fast to iterate on or as fast to kind of get the content into the game as it was in previous projects.
What do you think it is?
The world, the map,
Okay. Yeah.
and
The gameplay?
I was gonna say, like, yeah, like,
Surely the gameplay would be pretty easy.
I was gonna say, no, I don't think the gameplay would be easy because you have to deal with what's it called? With it being online multiplayer and stuff. You have to deal with like lag and hit registration and stuff, which still sucks to this day. Now I'm gonna say the map and art assets because they just recycled a shit ton of art assets.
All right.
Compared to previous projects. So during Fallout 76, we were able to do basic level design almost as fast as we had done it during previous Bethesda projects. We were able to build out our worlds up to the...
Fallout 76 has NPCs. They're just not humans.
Yeah.
I don't know why people still need to debate that.
It literally all you would have to do is just swap their models.
Like
and people would stop
it's
saying
literally
that-
the same amount of work if they're robots or people.
Yeah.
Besides recording dialogue.
It's literally like it's not a mechanical thing, it's an aesthetic thing. If they just had people instead of robots, people wouldn't be saying that they don't have NPCs.
The level you kind of can see here. We could add in encounters. We could do all kinds of the things we needed to do on previous projects to kind of flesh our locations out. But the biggest hurdle comes in when we need to deal with a multiplayer element. If we want to play our level with another player or play through our location with a quest enabled, that would require the server to be spun up to support all of this. And our iteration time typically at Bethesda during non-multiplayer projects is about a minute to kind of see your changes in game, which is pretty fast, and we came to rely on that. We could also push changes to the game that was already running, so we could do some changes almost instantaneously. Once we had to deal with a server, we ended up dealing with kind of iteration times that could go anywhere from 3 minutes up to 10 minutes on a bad day if the server's having issues that day.
The way they did it in WoW was each of the zones was, for a while, loaded as its own server.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So they instanced everything off, and that way they could iterate on multiple things at the same time.
Yeah. What I was gonna say was Starfield actually has a system now. It's an experimental system where you can hot load ESPs and stuff into the game.
Really?
So you don't even have to. Yeah, so you don't even have to close it out. I saw that in the creation kit. No, I didn't see that in the creation kit. I saw that in the console commands.
I wonder what the application of that is.
I don't know. I tested it out and it immediately crashed my game. It even has a warning in there that says use at your own risk.
Yeah, I don't get the application of doing that.
I would think it would be for like balancing weapons and stuff. If you want to test different damage values, you can.
I guess, yeah, but
you can like put that into an ESP or something and just like hot load it.
it's kind of interesting how Morrowind functions better with multiplayer than 76 does. Of all games to build multiplayer on top of, why Fallout 4? Yeah, I feel like it has to be clarified that we're not talking... Well, you might be, but when I say that Morrowind works really well with multiplayer. I don't mean like the code and stuff, because it uses OpenMW, and OpenMW is a different can of worms than the way that Morrowind itself was coded. I don't think you could take Morrowind and make it work in multiplayer. What I talk about when I say that Morrowind works in multiplayer is that it's weirdly like the gameplay is designed to work in multiplayer.
Yeah.
Like
There's
to
like
a
the
surprising degree.
the mechanics themselves, like you can make a really competent support mage.
Yeah, and you can quest simultaneously. You can
Yeah.
divvy up skills, so you have like a merchant character and a, you know, like a dumb barbarian character. You can actually do that and not get fucked.
Imagine doing that in Fallout 4. Like
No, it wouldn't work. There's not enough things to split up.
yeah, so you're just gonna have are two mono builds
Yeah.
playing together.
Which is Fallout 76.
Yeah.
How long did we
Yeah.
stick with like one of us does guns and one of us does armor? Like
That
level
was for like
25.
yeah, it was like the first like 4 nights, and not even no, I think it was by night 3 I started modding my own guns, and
Yeah,
you
because
started modding your
it
own armor.
just wasn't worth splitting
Yeah.
up those responsibilities in a game like Fallout 76.
Like really, what we split up was you would kill things and I would loot things.
Yeah.
I think that was our like major distinction.
But basic level design, we could still build out the world and stuff without
But
having
what you
to
could
rely too
also
much.
what you could also differentiate is like what you load your different camps with, because of
Yeah.
like the camp limits and stuff, and you know, like buying stuff on the real life money, like with real life money and stuff like that. Like, okay, well, I got 3,000 atoms from my, you know, monthly thing.
My stipend.
Yeah, my stipend. So I'll buy this stuff related to like ammo crafting, and you can buy stuff related to, you know, like medicine.
Yeah,
Or something like
I
that.
guess biting the bullet counts.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys can split up which bullets you bite.
On the server spinning up, which really benefited us in the long run. As far as building out the world, there was other caveats to that I'll bring up later. We also got to start with Fallout 4 assets from the beginning. This was a luxury we'd never been able to use before, other than going from you know, a project into DLC, where you can just hit the ground running and work right away. So we were able to do that on Fallout 76, and that really helped us. You know, the combination.
Would you say that there is a benefit to carrying over the assets from a prior game to the next game?
Of hit the ground running at the beginning, as well as have the iteration time to build out the world, was really beneficial to us. World Art was also able to iterate just about as fast as we were for the same reasons. We were able to get the world blocked out, the landscape, or kind of define where our locations were going to go, and we had all the assets to kind of block all this stuff out right away.
So, level design and art, that is what you get.
That's
way. This was really beneficial to us because the map, as we had scoped it for 76, was to be about four times the size of Fallout 4.
I wonder.
This is what confuses me. Why not just make Fallout like a Fallout 4 scope of content in a map that's 4 times as big? Like, why is it a bigger challenge if the map is bigger, if you're not making a bigger scope of content?
Yes. Yeah, that's a. I don't know. I really don't know why that would be. I mean, in this instance, I guess because that's more shit you have to load on the server. But that's not really what he's saying here.
Yeah, it's just weird. I like the size of Fallout 76's map.
Yeah, it feels appropriate.
It actually lets the content breathe in a way that Fallout 4 doesn't.
Yeah, Fallout 4 is like suffocating.
Fallout 4 is just a constant barrage of shit happening.
Yeah. Like you can just stand still and just the world will just like kind of collapse around you as like all the NPC patrols and stuff just run into each other and shit.
Yeah.
Because the world is so just that small. Like you can find locations where like 2 dungeons are just like fighting each other.
Which is like
normally
I mean, that would be interesting,
cool,
yeah, but
the only reason that happens is because of technical, like basically it's a glitch.
Yeah, they didn't really intend it. I mean, I can't imagine they intended, like, maybe in
I remember
the
in
city center, because they wanted
remember in
the feeling
Starfield.
of like people fighting each other.
Remember in Starfield where you do like those bounty quests and like the bounty guy would sometimes spawn in a dungeon where the enemies are flagged against them. So like the boss that you have to kill just gets killed while you're walking into the dungeon.
Yes. The dynamic quest targets fighting the native inhabitants of the dungeon. Would I do a video with Asmongold? I don't think Asmongold is the type to do videos. I would talk to him, sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be willing to talk to him about the classic relaunch, because I think if anybody's got like a lot of good anecdotes to give about the 2019 classic relaunch, it would be him. He's probably aware of things that I'm not aware of.
So all these benefits to world building were really helpful to us. The next thing I want to talk about is the hard stuff, and that's the opposite of the easy stuff, which is the stuff that just took longer on this project for various reasons that I'll...
If this was a bad presentation, I would make fun of him for saying that the hard stuff is the opposite of the easy stuff.
Yeah.
But this presentation's fine, so...
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just point it out that it's weird.
Start to explain as we go through.
Well, that's why I feel like he's not working off a teleprompter, because you know, like sometimes in the heat, when you're talking and stuff like that, in the heat of the moment, you're just like looking for things to say, and you wind up just saying something that's redundant.
He's too eloquent, I think, to be doing that. But I don't know. Maybe he's off kilter. He's halfway through the presentation. You know.
Yeah.
Different examples.
You lose your focus for a second or two.
Yeah.
First off, the multiplayer hurdles that came up, especially for level design when it came to scripting our locations, even if you were knowledgeable with our proprietary scripting language from previous projects, adding in the hurdles of multiplayer could really...
Why would you want a proprietary scripting language? Is there a programmer in the chat that can explain the benefits of a proprietary scripting language?
Well, I mean, like, you can, I guess, use it to call certain functions and stuff that you would use more frequently. Like, I get the benefit would be
with
like
a regular scripting language.
Would be like syntax or something. I don't know. Yeah, but you could just do it like that. I don't know.
I've messed with it before, and it's like offshoot C.
Yeah.
It just does the formatting a little bit differently. But I'm not sure why you wouldn't want a scripting language that anybody could use, optimized for specific applications usually. I don't feel like this is a good circumstance, though. I feel like they could use Lua, and it would be fine. Like, maybe if they're making their own libraries, but that's not a proprietary language. That's just their own libraries. It allows you to tell people you have a proprietary scripting language. Having a custom language can streamline common functions like GD script and Godot. It's an idea that's kind of fallen out of favor. The rationale is that it allows non-programmers to do things.
That's what I was also thinking.
It's not, but unless it's changed significantly since Morrowind, it's not much easier to use than like Python.
No, you still need the list of all the different call functions, and it's like at that point you might as well just, because then you don't have enough fucking resources to explain this. You have to rely on internal resources rather than people being able to just, Google it while they're working on it.
I just feel like it would be better to use like a standard language that anybody they hire on would immediately be able to recognize.
Yes. I'm not disagreeing on that point.
Yeah, it is definitely strange.
Maybe it's just like,
it's literally just an optimization thing.
Maybe it's just built. It could also just be built into the engine at this point. Maybe like swapping it out for something else is basically impossible.
Well, yeah, that's definitely true. Doing stuff in Python is accessible to everyone, sure, but when Python does something you do a lot slow, it's suddenly a good option. Well, like, so WoW is in C, I think, and then the add-ons are in Lua. So they have two different scripting languages that are used to do two different things. So I would imagine that there's the back-end language that's doing all the engine stuff, and then there's the front-end language that the CS is interfacing with that actually the quest designers use. Because that is how it works, at least when I've messed with the CS. It's just interesting. I wonder if that proprietary language is like causing them problems.
Cause issues with even somebody who's with our proprietary scripting language from previous projects. Adding in the hurdles of multiplayer could really cause issues with even somebody who's used to the scripting. Knowing which events and which functions fire on the server versus the client was enough to kind of make some level designers not want to script anymore because of the added confusion and the iteration time just to test if they did anything proper anyway.
That does sound like a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, and I think this was known that this was one of the main problems with the way that they were making content for the game.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest problem with Fallout 76 was that they aimed for a pseudo MMO and not just 4-player co-op.
Yes.
It feels like I have heard the rumor that Fallout 76 was designed the way it was because they wanted a live service game that would increase the valuation of Bethesda. And I think the thinking was
isn't that like all but confirmed at this point? Like, didn't Bruce Nesmith basically admit that?
I don't remember if he admitted it
like
outright.
Not outright, but like in not so many words. He was basically saying like, yeah, all this was going on when we were about to do the buyout with Microsoft.
I remember this being a rumor in like 2018. Because this was the first time that the rumors were going out that ZeniMax was looking for buyers.
Yeah. I mean, makes sense, right? Passes a stink test.
Mm-hmm.
Sure does smell like shit, so.
Fallout 76, man.
Early on in Fallout 76, I decided to script up or add some scripting elements to a location that were elements that I had done before. That way, the only hurdles I'd run into were the multiplayer ones. And I was also trying to figure out what a interesting multiplayer, Fallout location would be, because that was a new thing for us. And I settled on this set of haunted cabins. This is Alpine River Cabins. And you can come here alone, obviously, or with a group of friends, or just with random players. And you'll discover that there's haunted picture frames that spin randomly. There's doors that will slam closed every once in a while. Distant screaming. I'd spawn enemies randomly. And keen-eyed players could spot power cables that would bounce between the cabins as well as head up into the trees. And if you follow them up into the trees, you'll find a treehouse overlooking the cabins.
Where's the motors that are operating these things? Like, you don't just power a wood door.
It's a
little nitpick. I know you were really stressed out.
It's settlement building that it uses Fallout magic. In a world where a child was able to survive in a fridge.
Yeah. I think his justification was that the multiplayer component of this is that you can control it. So that makes it multi. Yeah, like you can turn it on when players are there.
Huh.
I don't know. It doesn't seem that cool to me.
And all of the haunted sequences are set to be automated, so it's just firing through all of them, and players are experiencing them. You can actually turn off the terminal sequence and then affect them yourselves, so you can mess with your friends or other random players that are passing by. What this ended up kind of proving out.
Here's the problem. The game is so fucking buggy that you would just assume that the doors were closing randomly.
Well, it's also like, what are the odds that another player is going to walk by that doesn't know you're there? Like, you can see everybody on the map, right? And
yes.
Also, Like, just what, like, the map is so big, but like the population on each server is so small. What are the odds that anybody's going to be coming by here? Especially post,
No shot.
legendary whatever update where they added like legendary shit so that
This has got to be
everybody's
fake.
doing. You think?
No, 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 no. The BBC ran an article that says that Joe
Oh.
Biden withdraws from the presidential election race.
Huh?
No shot.
I mean, they did say by the weekend.
That they were going to confirm if he was going to be their candidate.
Yeah.
All I see so far is the BBC running this story. They could have a bad source.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing other sources that are saying that he's obstinate that he's going to stay in. The Hill's running it. NBC News is running it. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. If that's true, here's the thing. And I've thought this for years. Joe Biden's old as fuck. He had a long senatorial career, and he should be at his home in Delaware or Maryland. I'm not sure. He lives within like train distance of DC. He should be there hanging out with his family, drinking beers, and thinking about the career he had. It's kind of cruel to make him the president. He posted a letter on X. That's gonna be the dumbest way to tell people.
So Johnson's saying that they're gonna challenge it.
What, they're gonna challenge if he wants to be the president anymore?
Yeah, that swapping him out would be wrong and unlawful.
You can drop out of a presidential race. He's not a slave. We got rid of that.
I don't know. You might have to.
How fucking delusional do you have to be that Joe Biden himself is saying that it's time for him to drop out? So either this is an extremely elaborate hoax, or
okay. Well, so this is in reference to the hypothetical of him dropping out. It's not even saying that he dropped out.
My fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, we have made great progress as a nation. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, and in expanding affordable healthcare to a record number of Americans. We provided critically needed care to 1 million veterans exposed to toxic substances, passed the first gun safety law in 30 years, appointed the first African American woman to the Supreme Court, and passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. America's never been in a better position to lead than we are today. I know that none of this has been done without you, the American people. Together, we overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. We've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president, and while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked hard to see me re-elected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work, and let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you've placed in me. I believe today what I always have, that there is nothing America can't do when we do it together. We just have to remember we are the United States of America.
All right. Well, he said if there was a medical emergency, he would step out, and he did just get COVID, so.
Really? I didn't hear that.
Yeah. He said that, and literally the next day he got COVID.
Man, that is wild. Thank you for this breaking story, private sessions. Man, I'm just thinking about this.
Uh-huh.
So Joe Biden was run in 2020 because the Democrat Party could not find anybody better. It was an absolute... The 2020 Democrat primary was an absolute clown show. They had to roll out this corpse of a man and make him run as president.
You think they would have figured out something in 4 years?
Who are they going to run? Are they
You
gonna
know
run? Do they run
what's
Kamala
funny is
Harris?
that oh my god. What's funny is that if Trump beat Hillary Clinton, Kamala, that you want to talk about cruel. Put Kamala Harris on stage against Trump in a fucking debate.
They gotta
That
get her.
would
They gotta get her the right medication.
that would be I wouldn't be able to watch that. That would be
She
really
was she was a state prosecutor, wasn't she?
was she?
I think she
I actually
was in
I
California, like in San Francisco. She was a prosecutor.
okay, maybe
No,
she'll
no,
be
no.
able to
Those
hold.
people always fucking do bad in presidential elections because their job is to be assholes. So there's always tons of dirt on prosecutors. They have such a hard time in politics. Yeah,
Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird because like in the beginning of this, before like primary season happened, I was like, who are the Republicans gonna run? Because you got Trump right now, like dealing with all this legal shit. Like,
hmm
yeah, I know he'll want to run, but can he run?
I don't think
Surely,
the conservative
surely
base doesn't care.
The Democrats have their bases covered. Like if Biden drops out or whatever, they probably have somebody in the wings that they've been keeping under wraps. And yeah, fast forward like 6 weeks, and now the script reversed entirely,
Yeah,
and I'm
that
just like,
the
wow.
most insane comeback arc. The
Well,
conservatives don't care about all the stuff that Trump's going through because they view a lot of it as being illegitimate anyways. Like they don't care that he's a convicted felon because they don't respect the
yeah,
court that convicted him.
yeah, but it's still like you could still make the arguments and stuff, like, oh, he'll be challenged if he wins and all this stuff, and there would be reasons to not want to run him. But
Mm,
uh yeah, it's just the script completely flipped.
that is insane. Why did that have to happen during the stream?
It's so like I, I was talking to somebody and I was like, I can't recall the last time or if any time in history an incumbent president lost the re-election on the first debate, but
Yeah, I'm.
that happened.
I didn't know they did debates before the candidates were confirmed.
Yeah,
I thought
that
that the
too.
RNC had already happened,
Yeah,
and that was
I,
why
th- I think
CNN did a debate.
yeah, I think both parties were kind of holding back, waiting. I don't. It's just wild. This has been a wild fucking election cycle, to say the least.
I can't wait to read. Dude, Twitter's got to be fucking melting down right now. Because there's a
Dude,
bunch of insane Democrats that are like Biden can't drop out no matter what. Like I'm not surprised that someone thinks that it's like got to be illegal for him to drop out.
yeah.
Like if the guy says he can't run, he can't run.
I think he still wants to, but he's just realized that.
It's going to be 4 more years. I think if he runs again, it'll kill him. Like if he's president again, it'll kill him.
He,
And
oh,
I don't think he wants to die in office.
wants to die in his nice home in
That's
Delaware.
got to it's got to be a fake story, some elaborate hoax. His Twitter account is hacked and like the false sources were fed. I don't believe this plot twist.
At this point, I'm gonna believe anything. I was driving home when my mom texted me. I was like, "What the fuck?" My mom never texts me, especially when I'm out. And then I look at it as I have my car play it for me. It's like
hmm
Donald Trump just got shot, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Okay, hold on."
Yeah, I got one of those texts out of nowhere too about Trump
Yeah,
getting shot. I was asleep.
yeah. I was driving, and suddenly I was just like, my head started spinning. I was like, she told me that it was just like he only just got grazed, but even then, I was still like,
That
Uh,
it happened at all was
d
crazy.
I was literally, like, looking on the sides of the road and being like, "Are people, like, gonna start coming out of their houses and shit?" Like, it's
No, it really is crazy because if it had worked, we would be in a very different timeline.
Ugh,
A
ugh,
much uglier one, I'll say that.
ugh. Yeah, it's like, talk about you wanna talk about an ugly election cycle right now, it'd be way worse if he'd even gotten shot, but, like, survived, like, I I I don't know.
There's conspiracy theories that he faked the assassination too.
Yeah, I was seeing that. And it was like, but you don't have somebody aim at your head if, because like all you would have to do is just have somebody fire shots at the event,
If someone
and that
didn't
alone would be
die,
enough.
if
Yeah,
someone didn't die, they could say that it was like a rubber bullet or something. But
yeah,
like the fact that someone actually died, kind of.
yeah. But it's also just like the circumstances of it. Like if it was a hoax, they would have just had somebody in the background just firing off shots.
Actually, that's my dad's take, and he's super not sexist. That America will never vote for a woman president. That's not sexism. That's just a belief in how misogynistic the country is or isn't.
Yeah.
Video games, am I right, fellas? Dude, you're lucky we weren't streaming when Trump got shot. Are you kidding? Man.
So, haunted terminals.
Yeah. How do we go back to this, you know?
I need a good segue.
There's a lot of times that I try not to let politics seep onto the channel, but I feel a little justified if it's like a major historic event that's going
Yes.
down live.
Yeah. That's no, this is these are interesting times indeed.
Is that
Coming in late, but I see the title Will Shen. Well, did he? Thank you, Indigo, for bringing us back on topic.
the difficulty and the hurdles that multiplayer added to kind of our not only our scripting and understanding that, but also our iteration time, and ended up limiting the number of unique gameplay experiences we could add to our individual locations. And that was really something we did a lot in previous projects, was just add a little more scripting to bring up the story some or make our location more memorable. This also ended up having a ripple effect of level design kind of unlearning that shared language they had developed with the Quest team because of using the Quest tools and doing scripting. Since we were doing less of that, all of the stuff that was benefited from it started to dissipate.
Oof. That's never what you want to hear. Yeah, all the good stuff we learned on previous projects, we basically had to just throw out and just start ignoring.
Yeah, that might explain Starfield.
Yeah. Oh.
If Fallout 76 dumped all of the hereditary knowledge that Bethesda had.
Yeah. On top of them probably just losing people just quitting and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's fascinating though, like hearing him saying like, "Oh yeah, we weren't able to like script a lot of stuff in like dungeons and everything," and it's just like, yeah, that
does explain a lot.
Yeah.
Because Fallout 76 doesn't have as many like complex dungeons compared to Fallout 4.
Yes.
And I mean, it was a pretty fair way. I guaranteed Joseph Anderson probably speculated that like their scripting language, in his terms, that their scripting language couldn't keep up with the server demands.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. Because it's like, I would just imagine a lot of their scripting is just like performance heavy as well. So to then throw that into a server and stuff is probably even worse.
It really makes you wonder. Surely, this has got to be because
Why
Todd wasn't directly involved, right? So whose idea was Fallout 76?
Yeah.
I feel
That's
like
really what it comes down to.
if the person who was responsible for Fallout 76 was paying like close attention, I feel like they would have shopped around the industry and asked what would be a good idea. Is an MMO such a shift in design philosophy that it's going to impact us dramatically?
Okay, here's the thing. They already had ESO.
Yeah, but ESO was built up. I mean,
So why are they
Yeah.
trying to learn these lessons? They already have it
I was
like
gonna say,
internally
like,
with their own fucking IPs.
ask somebody
Why are they
ask
still
somebody
making
from
these
Blizzard,
mistakes?
but like, yeah, you're right. Why not ask somebody from fucking ZeniMax Online?
Like the issues that they're running into here, it's just like
This is that hubris thing.
Yes.
This is definitely the
Yes.
we
And
made we made
so
Fallout 4 and Skyrim. So
there were people from ESO who said that they were trying to help with 76,
mhm.
but like Maryland and stuff was basically just ignoring them. And it was that arrogance thing of like, well, we know
I'd
better.
love to see
I
if
would.
there's like a source on that.
I think that was from that Kotaku article with the
Oh
QA.
yeah. The first unionization.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were trying to make it about Todd Howard. So like
Yes. But I think they attributed it to like an anonymous source or something like that. So
yeah.
I don't know. Wouldn't put it
The
past.
Kotaku article said they didn't ask the ESO team for advice. Well, it was
Yeah.
weird because it was specifically like ZeniMax dedicated QA workers.
Mm-hmm.
Also, something to keep in mind that I mentioned at the beginning of the 76 section is our scale.
I used this fucking thing as a source for Skyrim and Starfield's credits.
Yeah,
That's
but
hilarious seeing this being used here.
I think it's weird because really the source is Bethesda.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, it's weird that they have to go.
There's a middleman to this information.
just to get credits.
of starting to scale
Okay, so this graph is bizarre because it's part 1. They're gonna add more bars to it as it progresses.
up more than we ever had before. And kind of as a to set the pace here is we shipped Skyrim with a little over 100 developers, and the process we use to make this game is the one that Will and I have been kind of describing through this talk already. But as you look here, moving forward into Fallout 4, we didn't scale up that much more. We did bring in some outside help from Behavior Interactive on things like our rendering tech and some other graphics things.
What about the people from id that helped them put in motion blur?
Forgot about that deep cut.
No,
didn't they also assist with like the combat too?
No.
Oh wait,
that
no,
was the joke was that they
no,
wasn't
that Starfield?
Maybe.
Yes, yeah, it was Starfield, where people were saying that the combat looked really stilted and awkward and stuff. So then they went and they got people from id to come in and help with Starfield's combat.
Maybe.
And I'm pretty sure that's what it was. That's what it was.
The 100 devs on Skyrim has always been kind of an impressive thing to me because they have so many more developers and yet they can't break past the scope of Skyrim.
I think, well, because it comes down to like a workflow thing. And there's that quote that you said from like somebody else where it's like the ideal team is like one that you can share a pizza with.
Was that like, me?
You said that you got that quote from somebody else. There's some developer or something like that you said.
Oh, that was one of John Stat's anecdotes.
Oh,
because they had tons of when they were making vanilla World of Warcraft, their go-to was like pizza.
Yeah,
and they would just hang out after hours when they would work on the game.
And we're seeing that now too with like AA studios are able to produce like really just. After a point, you just get so big that communication and shit's going to break down, especially in a studio that doesn't take communication seriously to begin with, like, Bethesda, where they say we don't have a central design document anymore.
Our scale didn't change that much. We still ran with the same process when we developed Fallout 4. But as we move forward into 76, you can see that our scale just kind of goes to a level where we were not obviously expecting it. At this point,
Iron Galaxy. I'm not familiar with that name.
Yeah, I don't know.
Chat, look up Iron Galaxy.
That's interesting though, because I would have thought the ballooning was during for Starfield, but it was actually for Fallout 76.
That does not surprise me because Fallout 76 was when they were implementing the Austin and Dallas teams in. Because Austin was Battlecry Studios, and they worked on the game Battlecry before it got canceled, and that's where their multiplayer experience came from.
Yeah. I was reading this. This graph wrong because I thought BGS devs was still counting just the Maryland team, but no, it's
Yeah,
This is counting their subsidiaries.
he's
their
actually going to
satellite
mention this clarification.
studios.
Whoops, clicked on Twitter by accident.
Don't
wanna
go
do
there.
that. Don't want to do that. Not right now. I will get lost down the hole of looking at people's reactions to the Biden thing.
We are double what we were on Fallout 4, even if you include our external help. We also are adding more external help from other studios that are kind of owned by the umbrella company that owns us. And also keep in mind the blue that defines BGS devs under Fallout 76 is not actually solid. It's made up of 4 Bethesda studios. So even internally, we're trying to communicate remotely and figure out how that works. And now at this level of scale, it's impossible.
Fallout 76 really was the Tower of Babylon.
Oh man. It makes me wonder what would have happened if they didn't do Fallout 76, but instead just went into TES 6. Or even into Starfield.
Do you think they would have made the same like organizational mistakes? I feel like the organizational mistake came from working on Fallout 76 and the necessity of bringing people in.
That's what I think. That's what I think happened. So if they just worked on the TES 6, because like even Starfield, I think probably would have then necessitated them doing the Fallout 76 thing of bloating their studio and stuff. But if they did TES 6, they probably would have felt more, confident in just being able to just be like, all right, let's, especially after coming off of Fallout 4, where pretty successful game and stuff, pretty well received and everything. Yeah. We got the dark timeline, I feel like, with with Bethesda here.
You're not supposed to have a severe breakdown in communication before your Tower of Babylon falls, though. Wasn't that one of the reasons the Tower of Babylon fell? Was that the people were speaking so many different languages at that point that they couldn't speak with each other? I felt like isn't there a language component to the Tower of Babylon story?
Oh, I don't know. I only know that it was a disaster.
Oh, Tower of Babel, sorry.
Possible for any one person to know everybody on the team, and it's also much more difficult than ever to know who.
What's interesting is that John Statz talked about this with Blizzard. So when he joined Blizzard, they were like 40 people working on WoW, and by the end it was 70. And he said that 70 was too many for them to keep up with each other.
Yeah. Well, that was back in 2003, 2004. They didn't have Slack back then.
All right, chat. Thank you. Bad analogy, like the tower was too successful and God didn't like it. I think if God doesn't like your tower, that means it's not successful.
Who does what, who you're supposed to report to. So that just affects process all across the board. In the end, Fallout.
Man, this is a slide.
Rocky launch. That's one way of putting it.
Mm. I would say it had the rockiest launch. I don't think there's been a rockier launch than Fallout 76.
Yeah.
The idea was to defy God partially. Is Fallout 76 not Bethesda defying God? They were built for a specific formula and they tried to go against it.
Our hubris caught up with us.
Was Cyberpunk 2077 worse than Fallout 76? I don't buy it. No Man's Sky, definitely not.
No.
Fallout, I feel like a lot of you guys are forgetting how big a deal Fallout 76's launch was. Cyberpunk was like, the peak of Cyberpunk was like, it got pulled from the PlayStation store. Like the peak of it was that the PlayStation version was really bad.
Yeah.
I feel like that still doesn't compare to 76.
And that's just talking about the game parts. Then you also had like the people getting the collector's edition stuff.
I feel like the only reason you could say that Cyberpunk was worse was because people had high expectations for it compared to 76.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're just if we're just evaluating which one had the rockier launch, it's got to be 76.
Yeah.
I don't think Cyberpunk had a patch that undid a earlier patch.
How about an entire season that just eliminates a previous season?
Yeah. And there was so much extra stuff with like the merchandise, like the canvas bags, the moldy helmets, the terrible bottles of rum.
There's so much that was going on. Yeah, we had that was dark Todd Howard era.
I was gonna say
in the dark
Dark
jacket.
Howard era. Yeah, dark jacket. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was able to play Cyberpunk 2077 fully with one quest bug at launch.
Yeah, I didn't have any quests that broke. I don't think the game even crashed on me.
No, it was literally just there was like tons of models that were broken,
really
graphic
jank.
effects, and
yeah.
But like the questing was fine. The combat worked.
How many times did we have servers crash on us in Fallout 76?
Dude, we crashed servers. We were responsible for some of those.
The terminal.
Yeah, we found a way to crash servers in Fallout 76. I have never played a multiplayer game where I accidentally figured out how to crash the server.
And that's after it had its redemption arc.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Yeah. Yeah, I think Fallout 76, like outside of some like weird obscure game that most people don't even know exists, I think Fallout 76 is literally the worst game launch in history.
'76 has a rough launch. We end up taking another year, adding in human NPCs, dialogue for those human NPCs, instance interior locations, so you can actually have quest content that can change state of the world.
Wait, they didn't have that?
At launch? No. Do you remember a single quest from the main quest of Fallout 76 that had instance interiors that could change the state of the world?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
It was all very bare bones.
Oh, and that also... Then why is it so fucking broken? Oh my god. Please keep talking.
We end up adding all that.
Makes me want to do another Fallout 76 video.
Yeah. I still feel like the record has not been corrected on Fallout 76.
No. Especially after
Battlefront 2 definitely had an infamous launch. Not because it was broken though.
That was scummy bullshit. I mean, it was pretty fucked up, but it was really just like more scummy bullshit.
I think it all comes down to how many weeks in a row is the company in the news for some shit going wrong. Because for Bethesda, that's measured in months. The Cyberpunk story died by like the February of 2021.
Yeah.
Fallout 76 was in the news for like 4 months straight.
What I was gonna say is so my brother went and started playing Fallout 76 after the Fallout show, and he basically said exactly what we were saying in our videos. He's like, yeah, I was doing the quests, like the main quests and stuff, and I was kind of getting lost because I was like dealing with this lady in a bar and stuff, and I started doing that quest, and then I ended up in like some he ended up at like Rose's place. I was like, oh, you weren't on the main quest. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, that's not the main quest. The main quest was following the journals and stuff that the overseer. He's like, yeah, that was weird because I started doing that, and then I ended up at the bar, and suddenly I'm doing that quest instead. I just started fucking laughing, and he was also just saying like all sorts of other shit. He's just like, yeah, the game just feels really weird. I was like, is the hit registration really fucked? He's like, yeah, now that you mention it, the hit that's why I haven't been able to hit any shots.
ESO is disjointed, but I don't know if it's that bad. It's just kind of like aged
boring.
MMO disjointed.
Mm-hmm.
Content to the Wastelanders DLC, which ends up helping revive Fallout 76.
Uh-huh.
So moving forward,
Just kind of gonna move past that. Not even
Was the Fallout?
fixed, just revived.
Yeah.
You know, still debilitating injuries, you know, but not in critical condition anymore.
Yeah, yeah. We can move them out of ICU. Now it's just in hospice.
Yeah.
we know we have to deal with this new issue of scale, and how do we work with this incredibly large team? So let's talk about Starfield.
Okay, before we start, I have to go to the bathroom, but
All
what
right.
a
That's
what
a
a segue.
That's a punchline for sure. I'm role playing in ESO right now. Oh man, we lost our music? It stopped playing the music like after an hour. We haven't had music for 3 hours? Chat, come on. There was music playing? There was music playing for the first hour of the stream. Woke up to you reading the Biden tweet. It's surreal. I still don't believe that it happened. Y'all ever realize Morrowind's modding community releases the most content per year? Really? Are they the only one in the Bethesda sphere that does mod jams? I thought it was really weird that, like, in the Source modding community, they do mod jams, but they don't do that in Elder Scrolls or Fallout. The only time I've heard of it was the Morrowind one that Douglas Goodall participated in.
What? Like
A mod jam.
like a community mod jam?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think.
Does Morrowind still run on, like, modern PCs? Yeah, as far as I know, it runs out of the box on a modern PC. It's got no, like, DRM or anything. Yeah, the Discord link's broken. I just copy all the links from the previous chat to the next one. I thought about deleting the Discord link and the Patreon links. There goes Discord again. Private Sessions is screaming, trying to get his voice heard.
It has to be CrowdStrike.
No. This has happened to me offline too.
Oh.
Discord doesn't get high enough priority that it just kind of stalls in the background.
What, on your like your CPU?
Yeah. I have to, like, set the Discord task to have above normal priority.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's so weird. And you don't even have like a weak CPU or anything, right?
No,
Like,
there's got to be something fucked with this client.
Mm-hmm. It's probably, let's be honest, it's probably a fucking Windows issue.
OpenMW adding Lua coding means it's going to overtake MWSC eventually. Well, I actually liked the OpenMW construction set more, so
Mm-hmm.
there's more you can do with it. You can't make really tall mountains in Morrowind. That's like a hard limitation of the engine. But in OpenMW, there's not really a limit, so you could make Skyrim scale mountains. All right. Oh, by the way, we didn't have music for 3 hours.
Oh. So it's just been silent whenever we'd go silent?
Yeah, that's always
Oops.
awkward. Sorry to the people in the VOD.
So by the time we ship Star,
Look at this fucking chart.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
Who is snowed in? Who's Undertone FX? You're telling me that like the Bethesda FX department wasn't enough?
They got Snowden to come in and
Edward Snowden.
yeah, who are all of these like all these contractors and stuff? And this is of course not even counting the
Two more.
two
The
more.
bottom.
Yeah, two more. What?
The fucking Google spreadsheet couldn't fit all of them.
That's not even counting the Microsoft QA team that went in and helped and stuff
Yeah.
too.
Are all those studios under the Bethesda ZeniMax umbrella? And I think Microsoft now as well. I like all the support studios they have to bring in. No wonder it's a giant clusterfuck of a game.
Yeah. Man.
Starfield, we have grown even more, probably by about the same amount from Fallout 4 to Fallout 76, as you can see here, well over 500 people. But also, we are now...
So 240 or 250 was like the number that joined the union. So like half of Bethesda pre-Starfield's launch unionized.
So, did they have the union vote yet?
No, they've just confirmed to the CWA that there is there's a majority interest in
To
a union.
move forward with it. So they haven't really unionized them yet.
They're
Although
not,
if Microsoft's not going to fight it,
you
then
guys
it
didn't
should
ever have
be-
generous takes. So like every time we watch a video, chat's like, you need to let him finish. You need to listen to what he's saying. This is the one time where like chat has completely misinterpreted what the point of what they're saying is. The only thing they're trying to prove with this chart is that it was a logistical clusterfuck. Like that's what they're saying, is that we grew our team so big that it was difficult to manage.
Oh
how many
yeah,
people
and
were
also
involved.
throw in COVID.
Yeah.
That whole fucking thing happening. Yeah, this is worse than I thought. I thought it was maybe like 2 or 3 subsidiary studios and stuff. No, this
is not great.
I don't even know most of these
What
people
the fuck
on
was
this
Machine
list.
Games? What was Machine Games offering to Bethesda? Legitimately. Like, I understand bringing in outside people to work on Fallout 76 because there's a multiplayer component and they're not used to it, but
Yes.
what's the contribution to Starfield?
This feels it really does make me wonder like how much help were those other studios. It'd be like whenever I would get sent to another department to help out and I'd just be like, what do I do? And then everybody would be looking at me like, I don't know. You don't know where anything goes in this department. So I guess you can just work on this section and level it off.
Now working with a large number of external groups, well over a dozen. And these groups are doing everything from effects, lighting, they're working on tools programming, systems programming, pretty much everything. And they have to all...
But where? Where was this
That's-
in the end product? Where is this stuff? Where are these systems?
Yeah. Were they doing like back end stuff? Have you looked at Starfield's CK yet?
I have not. I was saving that for when I do a Shattered Space video.
It's okay. The CK is almost unrecognizable.
Really?
Yeah. There's a lot of really, really fucking cool quality of life features though. Like they have they support tabbing and docking and like all sorts of stuff. You can have like multiple windows of basically everything open at once. It's so much more like user friendly.
I'm pretty sure that's in the Morrowind CS.
It's not in the Skyrim CS, I can tell you that. That's the one that I have the most experience with.
That's the CK, and it was a low point.
Okay.
Construction or creation kit is what they call it when it's CK. It's construction set for everything up to. Was it Fallout 3 or Skyrim that changed it?
Skyrim.
Okay.
Because creation engine, that was when they brought in the whole.
I thought it was tied to the GEC.
Be integrated into the development team for the work they are doing.
There's also like a bunch of like back-end stuff related to the like Galaxy. They use this system called Houdini. It's definitely not something that they made on their own. That it has to be an outside sort of
for like the map
for like generating planets and stuff.
Oh,
and the galaxies and everything like that. So did you know
I can see that? I can see that. Yes,
that the solar systems are actually built to scale.
Yeah, because people show off videos of them flying around.
Yeah.
And I have to imagine they left that open in case they wanted to kind of do the No Man's Sky system.
Yeah. So it's just really interesting. There's poking through through Starfield's like creation stuff. I have a much greater respect for it as like a technical product. There's some really interesting stuff that they did with that, especially when you consider the fact that it's still it's Gamebryo basically still.
Yeah.
Like
what was the name before Gamebryo? I think it's like Net Immerse or something.
Oh yeah.
They're working on tools programming, systems programming, pretty much everything, and they have to all be integrated into the development team for the work they are doing. And another part of this is these are external groups, each with their own culture, each with their own leadership, and they are being brought in at various times throughout production.
It's modern game devs. All their culture's just high turnover.
Sometimes early on, sometimes to finish it. So life becomes a lot more focused on our task tracking software. We were using Jira at the time. Jira definitely became a way of life as we tried to reconcile and handle all of the work being done.
Notice that when they get to Starfield, they're talking less about the way that they were making the game and more about the way that they were managing people.
Yes, yeah.
That is interesting. That's probably why he quit. Because who wants to fucking work at Bethesda so that you can manage tasks?
Yeah, the whole point, like, that was always their thing, was we want anybody to be able to make a quest, right? And now it's,
And now there's so many anybody's that they have to be managed.
Yeah.
There's no reason they just, it sounds like they saddled a really boring office job upon him, and who wants to fucking stick around doing that?
Yeah, exactly. Especially when your whole thing was like his best work was Far Harbor, and it sounds like he was just getting started with that, and he just hasn't been given an opportunity to really. Like, you go into Far Harbor to fucking Fallout 76, and then into Starfield. Like, how do you?
Why? Here's the thing. Why are these guys messing with Jira? They should have a department producer that's responsible for doing that.
Yeah, don't they have a production? Ashley Cheng?
Isn't that like 30 producers on Starfield?
Yeah.
Why are the developers spending significant time?
Yeah, why are the
managing tasks?
Yeah, why are the team leads like managing that shit? They should be focused on making content and making sure that their team's making content, making sure that content's cohesive and, you know, building towards a greater vision.
Across so many people, and
it really is a miracle that Starfield even came out. I feel like
it was definitely in production hell.
Yeah,
for a long time. It had to have been.
Yeah,
because everything that we've heard indicates that it just sounds like a big corporate mess.
At the time, Jiro definitely became a way of life as we tried to reconcile and handle all of the work being done across so many.
So why would you go from Fallout 76 into Starfield?
Because the big boss man was working on Starfield, working on trying to design Starfield while you were making Fallout 76.
Todd Howard, he went to Robert Altman and he said, "I have an idea for a game called Starfield and it's set in space."
Yeah.
And that's why you're working on Starfield. They really, really should have just worked on TES 6 after Fallout 76. 76 should have been like
that was the wake up moment.
You survived the car crash, right? And you're like, I am never drinking and driving again.
Wait, so they only started using Jira then? This feeds more into they grew too large too fast and had trouble managing the work. I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It sounds like they were still,
and it was unplanned growth as well. Like they brought on more people on the 76 because they needed to.
They were absolutely an agile development company. Like that's all that Emil talks about is high agility, high iterative process, and that worked when they were that Fallout 4 size development team of 150 people. It doesn't work when you're 4 times that size. And this was part of my core. This is just like reaffirming things that I said in the video, which is that you need a strong centralized vision. You need a strong centralized design document when you have this many people that are in the chain.
It really makes me wonder what they're doing with TES 6.
Maybe the rationalization was that they realized that it was such a clusterfuck that they needed to do Starfield before TES 6. That's the cope.
What, fuck up Starfield first so that they can learn for TES 6?
Yeah, you ever do like a dump project to test an idea?
Yeah. There's an idea.
Starfield's like the scratch project that.
Yeah.
It's my fucking like Red Dead 2 video. Or my Death Stranding video. That's another one of those like disposable projects I did to test an idea.
Yeah.
Tracking software, we were using Jira at the time. Jira definitely became a way of life as we tried to reconcile and handle all of the work being done across so many people. And the process we ended up settling on was one that was departmental focused.
FYI, a common mistake is to equate Agile and Scrum as the same when they're not. Just something to be cognizant of when reading other people's statements. So I don't really know what Scrum is. As I understand it, Scrum is where they recognize a task that needs doing and they set up like a fire team to like try to resolve the problem as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So we had all of the approvals handled by a departmental lead who also had a departmental producer. So for example, quest design, there was a lead quest designer. I was the lead quest designer for Starfield. I had a design producer specific to quest, and we would go through all of the requests and proposals, approve them, and then send that up to a member of senior leadership who would also approve them.
Okay.
Like, that sounds reasonable. But it sounds like he's a little too much in the bureaucracy and not enough in the creativity.
Yeah. See, because like we were just saying, you need a designer or a producer, and you just said every team had a producer, which makes sense. That's good.
Yes, which is what you need.
Yeah, but the way he's describing this stuff still sounds like he was still doing the producer work.
It sounds like he was doing a lot of paperwork.
Yeah.
So it's like Johnny Fuckstick has an idea for a quest where you go and like build a ship for Quark, and then I don't remember what's the business guy's name in Starfield.
Walter.
Walter. Yeah, you go and make the ship for Walter. So I have that idea. I pitched that idea to Will Shen. We go through like this convoluted approvals process, and then Will Shen kicks that upstairs to like who? Emil? Todd Howard?
Yeah,
I have
that's
to assume
the
it's
other thing.
Emil.
I want to know because like, fucking Will Shen is already really high up there.
Yeah.
He was on, he was doing like the promo material he was doing those chats with Todd and fucking Emil and stuff. So it's like you would think Will would have a direct line to Todd, but why would he even need that much? Like,
It sounds like there's an unnecessary step of bureaucracy.
Yeah,
which is Emil Pagliarulo.
That's probably it.
I want to know what was Emil's like. What was his tasks during the day? Was he literally just like constantly approving stuff and just doing corporate work all day?
Why? Like, I know he's a design director, but that doesn't. I'm really curious about their structure.
I think the problem here is Will is doing the job of a manager when he should be doing the job of a lead, right?
Yes.
If we put it in retail terms, like a lead is out on the floor and does the work. They don't work out of the back office that often.
He's what they're called frontline managers. You deal with the employees themselves.
Yeah. You're a team leader.
Yeah. But what he's describing is like a low-level C-suite sort of position. So it's like your assistant manager.
It sounds like whoever they consulted with to give them advice fucked them over.
No wonder he's so like eloquent and well-spoken and stuff. His job every day was just sitting there talking to people and approving and disapproving choices.
This is the interview I'd love to get. I would love to get an inside look at like what was the ratio of management work versus like actual creativity.
I would want to know how many, like, ask Will, like, how many quests did he actually work on? Like, how many times did he actually crack open the CK and start like working on stuff?
If I'm Todd Howard, I'm looking at this like we barely made more content than we've ever done in one of our games. Mm-hmm. And yet we're employing 4 times as many people.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck?
This is why they're forming a union. They don't want, like, I feel like there's a serious feeling at Bethesda that Todd Howard is about to shit can 3/4 of the company.
Oh, shit. I didn't even think about it from that perspective.
Because someone mentioned earlier about Suda51 doing that. He, like, massively downsized his team to, like, 50 to 75 people.
Oh, holy crap. That's a... Oh, no. Oh, no. Because that is what the... All right, so then here's your solution then. You split the company.
Yeah,
we're going to work on Fallout. We're going to work on Fallout 5 and Tez 6 at the same time.
Yeah, just split the team because everybody gets to keep their job. I know that splitting up the family sucks, but...
Yeah. Would it, though? Because it really, like, what it does sound like, what I imagine is happening at Bethesda is half the people want to work on Fallout, half the people want to work on Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
So just let people pick what teams they want to go work on, what projects they want to go work on and stuff, and just split it up that way. And obviously, you put Emil over with Fallout because that's clearly what he wants to do anyways. Anytime he's not working on Fallout, sounds like he's miserable and just phoning it in. So just let him be Todd Howard of the Fallout division and call it a day.
Yeah.
That might actually be, if what you said is true, that they might be looking to downsize to make a more agile team, because like, why the fuck do we need all these people then at this point?
Mm-hmm.
But they have to contend with the fucking union and stuff. That might be how they do it then.
Yeah, because
they really might be forced to develop 2 games at the same time.
I don't see where there's the upside of this management structure. What's the point of having 600 people work on a game if you make Starfield?
They're gonna make Tez 6, and it's gonna be on the scale of Starfield, but correct this time. It's actually gonna have content in it.
Yeah.
Somehow.
I can see Todd being against doing non-mainline Elder Scrolls title because Todd's first Elder Scrolls game was Redguard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he's not a big fan of that idea. He's fine with it letting other people do it, but he's not going to do it himself. Okay, got it. Triple team size and make them develop 3 games at once. No, I feel like Todd's savvy. And I feel like because Todd talks about this in interviews, how they're not happy with the amount of games they're putting out.
Yes, he says that like basically every interview he does.
Yeah, so this could be that he thought that they could get they could do it. They can get the outflow to go faster if we bring on more people, and it just didn't work because of that logistical overhead of having so many employees.
Mm-hmm. It's like because it works. See, because that structure works for other developers and stuff because they're working on a different type of game. Like the Bethesda game is really unique, and as what we were just describing earlier, the best parts of the game are when developers are like working one-on-one across teams and stuff. You really just can't have that in this sort of structure, though.
Well, I'm just gonna say
you really do just need the person who's sitting there putting the chairs in every room, and you need the person who's sitting there, like, you know, making sure all the NPCs are blinking correctly.
Yeah.
That's what you use a team this size for. But if you don't need that scope, I imagine a lot of people were working on Starfield being like, we might just get laid off because we're not doing enough, because we don't have enough work to do.
Well, that's what I'm going to bring up. As someone said, I don't know if he would want to split the company. I don't think he has a choice.
Yeah.
I think Microsoft is looking at this like, why are we paying for 600 people to make Starfield? Starfield was super expensive. What was the budget? Like $180 million?
Mm-hmm. Which is still cheaper compared to the, you know, average. Like, you have games that are like in the 300 mil range, but still.
7.6 billion for 600 people. Well, they bought a lot more than just Bethesda Game Studios. They were buying the whole ZeniMax deal, but BGS was ideally like the main draw that they were going to get. And Starfield was supposed to be a banger for Microsoft. Microsoft's in a bad position. They killed a bunch of studios because Bethesda didn't deliver. You know, that is interesting speculation. Like, I like the thought of Phil Spencer like pointing a gun at Tango Gameworks and shooting them, and is like, "That will be you if you don't deliver."
Well, I was just thinking of it as in like they need to. They're still looking at Bethesda like BGS and being like, you know, they can do it. They just need more resources. But in order to get them more resources, we need to crack some eggs.
But explain to me how Starfield's a golden goose for Game Pass. From our perspective, sure, Game Pass is a great way to play Starfield because you pay a fraction of the price. You'll be done in 2 weeks, and then, you know, you can move on to the next thing. And you didn't pay $70; you paid $10.
Yeah.
Like, but from their perspective, they just lost out on $60 of money that they could have made.
They promised us a game that would be playable for 10 years, and the people stopped playing it in 2 weeks. So what the fuck?
Now, it is a good question how Phil Spencer still has his job. Are you kidding? After the clown show that's been the fucking Blizzard acquisition?
Yeah.
And after the Bethesda acquisition didn't pan out?
Yeah.
They're gonna have Kamala run.
Stop.
That's rough.
Let's just focus.
Yeah,
on what we
focus. Because this is insane enough without adding in the distractions.
I thought somebody was saying they could have Kamala come in and replace Phil Spencer.
They got to have Kamala run if they want to keep the $200 million they raised for Biden. I didn't think about that. When you donate to a presidential candidate and they drop out, what does happen to that money?
You get a refund.
I thought that money would just go to like whoever does get nominated for the party you donated towards.
Yeah, I would assume like that's why they call them super PACs, right? Like, they
Yeah.
just-
Well, super PAC is if you want to donate more than the $3,300 limit.
Okay.
The money gets returned. Yeah, no shot. Refunds. A Democrat presidential election where people are going to get refunds.
Hey, you know what you don't get refunds on? Game Pass.
Yeah, Starfield.
Another thing we had to do was also start reconciling the schedule across all areas of production. So every request now needed to go through all the producers.
Please, I'm
because
begging
we-
you. Can you just explain to us what was going on with the quest design in that game?
I know. We're getting deets, which we love, but we kind of want to know what the hell was going on with the quests.
Yeah, I want to know like what was going on with the Unity.
Do you
Like,
think he knows? Do you think he even knows? He just approved the shit. He didn't make it. But this is so Byzantine that nobody can actually speak authoritatively on what even happened. Because nobody knows.
Yeah. It just happened. Listen, nobody was to blame for Starfield. It just happened.
Another thing
No,
we
you
had
want to
do-
talk about a game that just spawned out of nowhere.
Starfield? Dude, I feel like Starfield was like the slowest boil in existence. It's been coming it was coming my entire YouTube career.
But listening to him talk about it and stuff, it's like, you know, they had plenty of anecdotes about Fallout 4, but
It is kind of crazy. They really successfully tricked even us into thinking that there was a strong vision.
do was also start reconciling the schedule across all areas of production. So every request now needed to go through all the producers because we needed to check all of the contingent work. Asking for something as simple as a chair wasn't so simple.
Oh
yeah,
God!
I heard this quote.
You never want to be in a situation where something like that isn't simple, though.
Yep.
Like, I can understand the organizational headache of doing something complex, but seriously, something simple?
Okay, so question. Why would you have to get approval for moving a chair?
I thought it was making the chair asset.
Play that again. It sounded like I think he said move a chair.
There's no way there's an approvals process for moving a model.
Every request now needed to go through all the producers because we needed to check all of the contingent work. Asking for something as simple as a chair wasn't so simple.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just
yeah.
asking for a model.
Because I was gonna make a joke about nav meshing and that, you know, NPCs in Starfield just clip through shit.
I have to assume he's talking about a model and not an actual physical chair. Because if they're at the point where they can't even get their office supplies, like, they're going out of business at that point. Are you kidding?
Oh no.
Placing a chair in the creation kit is a 5 month process. This sounds like a nightmare. I don't know why would you dislike this? This is amazing.
Oh, this is good. This is so good.
These are the juicy deets that we wanted.
Yeah. And it's not even like this isn't even a bad presentation. We're not ragging on either of these two guys. They're being honest. They're giving us the information we want.
Mm-hmm.
This is a great presentation. Like unironically.
No, 10 out of 10. We got to do more GDC talks.
Yeah.
What work do you need animations for it? Do you need sound effects for it? How much does that add to the schedule? Can it not fit because one of those teams does not have the time?
Oh man. Guys, I recommend you read the WoW Diary. It really is worth a read. It's about the development of vanilla World of Warcraft. It goes through when John Statz joined the team in 2000 to when the game came out in November of 2004. So about 4 years of development history, and they talk a lot about this stuff at the small scale and how functional it can be and how dysfunctional it can be. You know, they had a lot of the same problems. A area person would ask for a specific asset. The producers would shake their heads and go, "We don't know if it's possible. This might set things back." But it's really bizarre that they have added tons and tons of like management steps to that kind of process.
Well, it's also when you're comparing it to what he was just talking about with how it worked in Skyrim.
Mm-hmm. Dude,
where it's just...
at the start of this talk, they sounded so functional.
Yeah, they said not only functional, like they worked in an environment that actually encouraged creativity and collaboration. That was reflected in the final product itself. Man, this is just depressing.
You hate to see it. This is why Will
Yeah.
Shen always looked like stressed the
Yeah.
fuck out whenever
Yeah,
they would show
yeah.
him during development. He actually looks pretty good.
Yeah.
He looks like he's enjoyed 6 months off.
Yeah. Looks like he's been hitting the gym and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Probably going to the beach and things like that.
That all
Maybe
had
not
to
at
be
that time,
wrangled.
it's March, but
And so that became a way of life for many people. And then finally, because there's so much work going on, we needed to make sure that there was accountability for all of that work. And so we needed to create a system where all of the departmental leads were the ones providing the feedback for all the work done and also verifying that the work was completed and saying, yes, it's finished now.
So 20% of his job is maybe making something. 40% of his job is approving his underlings' work and sending it to Todd or Emil, and then 40% of his work is like play testing it.
Yeah,
and seeing if it works.
Making sure it's in there so that he can tell the other studios that, hey, that thing that you wanted is in here now. What happened to the game is the design document?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just load up the game and see if the assets were there?
Not even. Like, you can see in the CS if the assets are there. Like,
yeah.
Now. So this had an inadvertent consequence of favoring the department over the actual project and what the project needed. And this makes a lot of sense.
John Stats talked about this in the WoW Diary. I'm surprised that they didn't have any experience with this prior. They must have just been like the best of friends to not have these kinds of conflicts.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. They probably were just really fucking lucky all these years that everybody... I mean, but it makes sense though, because before this they had very little turnover. And it sounded like it was a really good place to work, and a lot of people wanted to go work there and stuff. So it's like people just probably got really used to how they worked with other people and stuff, and they could just, that just makes it easier. You don't need that much communication when like you can predict what the other guy's going to say.
Because when you are first asked to be a department lead, you're worried about the department. That is the thing you're told you're responsible for. Suddenly you have to reconcile several people's schedules. You're responsible for them. You're responsible for their time and their output. And
it's funny that he's only talking about this when they're in like the corpo shithole of Starfield, and not like when he was first given the responsibility of being a lead.
Yeah, because he was a lead since Far Harbor. So
Will Shen is so hot. He's
during
like a huge husky bear of a man.
Yeah, I mean, during the making of Skyrim video, or maybe it was it was a tour of Bethesda Studios leading up. Game Informer did leading up to Skyrim's release. They were showing the gym in the basement, and you had Will Shen like sparring with other developers and stuff. Like Ashley Cheng was down there too, sparring. And it's like, oh, all right. Do kickboxing down there.
Do you think he's got like dumbbells by his desk and that's how he gets his stress out?
And I think he goes... They probably have like a punching bag in the basement. He probably just goes down there and just fucking wails on it.
He's the reason there's so many dents in it.
And when your schedule is getting squeezed, you want to defend.
I haven't watched Tim Kane's videos because I Outer World. You don't understand how bad of a taste Outer Worlds left in my mouth. I have heard many good things about those videos, and I still like. I have to get over the Outer Worlds.
Wait, so
And I think Tim Kaine doesn't like me.
what is the videos on?
He talks about game development. He's got a lot of like.
Okay.
Like the style of just how the sausage is made type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It and make sure your team has the time they need and is hitting things at the quality that it needs. But this can also lead to a siloing effect where every department is scrambling for their resources and saying no to collaboration requests. So before we had the problem of, hey, when we're doing these big collaborations, there's a lot of found work that we aren't scheduling properly. Now it is scheduled properly because now we know we don't have time for it.
Man, I'm just imagining like Will Shen, like how disappointing that had to be for him to like finally get into like such a high position where it's like, cool, I can now like do like make quests and stuff the way I want to make them, and then Fallout 76 happens and Starfield happens.
I'm thinking about the anecdotes that they gave good anecdotes about how this kind of collaboration happened, and to think that like that is what they lost.
Yeah.
I want to
Like
live
that would just be depressing as a developer, because it's like, wow, we had all these like, you know, really cool moments where like we were working on this stuff together, like probably sitting at lunch together, just like going over ideas and getting insight into like what they're working on and stuff. And now it's just like everybody's out for themselves. All the teams are out for themselves. It sounds really toxic.
Yeah, it definitely isn't good.
Yeah.
So
it's funny that we were like speculating over these ideas, and now it's just like,
and now he's just laying it out.
Like, yeah,
it's such a shame.
It really is.
It really is. They killed something beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, as much as we rag on like Fallout 4, I feel like Fallout 4 would be better if they didn't have the ambitions of growing the team.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, after Skyrim, if there was a feeling like we want to make the kind of culture that we have at Bethesda more accessible to other people in the industry, and that's why they felt this compulsion to grow.
I don't think so. I think they were looking at feedback from players and stuff who are like, cool, do that but bigger.
Yeah,
cool. I want
probably.
like these. I want 20 cities in the next Elder Scrolls. Like, they're looking at that being like, yeah, we can't do that at our scale.
So another consequence of this was, as we move forward, was documentation became a way of life and became absolutely critical. We used to be able to just sit down someone new to the team with someone who had already been on the project, and they would just learn all of the things they needed to know, as kind of almost through osmosis.
That's the way things should be done. Please don't say that you're gonna do. You came up with some new model of training.
We're gonna sit the trainees. They're all, you know, we get a class of them together, like 10 or 12 new hires, and we just put them through a boot camp where they're sitting in front of a computer watching videos made by other developers and stuff, like, you know.
Why
so they
wasn't
can't
the old way
actually get
possible?
feedback in real time or anything.
Why wasn't the old way possible? Just because they have more people?
I don't know.
But now we had to rely on all of our documentation tools. So, for example, we had...
See, this is where I think a lot of people got fucked up with the Never Knows Best thing. Because Never Knows Best made it sound like I was saying that there was no there was no information being stored in a permanent fashion. Whereas I was saying there's no central design document where the vision's been written down.
Yes.
There's a difference between a design document and
like
documentation
memos.
Yeah, documentation on a project. Your fucking work schedule is documentation.
Yeah.
We had a shared documentation tool with Confluence. We were also using Slack. We had to make sure and enforce putting communication in the major Slack groups, not only so that it could be.
This was the first project where I heard them talking about Slack groups and group chat.
Yeah.
As part of their development process. It sounds like hell.
Yeah. Especially going into a studio where before that they were, once again, anybody can be a quest designer. Anybody can just write an idea on a whiteboard. And we like to do our meetings standing up in front of the whiteboard because it keeps them brief.
Asynchronous, but also so that everyone could see it, because we needed to make sure there were no like hallway conversations that was hiding work that was being requested. And finally,
oh my god, just think of it from like the perspective of like an entry level associate, right? You're now expected to sit here and pour through all of these fucking conversations that are going on, and anything that you have to say has to be recorded because other people need to know what's going on. So what I'm going to do is just say, fuck it, I'm not going to talk to anybody. I'm just going to wait for my team lead to give me my assignments, and I'm just going to work on that, fill out the little worksheets that they have me filling out, and then go home for the day. Because how do I collaborate with other people in an environment where you're not allowed to have like private conversations with other people?
Take notes on every conversation you have. We have to know what happened. We just would lose scope of the project if we didn't.
Which is
this
hilarious.
Sounds like such a horrible job to have.
Hilarious to hear that. And then they made Starfield, a game where it's so clear the scope was just out of control. So they did all of this shit that no doubt stifled creativity and stuff. This is probably like what we're looking at right now is why Starfield is such a creatively sterile game.
Well, for one, we have yet to see any Starfield gameplay used in the slides. We have just seen brand names for software solutions for production tools.
This is so telling. This, like I said, they're not saying anything that we weren't already saying, but it's just really sad to actually get confirmation on it. There was a part of me that was still like hoping.
Yeah. Now that I know how bad it was, I don't fucking blame any of them for quitting.
No.
I would have left too.
I would have left during development.
Like, think about...
Just imagine you worked on Skyrim. You worked on Oblivion or the Shivering Isles or something like that. And then this is your life now. So really, think about and you're getting bought out by Microsoft.
There is a decent chance that we are some of the most collaborative people in the like YouTube analysis space. I think the only people that do it more than us might be the EFAP team, and they don't really make videos. But we have a strong air of collaboration. We're constantly sharing information. We stream all the time. Because we talk about a lot of the same subjects. We have a lot in common. And I think that the collaborative process has improved things a lot.
Yes, absolutely.
Now imagine if suddenly we were sucked out of this like little collaborative ecosystem that we've made and just shoved into like a Hollywood studio.
Yeah, that's when I quit and become a truck driver.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it. I like having the high degree of autonomy. Sure, it sucks, and sometimes you gotta pause your membership platforms because you don't make videos, but just having that autonomy in the way that I get to make videos the way I want to.
Yeah.
And I don't have to like answer to just the thought of I need to note down everything I'm doing so that the rest of the department is up to date with all the work that's being done.
And it's funny too, because it's like we're both pretty like note heavy and stuff. We like we're big into like organizing but even we are looking at this and being like, this is so fucking unnecessary.
Yeah. Oh man.
We had to do
my God, especially in a creative field.
This is why Emil's self-conscious about the documentation thing. Because his whole fucking job has got to be documentation.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You want to talk about not getting to do creative stuff? Fucking Emil's probably like day in, day out, just approving things and giving feedback on stuff.
He probably that's why all the fucking anecdotes of him like writing and stuff are he came in after a weekend with like this whole thing, because that's probably the only time he gets to fucking do any writing is on the weekend.
I would be fucking self-conscious about being a writer too if this was the bullshit I was putting up with. So yeah, I apologize to Emil Pagliarulo. I didn't realize how bad your documentation situation was.
Yeah.
That wasn't what I was talking about when I made the Starfield video. I was talking about a centralized design vision. I was not talking about Jira and Confluence and Slack.
Imagine though, he's just like, now I'm definitely not doing a central design document. I have enough fucking time I have to waste on this bullshit.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
I know,
I didn't.
right?
I'm sorry, Emil. I didn't know. I didn't know.
I would do it out of fucking spite.
Anytime you want, Emil, I will give you a platform to let out all of your rage.
That would be such a fucking Giga Chad move, where it's just like, oh, so all of like the stupid bullshit, that all has to get documented, but design decisions and stuff and like the main ideas of the game, that doesn't need to get documented. Okay, I'm not going to do that then. Let's see how it goes.
Starfield was like the ultimate act of corpo rebellion.
You know, Neon, it works now. I understand. It's, you know what? Starfield is punk in a meta sense.
Dude, Ryujin. Oh my God.
Dude, I was dead on accurate with that whole thing that I was talking about with that quest with Walter and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That literally was somebody making a cry for help. That had to be.
Holy fuck.
Holy shit.
Dude, Starfield has been completely recontextualized for me.
Gotta do a new playthrough with just like this context in mind.
Really, I am thinking about it. Like,
well, at least, you know what? You're almost guaranteed to play it again, anyways, because of the Shattered Space DLC. So
well, I was thinking about coming back with a new perspective. This is the perspective.
Yeah.
I want to see how Starfield plays now that I know the dirty secret of what the price that the developers paid to make it.
Price of their soul, their creative soul, and everything. And that's really the sad part too. It's like you have to put that into perspective, where it's like where they came from, like the roots of this studio.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, and like the fact that they got here just because of Fallout 76, basically. It's like it just sort of happened because they needed to expand in order just to get that project done. And then Fallout 76 was a disaster, so they couldn't get rid of the people who were working on that. So they had to move them over to something else, and it's just I see the like the progression now. Mm-hmm. Like I see how it all happened, the whole arc.
Emil Pagliarulo, I kneel. Oh man.
A lot more tutorials. So I was in OBS Studio a lot making video tutorials.
Jesus fuck. This is the stuff my dad
complains
about.
What did I say 20 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. This is awful. Hey, where is this documentation for the modders right now?
Dude, I don't blame him for not wanting to make more documentation. Are you kidding? I spend enough fucking time at work making documentation for my goddamn coworkers who do fuck all. Why the fuck would I make it for people that do it for free? They can figure it the fuck out.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so good. It's so sad, but it's also so good.
that was hiding work that was being requested. And finally, we had to do a lot more tutorials. So I was in OBS Studio a lot making video tutorials. So on Fallout 4, when I needed to teach someone the tool set, I would just sit down with them and answer their questions. But now we were working with
Why don't
people
you just use like a
around...
Gopher video at that point? Like, people have done it on YouTube at this point. Just give him a playlist on YouTube. Why are you wasting Will Shen's fucking time to make this shit? Are you kidding me?
Will Shen had the better part of his creative career stolen from him by this.
That's awful. Like I said, think of it from his perspective of like, you just finished Far Harbor, like you're pretty much firing on all cylinders, and then like show stop. Fallout 76. Like, man, I'm surprised he made it to Starfield.
It's no wonder that like Bruce Nesmith quit before.
Oh yeah.
Quit before it got out.
Yeah.
Like, all the old veterans are leaving, and who the
Yep.
fucking blame them?
Yep.
I feel like the only reason Todd Howard stuck around is because this was what he was always doing. Like, he was always the approvals guy and the pitch guy, and like that was his job since the inception. So
Yeah.
not much has changed for Todd.
Yeah, like what was the last game where he really did like any sort of real design work? It would probably be Morrowind, right?
Yeah,
Like any sort of dev work.
That was the last time he was in the trenches.
Yeah. So he probably didn't even see it.
I gotta say, bravo, Will.
Yeah.
This is such a bold tell-all.
Yeah.
Like, knowing that this is going to be recorded and put up.
Oh man.
He's not going back to Bethesda.
No. Yeah, this is a burn your bridge moment.
Around the nation, sometimes around the globe, I often didn't know when they would need me, and I often didn't know who might need me.
Oh god, he has to put up with that bullshit of like being available 24 hours a day.
Oh yeah, don't turn off your cell phone.
Like, you know how the digital age has like made people conscious of you not responding within a certain time frame?
Yeah.
And it's like, it used to be that, you know, you got to talk to me once a week and that was it. You didn't get to message me at any time of day.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm really bad at answering people's messages that people send me, and I do apologize for that, but that's because I'm not always in the mood to be accessible to people.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
so,
there
like,
are times where I just turn my phone over and put it into do not disturb mode, because I'm like, I just need to, not even just to get things done, but sometimes I just need time. Like,
yeah.
I'm out hiking or something like that. I don't fucking want to talk to other people and stuff. Like, I need time.
Yeah, this is the type of environment that would just suffocate me. I'd rather be homeless than put up with this.
No, like I said, I would become a truck driver.
Yeah.
Or what they would need to know. So it became absolutely critical to do a lot more tutorials and how-tos about every feature of the toolkit.
I really am curious where those tutorials are. Like, why aren't those just like hosted online now for
Because
modders?
the tool they release is not the tool they use, and so there would be proprietary information in them. And they just don't want to go through the effort of like screening them to see.
Don't they have like people who are like their job is just to make trailers and stuff like that?
Yeah, but I feel it would probably be easier from their perspective to justify making a new tutorial than reusing the ones that Will Shen made, even though said videos are outdated.
Why is the CK's website still down?
As I understand it, they had to rework the CK between when the game launched and when they released it. So
yeah. Documentation is now critical.
Here's a popular orc girl that hasn't shown up in the stream yet.
Another interesting consequence, by the way, this is not a real Slack profile. I grabbed this from like Slack's website.
You know, he was thinking about the information that he was putting out.
So no secrets here. But this is an example of a phenomenon that happened where not everyone knows you or has a relationship with you, especially if they're from one of those outside groups who's coming in to help at the end. So your title became incredibly important. There are many people I met because they messaged me because they saw my title and they were assigned to work on something that day and didn't know who to speak to, so they came to me assuming, you must know something about this because you have lead in your title and it's somewhat adjacent to what I think you're working on. And so
and think about it, because the quest design department is covering so much.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god.
That like fucking contact his producer. Why is Will Shen answering these goddamn emails?
Again, why he has a producer? That's literally what a producer's job is for. Was it just like people didn't trust the producer? Like they're not going to be as knowledgeable, so I'm just going to go straight to the source?
Probably. Like you said, it was all about the job title. They're not going to message a random producer.
Yeah. So if they're looking like on Slack, like what he's showing, they're not going to know to just message the producer or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I want to know, what were the producers doing? Like, legitimately, what were the design producers doing? Because it doesn't sound like they were doing the interdepartment communication.
Yeah. Maybe there was just so... I mean, listen, if you have to record every single thing that happens, when you fart in a hallway and you have to record that, it sounds like there would be a lot of like paperwork and stuff. Like they probably were just spending a lot of their time just writing, like just doing, technical writing tasks.
But Sandwich Lady was just a producer in the Dallas team. Like, she's just one of the many producers that worked on Starfield.
I wonder how the Dallas team was
operated. You want to know the best part? The dumbest part? The producers are in the section of the credits you can't skip.
Yeah.
For a group of people who apparently did fuck all. You would think when given a task, you'd be told who's above you on the task, so you should reach out to them if you're having issues. Yeah, what the fuck is this? I was assigned a task and I didn't know who to talk to.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna go with the fact that they had so much documentation, like so much stuff that was going on, that like they needed like 3 producers, basically. Like each team needed 2 producers to get the shit off of the plates of the leads. This is a nightmare. Still no pictures of Starfield, by the way.
Yeah.
Meet someone that day who you had never met before, and you're working together simply by recognition of title instead of a previous relationship or knowing each other from working on the project. So what does level and quest design collaboration look like in this environment?
The chuckle there. Will, he knows what he's doing here. He's like, this is what I was waiting for.
I like Darrell's like off screen. He's like trying to get off camera.
Yeah.
Like, look at that look he's giving him.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. I love you, Will Shen. This is amazing.
Bravo.
King, here's your crown.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just, once again, it's in the context of like where he came from.
Yeah.
But going back to a point that I wanted to make earlier was
perfectly.
Oh yeah. Like, how do you think like the Dallas team and like all those do you think they have to deal with all this bullshit internally, or is it just like anytime we need to contact Maryland, we deal with the Byzantine nonsense, but internally?
No, I think they're the source of it. That's probably why the fucking union shit started there.
Yeah.
They were the ones that Bethesda decided, like, got a consultant, and the consultant told them about all these software solutions, and they're the ones that probably have to put up with it the most.
Maybe they were like the guinea pigs of it?
Yeah, I've always heard that like the Maryland team was like treated a bit better than the other teams.
Yeah. Well, because like in an environment like this, I could also see that there's just like there's more autonomy on the external teams just because like they're not in the corporate HQ sort of thing. So they're like, okay, we can deal with their way of doing it when we're collaborating with them. But like when we're working on the shipbuilder, for instance, we can all talk to each other and stuff. I mean, it's a smaller team anyways, so they probably wouldn't need this sort of stuff. But I don't know, the mandate for documentation and stuff could be, organization wide. So they still have to, take the notes whenever somebody farts.
I have updated the title. I'm going to ask everybody to reload the stream to see what the title has been changed to.
Okay, let me see. Nice. Did you get to this part?
Yeah, I watched all of this.
You watched the whole thing?
I
Okay.
was kind of faded after the Fallout 76 part, so I really didn't catch the detail of what was going on here. I was just like, oh yeah, they're using like collaboration software. Like,
yeah. Well, sometimes, well, that's what we're doing here right now. We're collaborating, so it's like we're pointing out things to each other. Like you said in the 76 video, 4 eyes are better than 2.
Mm-hmm.
Game developers hate bureaucracy. We now have a ton of bureaucracy.
Oh my god!
We gotta let him say that just uninterrupted.
Each other from working on the project. So what does level and quest design collaboration look like in this environment? Game developers hate bureaucracy. We now have a ton of bureaucracy. So can you continue to make memorable moments?
Daryl, look at him. He's like, once again, this confirms they are not reading off of a teleprompter because he looks like he just got blindsided.
Yeah.
He's like, bro.
Will Shen opened up on all cylinders. Dude, mad respect.
Yeah.
At this sort of scale with this sort of overhead. So I'm going to have one.
This is the first game picture that we're getting. Okay. It's probably already spoiled. What do you think they're going to talk about?
Well, yeah, they're talking about the fucking temple runs.
No, no, you'd be wrong.
The buried temple. Yeah, they're going to talk about the last level then.
Yeah.
The last mission.
Of content.
Yeah, because I heard about this.
This is the buried temple sequence at the end of Starfield. So I was implementing
his favorite part of the game, by the way.
Yeah, because it's just probably the only fucking part he worked on.
In addition to leading the quest design team, and this was around the time I had done the 3rd iteration of the main quest, so I had written and implemented the main quest about 3 times. And
Wait, what? Wait.
I assume he doesn't literally mean that they like deleted it and started from scratch. I assumed that it was just going through a revision process.
But still.
It's not that surprising. I can definitely buy that Starfield didn't because there wasn't a strong vision of what the fuck the story was even trying to say.
Yeah, I know, exactly. No, this just fucking once again, it's confirming stuff that we were speculating.
I would need to know if there was like these kinds of revisions for the other games.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like probably not. Well, I also want to know like what are we talking about when we're talking about revisions? Are you talking like from the ground up? Or are you just talking about
I have to assume one was from the ground up, because if you look at some of the concept art and some of the stuff that was earlier into development, it paints a pretty different picture of Constellation and what the main story was about. And so I can buy that there was at least one major revision.
No, it would explain Andreja as being basically written out.
Well, she was never written in. Remember, she was voicing the player character, And when they cut the voice protagonist,
Oh.
they added her and Sam's character to the game for those actors to play.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, what the fuck is his name? Elias, the guy, the Sam Jensen voice actor from Deus Ex. He voiced Sam. He confirmed that he was going to voice the player character, and when they cut player characters from the voice protagonists from the game, they had to recast them. Yeah, Adam Jensen, sorry.
So Sam was also just attacked on.
Yeah, Sam and Andrea were the characters that they added when they needed to replace those guys' roles.
Interesting.
We were finally at a state in the project where we could play through the whole thing together. And it became very clear that we were missing a large final location that was going to tie the main story together and have...
What the fuck was the main quest? Like, how did it end?
That's exactly what I was about to ask. Like,
so if they were missing a final location, that means that they didn't consider, like, NASA to be the ending?
Or was NASA the ending?
That's what I would think, is that NASA's the only
NASA
point that I can think that they would
be
end it.
Yeah, where it would have ended.
And honestly, like, thematically, it makes more sense to end it at NASA.
Yeah, it does. So, like, the last artifact would be the first artifact that was ever discovered.
Yeah, and that's where the big revelations would happen.
Yeah.
That had to be the way it was.
I wonder if that dungeon had a lot more combat then.
Maybe... because there's a ton of work on the, like, set pieces and stuff of that area, and, like, all the displays and stuff for what it ends up being.
Yeah.
Do you think that they felt that wasn't the ending because then they added the quest where you hop dimensions? Multiple universes wasn't part of the OG pitch, I bet. Yeah, he's gonna kind of talk about that.
Wait, I thought they said that was how they started the whole project.
God, I don't even remember the context of that quote. Yeah, they said that they started from the beginning with the
multiverse in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Have a satisfying action-filled payoff. We also didn't have a big space battle at the end, and this was a space game. We added a new space battle system, so we had to have some more elaborate sequence added there as well.
I thought it was supposed to all be optional if players didn't want to do it.
Stop.
That explains why this is so shit.
A big space battle.
Yeah, and
you fight two other ships. Hey, remember the Crimson Fleet? At least, like, that... Is that the only, like, big space battle we get?
Yes, that's the only battle with more than, say, 6 ships.
This is... Oh my god. See, I've heard, like, bits and snippets from this, from, like, news outlets and everything, but, like, this whole thing is just pure gold.
They kept it from us. Why did it take so long for them to release it?
All right. Question. Is Will Shen's moment here better, or like ranks higher or lower than Justin Truman's mask off moment?
I think Will's has to be higher because Justin Truman was just having like a mask off, like psycho moment.
This
Will Shen is like he's sticking it to the man.
Yeah.
And so like that's way more admirable.
Yeah.
And it's almost as funny.
Yeah, especially like in the context, because like we didn't really know much about Destiny and stuff, but like with all the knowledge that we know about these games and stuff and Bethesda and like all the context, this is brilliant. Gorgeous. This is such a gorgeous moment. This is the ending Bethesda deserved.
This is great. I want to be on the room when like Todd and Emil heard about this.
Do you think Okay, so we were saying earlier that he probably and he probably does still have friends over there, but
Hmm.
do you think like Todd and company, like, you know, whatever the executive clique is over there, you think they ever like fuck Will Shen?
I bet Immel is into the office politics and is like he doesn't like it because it's like introducing disharmony into the team and making
Yeah,
people want to quit. On the flip
yeah.
side, I almost feel like Todd is so authentic that he fucks with this.
Yeah. He respects this. He's like, all right, like, you know, publicly and when other people ask me, I have to, you know, distance myself from this, but
I don't
you know,
think
you
Wilson would be blacklisted because he is doing this perfectly,
oh yeah,
right?
yeah, that's the thing too. That's the thing too, is that like you have to read in between the lines and stuff. If you're a layman just sitting there in the audience watching this, you'd be like, oh
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
you're leaving the dumb comment where it's like, haha, you guys shouldn't be telling us how to make games when you don't know how to make them yourself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like the
But
Asmongold's of the world don't. Well, Asmongold himself, but not his viewers. Asmongold would get this, his viewers wouldn't.
I feel like Will Shen was like he was writing this for a while. Like he
Yeah.
really like he was really like picking the examples that he would use and like how he, because this is presented way too well. Like it's way
It
too
was literally perfect in terms of they picked the right quests to make
Yeah.
this super interesting. And they
Yeah.
gave us the right anecdotes and
This is
all of this stuff to like the Fallout 76 part I think was the weakest part in terms of like the story they told, but it seamlessly ramped up into getting into this stuff. This
I
is
feel
beautiful.
like this feels like I feel like I'm listening to a story right now.
Yeah,
Like
no,
that's how compelling this is.
I'm on
This
the
is this is far more interesting than any story that was told in Starfield.
yeah. Lay it on us. We're hanging on your every word.
Now, I had a problem. I was both implementing the main quest and leading the quest design team, so I had absolutely no time. The entire quest design team was already overbooked.
Oh my god.
This is imagine him sitting in an office talking to like HR and like, you know, his like managers and saying something like this.
Hmm.
He would probably not have a job by the end of the day.
Again, for the chat, let them listen.
I had a problem. I was both implementing the main quest and leading the quest design team, so I had absolutely no time. The entire quest design team was already overbooked. And so we went to a trusted senior level designer, Steve Cornett. We've talked about Steve a number of times in this talk. He was definitely...
What does he do? Like, what's his normal job? How are they able to keep calling him in as like the cavalry?
Yeah. he's just that dude.
Why isn't he in charge?
He's like a non-Zor, right? Where it's just like, we have this thing, or like a Jeremy Soule, it's like, we have this thing we want to work on. We got like this, and he's just like, I gotcha. I know what to do.
Why isn't he in charge? Like, probably because
He's
that
too
situation.
good.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know how sometimes you can't get
he's the-
promoted because you're too good at your job,
Yes.
and they don't
he's
want to lose that productivity.
Irreplaceable.
Ooh, man, that's got to feel rough if you actually get promoted to management.
Yeah, but he might be looking at it and being like, I don't fucking want Will Shen's job or anything like that. Or I don't want to be
blame him.
I don't want to be a lead.
This
I get to have fun where I just get to go in and get like at this point, if they're calling you in to fix an issue, they're gonna be like, all right, fuck any of like the documentation, whatever, just get it done. It's like, cool. So I'm the only person in this company right now who gets to actually just make something.
You know, it's funny. He sounds like he's the John Stats of the project. So, like the last year and a half of WoW's development, John Stats gained this privilege where he could implement dungeons. He could like add things to the game on behalf of other people if he did it in his own time.
Mm-hmm.
And so John Stats would stay until like midnight adding in stuff.
Yeah.
That's how Scholomance got made. Someone
Yeah.
asked him to make like a open world micro dungeon and in the basement of a keep on Caradero, and he was like, okay, and then he made this like insanely huge instance, and it wasn't even supposed to be an instance, but they're like, this is too big, we need to make it like its own instance, and that's how Skullomance came into existence.
He over delivered on
That's
it.
oh shit, I gotta tell the Molten Core story, dude. Jeff Kaplan came to John Statz like a couple weeks before the game was set to ship and said, can you make a raid? How fast can you do it? And John was like, a week. John Statz made Molten Core in 1 week. They got this guy that was a programmer. He was a level designer and a programmer that worked on Warcraft 3. He came in and designed all of the encounters, and they literally put together the entire raid in 1 week.
That's pretty wild.
Our panic button multiple times. He might still be the panic button now, we're not sure. But we knew that...
I'm sure he is, dude. He sounds like a Giga Chad.
Hopefully they at least pay him well.
Right?
Like, see, if you're a competent manager, right, and you recognize someone like this is just that fucking good, you pay them really, really well. And you give them like as many benefits as possible. Like, you know, if they want to call in one day, you're just like, go right ahead. Like, you basically give them the perks of being a manager without the responsibilities. Because it's just like the thing is though, like, we need you. Anytime like shit hits the fan, like, you're the one we're gonna call up.
If you want to know more about John Statz' work on Molten Core, check out the podcast Countdown to Classic, episode 109. John Statz does an interview where he talks for about an hour and 10 minutes about the story behind how Molten Core was made.
I don't think I ever played Molten Core.
No, you haven't. That's the
yeah.
raid that just came out. With
Just
Phase
came
4.
out. Yeah. But I mean, even back in the day, I don't think I ever played it.
Mm-hmm.
Steve had worked on a lot of quest design since Skyrim, and so we went to Steve and said, hey, quest design is overbooked. We need someone who can pitch and implement the final quest of Starfield.
Jesus fucking Christ. The final quest? Are you telling me that they couldn't get priority to get one guy to work on the final fucking quest of their game?
That's wild.
Like, the Buried Temple quest is one of the most important quests in the entire game.
That game, yeah. If not the most important. It's definitely like top 3. And it's also like top 3 best like dungeons.
That's some like
as well.
Red Mountain we forgot to add the final
This-
act of the main quest shit.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
This
Morrowind's
is-
missing its final act, right?
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, there was like this entire third act that was going to be the war on Red Mountain that never came to fruition. We got like a really lame version of it.
Well, did they forget it or did they just cut it?
They just didn't have time for it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But that sounds like that almost happened with Starfield. I have to assume they were running up against the clock against one of their earlier release dates.
Yeah.
So there's
yeah.
there's the famous one 11/11/22, and there was one before that they also missed, and I have to assume it was one of those release dates that they were rushing up against the clock.
Yeah, maybe. Wow. Dude, imagine being that guy though. Like the
Yeah.
the lead fucking quest designer comes up to me and is like, we need you to make the final mission like now.
And it's pivotal. You have to do it every universe. That's crazy.
If I was that dude, I'd be like, I'll do it, but like I want a stripper to like come in after I'm done with this.
I want to do cocaine on Todd Howard's desk.
Yeah. Like I want a statue of me in the lobby.
I want to know Todd Howard's thoughts on this story.
Do you think he even is aware?
He might not be aware. Todd Howard might not know that like this was the context
His-
behind their
Yeah,
ultimate quest of their game.
his thing with like what he probably heard was, yeah, they're running into some delays with it. They want to just expand the last temple, the last encounter a bit. That's probably how he got it, like some variation of that, like really blunted. He didn't realize the severity of it, because I feel like Todd Howard would have been down there in Will Shen's office immediately being like, we're going to get you whatever you need.
I just read the next sentence is going to be a banger, so I'm going to go back and we're going to let him talk.
Since Skyrim, and so we went to Steve and said, hey, quest design is overbooked. We need someone who can pitch and implement the final quest of Starfield. And I was on hand to help write dialogue and review the content with him so that we could get a tight iteration loop, because we didn't have a lot of time. And we also made sure we assigned him a separate level designer from BGS Montreal, Samuel Fronteau, handled the layout. Because as we learned previously, asking someone to do both an incredibly large space and an incredibly large quest in a small amount of time was not possible. So we knew we needed help from the beginning. So,
All right, I think the person was wrong about what the banger sentence.
Yeah.
Because that sounds
that all sounds
that
rational.
sounds normal. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to ask somebody to perform a miracle, you'll at least give them enough tools to hopefully perform that miracle. Still doesn't take away from the fact that like what you're giving them is insane.
Yeah.
That is like
this quest is such an accomplishment.
it's dude, right? And the best part too is like it's one of the better parts. It's probably the best part of the main quest, that's for sure. Like it was the most fun when I was doing it was like the most fun part when I was doing the universe hopping and everything. And to think it was just like something this guy had to pull out and throw together.
Steve pitched this idea of having a dimension hopping mechanic. Starfield is ultimately a story about parallel universes, and he thought we could take spaces from the main story and have you hop into them throughout the final sequence to tie everything together.
I think this is the part that I've been hearing people go crazy about. This doesn't sound that extreme because he's saying that it was always about parallel dimensions, and it's just that Steve pitched the idea of hopping between them.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound that crazy.
No, well, it's just funny to hear that it's meant to tie everything together when in reality, like you play through it and it's just like, what the fuck was that? Like,
Yeah.
why were we jumping between all those universes?
I think I said it best in my video with how each vision is disconnected in terms of what it's even saying.
Yes.
You have like a exact recreation of a prior event. You have like a judgment for some decision that you had made, and then you have like an alternate universe where you see that you had died. Like there's not a connection between those things.
Yeah. It's just like, yes, those are events that could happen in another universe. But it weirdly never happens in the universe we are in. And then also, yeah, I lost my train of thought.
This is so wild.
And he thought we could take
I
spaces.
remembered. And it's also doing it this way is also more economical because you can reuse assets. Like not even just like art assets, you can reuse entire levels. And like that's what we need right now.
That's the brilliance of it.
Yeah.
When we understand the constraints of how it was made, it's not surprising that they would want to leverage things that had already been made.
Because, and like just having the dimension hopping, even if you're just going in there and talking to Petrov and like having a little fight in there, it's enough to just break it up so that it doesn't feel like, oh, we're just doing another dungeon at the end of the game. Because that's probably what they were concerned with NASA. If that was supposed to be the end, it's like, well, we just ran another dungeon. Like that's it. We just ran another dungeon and then that's it. Credit rolls. Like we need something more than that. So like you kind of need something that's going to break up the flow so that it doesn't feel like all you're doing is just running the same dungeon again.
They should have just taken NASA and added this element to that dungeon.
Maybe they couldn't? I don't know.
I bet they couldn't, yeah. I bet that it's such a clusterfuck to change it that they can't justify changing what they have when...
Yeah. They probably were afraid that it would break shit. And they probably had people who were already playtesting NASA and stuff, and they were just like, we can't go in there and retool that. Because, like, you just think about, like, all the fucking... You'd have to redesign all the encounters and stuff. You'd have to redo all the triggering and everything. And as we were just... They were just explaining... Oh, that's probably what it is. Because then they would need all those other departments and stuff to be working in and making those adjustments and everything. It would be a fucking nightmare. It's probably easier just to do something from scratch with a small strike team of like your heavy hitter. It really is like a Hail Mary. Like, this is incredible.
From the main story and have you hop into them throughout the final sequence to tie everything together. We also added in a final fight with an adversary, including a way to skip the fight entirely using the speech challenge system. And Steve repeated the dimension hopping mechanic here so that you would be fighting your adversary throughout several iconic spaces from the main quest.
AKA, we wanted to reuse the assets.
Yeah, I'm actually curious now. Like, what would happen if I tried to go through the doors and stuff and like...
Oh, they're probably all inaccessible.
Yeah, you think?
I'm almost certain.
I mean, the well is a huge area, though. What would happen if I just, like, ran off?
Yeah, but it's just a contained area. I assume you would just delay the ending of the fight.
I still don't even know what triggers the jumps.
Isn't it a massive failure to not have these things planned and thought out well ahead of dev time?
I mean...
Yes. I absolutely think that not having an ending to your game until the last hour is a design failure.
Oh... No wonder he quit. Do you think this was the moment where he knew he was going to quit? He's like, I have to go crawling to this like senior developer, the senior, like level designer, and like basically beg him to save this entire fucking quest line.
Yeah, that's probably why he likes it so much.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's probably why it's his favorite part of the game. And he even got it put into the fucking trailer. Bro.
I got it. Will Shen, I apologize for making fun of you complimenting the ending. I had no idea that you didn't make it. Now that I know the full context of how it was made, it makes 110% that that's your favorite part of the game.
Yeah.
Because everybody's favorite part of a football game is when the Hail Mary pass works.
Yeah. Man.
So this was really made possible by a collaboration, a very classic collaboration between old veteran designers from Skyrim and new designers who had come in more recently.
Is it though? Because it sounds like you got the fucking guy that's always been the guy you call in these situations.
Yeah.
Because you said he was an expert back in Skyrim.
Yeah.
And the thing that made this work was necessity and urgency. So
it wasn't a problem until the house was on fire.
Yeah.
That's when we were finally able to actually get some work done. It's like when a country is like filled with like strife and like everybody's at each other's throats until like another country declares war on them and suddenly everybody like all that goes away.
Bethesda magic.
Yeah. So BioWare magic is crunch. Bethesda magic is
he's pro Whiplash. He's like, stress the fuck out of your artists and you will get the most out of them.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I quit.
As teams get large, they will silo naturally. That happens. But necessity and urgency
A JPEG in the negative space. Let's see. What fits in here? We need a breather. Chad, how we feeling? This is up there for sure.
This is amazing. I was not expecting this. I was expecting us to get through it and be like, oh yeah, that was a good, some good notes and everything. I wasn't expecting wall-to-wall bangers when Starfield came up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, once that Starfield thing popped up, it's just...
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That was the climax of something that he built to, though.
Yeah.
Like, every part of this presentation is basically necessary. The only thing I would remove is, like, the verbose description of the last flight of the USS Constitution.
Yeah. That was
also
their
naturally...
victory moment. They needed to... It made you feel good, right? You know what? Actually, no. It makes sense, though, because it's like, it's the ship, like they built the ship and everything. Everybody worked on Fallout 4 and Far Harbor and stuff. They built the ship, and it took off, and then it crashed into a skyscraper. It's poetic.
Yeah. Like, this talk's really good.
Silos, because we knew we had to have this piece in for the main quest. Main quest is an important piece of content. It gets priority, but we also knew we didn't have a lot of time. So trying to
understatement.
It's slightly important.
That felt like it was just dripping with like. You were really bitter about that.
We don't stand Will Shen's they shouldn't do a main quest take. You remember that? Will Loves Video Games, Oblivion Video makes the case that they should stop doing main quests.
Yeah. Will Shen, does not believe in that.
Yeah. Sorry, I Will,
Yeah.
This is why Will Loves Video Game didn't have time to make more videos. He was too busy crunching on Starfield. What was East Van Peely's involvement with Starfield? He was the art director, so I assume managing artists.
Formally wasn't going to work. We had a lot of experience with how long that bureaucracy would take, and so we know we needed to suspend things. So we moved mountains and shifted things around so that a small group of people could work on this very, very...
Moved mountains.
That's... Moved mountains, a.k.a... And remember, they're it sounds like they're channeling a lot here, too. So it's not even like they managed to convince Todd Howard and co. that this needed to happen. It was just like, what can we do within our authority as like leads here? Like, who can we work? Because you're just working with another level designer. So if you have the lead level designer standing there right next to him, so
very quickly. Now, you don't need to wait for an emergency in order to do this. The important thing is providing your team with a set of project-centered goals and project-centered communication, always letting people know constantly and consistently, hey, this is what the current problem with the project is. All of the departmental leads need to know that when it comes to their individual work and their individual teams, we need to all collectively sacrifice for these higher level goals so that we can hit the things that we need to hit.
Yes.
So actual communication and not just fucking Slack conversations.
Actual communication and collaboration. Not Slack conversations and memos and people just denying requests because they're not on the team.
So
what he was describing during Skyrim.
Yeah, just go backwards.
Let's talk about some takeaways. Number one, write and design your game together. You might have an area of responsibility, but your colleagues in your other specialties have a lot to add to your work. They have other perspectives, and you do not need to be defensive or ultimately even in control of your own content. We're all along for the ride. They will make the work better.
Also, remember to develop a shared language with the people you're collaborating with, especially if they're in another department.
He hasn't spoken in so long.
Yeah.
It'll help you
Will needed his moment.
Yeah.
more efficiently put your content into the game, but it ends up expanding your story telling abilities and allows you to push the content you do end up with in the game.
No, he doesn't sound like he's about to cry. He sounds like he has a cold.
Yeah.
Into fun in different directions. Sorry.
Give your team clear goals and let them reach for it. Creatives really thrive in a sandbox where things are defined, but there's a lot of room to play and experiment. This will allow them to achieve things and surprise you in ways you didn't think were possible.
And also remember that when the work gets difficult, people will tend to do what is most comfortable to them, and oftentimes that's retreating back into their specialties. This will end up having a negative effect on any shared language that has been developed, and it will also end up focusing the content of your game on the stuff that's easier to do. So make sure that if you want certain content in your game, make sure it's not super difficult to implement, or you won't get as much as you want of it.
That's a really good, that's some really good insight.
So here's what I'm taking away from this. There was not a central vision.
Yeah. Yep.
And they weren't talking to each other, which is what I said in fucking December.
Yeah. No, you're just jumping on the bandwagon for ML hate.
I started the damn bandwagon. What do you? That was the thesis.
Finally, large teams will naturally silo, and emergencies will naturally break them out of it, but you do not need to wait for an emergency. Clear, consistent, project-level goals and communication will keep everyone focused on what they need to focus on.
So this is the weakest part, because he doesn't know if that's true. He never gave an anecdote about how that would actually work.
Yeah. Because the only thing that saved the ending quest there was, you just went to this guy. You cut through all the bureaucracy bullshit and just went to the guy.
Yeah.
What's necessary to make sure that the project succeeds.
I don't buy that in the circumstances that you were under, that there is a chance that when you're comfortable with how the project is going, that you're actually going to break through those interdepartmental barriers that have been created.
Yeah. Why would you?
There's just too many steps that you have to take.
Yeah. The goal is don't put those barriers in to begin with. That should be the takeaway from this whole thing, is that you just don't put in the barriers to begin with. That's when all the that's when all the problems started, was when they started siloing and working with.
I feel like we're getting an optimistic conclusion from this, even if it's not something that we necessarily think is true. I think he maybe has to say this so that it doesn't come off as him just trauma dumping about the Starfield project.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. No. Like, he has to come up with some sort of thing like, this is the last lesson we learned at the end of this. That isn't super black-pilled, which is just don't fuck it up.
Over their department or their individual teams.
Because like you said, what he just described was not what he was talking about in Starfield. You didn't collaborate there. You just cut through the noise and got somebody to just do the thing that you needed to get done.
So Steve Cornett joined Bethesda Game Studios in 2010.
So a year before Skyrim came out.
Yeah. It's crazy that he was considered an expert already.
Oh, yeah.
He just sounds like he's insanely talented.
Yeah. That's probably what it is. He's just one of those just one of those geniuses.
I thought Kurt Coleman left Bethesda. That was my understanding.
So my understanding is when Bethesda tanks or something, Steve Cornett's gotta.
He's got to step up.
Yeah.
Steve Cornett is going to solo Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's one person I would want to see a solo project by, sounds like Cornett's the guy.
Well, okay, so this is specifically a list of people who they collaborated with and mentioned throughout the presentation. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily a list of people that are still at Bethesda. I'm pretty sure he left after Starfield.
So
These
we
are probably
wanna take-
just like people that they got permission to like talk about in this presentation.
Maybe, yeah.
take a moment here to thank all of the collaborators we've named in this talk, and also all of the collaborators we didn't name. It takes a lot of people to... So thank you for everyone who has worked on us on various titles over the years. And we want to give a special mention to Ferret Bodwin. As Darrell said, we lost Ferret during the production of Starfield.
Don't make the joke, chat. Do not make the joke.
We had known him for over a decade. He was a very fiercely optimistic person, probably the most optimistic person we had ever worked with. He brought a lot of joy, both to the content he made and to the team. So thank you so much, Ferret.
Whoa, hang on. We got a little clip of email.
He brought a lot of
address.
joy, both to the content he made and to the team. So thank you so much, Ferret.
Oh, that's his Twitter.
Thank you all for coming. Please line up for questions. Remember to fill out your evaluations. This is our social media handles if you want to talk to us later. Thank you so much.
So you see the blue shirt in the middle of the front row?
Yeah.
The guy to his left is wearing a CD Projekt Red shirt.
Hi, great talk. Thank you for being so diligent about crediting people and your collaborators.
See? There it is.
Oh, yeah.
My question is, you mentioned a shared language multiple times throughout the talk, and I think that probably looks differently depending on, the different teams and the different studios that those teams are working at. I was wondering if you could give us any examples of like specific terms or specific progressions of that shared language, like, oh, when we figured out how to have this shared term that really helped us in this way, something like that.
Okay, yeah, so specific examples of shared language. So I don't know, I can't even remember when we developed certain terms, but like, for example, at Bethesda Game Studios, we had terms like trigger box.
So this
and
part isn't
essential
particularly
NPC,
interesting.
and,
Whatever the checkbox got named, we didn't.
yeah. So when we were working together, there's a lot of, like, for example, so trigger volumes where you need to know whether something is within this space or the player has entered this space. We just call them trigger boxes. And so I would just be like, hey, Darrell, I threw down a trigger box. It's called MQ101 stage 50. Don't move it.
Yeah.
And
We talk about aliases a lot. That's a big part of quests. So we come up with like what they can and can't do, and an alias is just a pointer to something in the game world that the quest can hold on to and refer to even if it's not loaded. But it's all little goofy things like that, which can either come from your studio having proper documentation, so the language stays alive, or the way it happened at Bethesda, it was like you'd sit down and learn how to use a tool or learn from someone else, and then the shared language would just kind of develop. It's not specifically terms. It's just an understanding of maybe what you're asking of them. When you ask them a question, you kind of know how much work you're asking from them. That's kind of what I take out of shared language.
yeah, definitely.
Hi. First, I just wanted to thank you both for these games and your work. I genuinely, these games and quests and levels raised me and and taught me, it made me who I am in terms of quest design, and game development, and just as a person in general. And I really appreciate that. And coming from that, I'm very curious, because you've worked at this studio for a long time, and you've left now, and I'm just curious, with this large amount of scale and this huge growth in the team that seems to have created a lot of stress, and a lot of difficulty to manage, what do you think that a large team inherently creates this, or is it the scope of the game from the beginning? I'm just curious of what could have been avoided or what could be improved. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
Thank you for such a really good question. What we're all wondering.
large teams inevitably create bureaucracy and stress, and could this be solved with scaling? So scale and team size are kind of the same.
Who knew game developers were kind of awkward people?
Yeah, right.
thing, especially nowadays. So the bigger your game, the more people you need. I don't know if scale is necessarily the enemy of agility, but I do think that when teams get larger, there are certain natural things that happen. One of them I mentioned is siloing, but another one is, so there's a neurological theory called Dunbar's number. That's how many social connections that you can support in your brain, and it's theorized to be about 150. So once you pass 150, it's impossible.
The fact that he can recall the name of it on the spot, it's something that he thinks about. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
The size of Bethesda is on Will Shen's mind. If he can just snap, here you go.
Yup. It's like how I know like what the Dunning-Kruger effect is because of my previous job.
Yeah.
It's just I saw it a lot.
Like, this is them on the spot and they're still eloquent.
To hold everyone in your head and have a connection with everyone on the team. So you need to start kind of split.
He has spoken with Todd Howard and mentioned that.
Yes. Yes. On his, and probably during his exit interview.
Yeah.
Splitting things off. And I think if you're very aggressive about chunking up the team so that it doesn't get above that size, you can have individual sub-teams within a larger project that can then have a collaborative sort of natural relationship. Or another thing you could do is just be very aggressive about title.
My man is cooking.
Give this man a studio.
Formalization and communication structure. It's the boring part of game development, but it's like flossing or eating your vegetables, especially when you have a lot of people. That's what you have to do.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
Hello. Just to echo what the last question asker just said, thank you for these games. They're awesome. Great talk. That was a lot of fun and a great trajectory through your entire history of games. My question is simple. A big part of the talk is basically cross-department collaboration, allowing people to do something that isn't their regular job. But something that I personally struggle with is when you get a ton of ideas or feedback or whatever from other departments that is maybe unwelcome or just isn't going to fit or whatever. How do you deal with getting ideas from a bunch of people who want to collaborate and want to contribute, but that can't make it in for whatever reason?
Oh yeah. So how do you deal with there's more feedback than time?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's more like if you're the level designer, you're ultimately responsible with Bethesda, the location. So you kind of would assume all of the feedback you're getting is just suggestions, unless it's from somebody who's in charge of the stuff you're doing. That's what it is. So it's like, it can be hard. You can't incorporate it all, and they either have to know that or never learn it. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, bitches. Let me tell you, Aquila City, I just played Red Dead Redemption 2. Aquila City, fucking throw all that out. We're making Cowboy Town now. And Neon, did you see that trailer that CD Projekt just put out?
Come on,
for
CD Projekt right up in the
Cyberpunk?
front. You know what's up with Neon.
We got to put that in. All right.
Will Shen has thought back on why Starfield turned out this way. Dude, imagine you work on a game for 5+ years and you make Starfield. You would be fucking questioning your life decisions. 5 years?
Yeah, he had a lot of just standing in the shower for 30 minutes, just thinking, being like, what the fuck is going on over there? What can we be doing better?
To say who is ultimately responsible, you need to be able to say, okay, at the end of the day, you're going to have subjective calls that you have to make, and you need to know who's going to make that call. So for the level designer needs to make the final call when it comes to anything that.
I like that this is the level design summit. I feel like Will Shen has hijacked this guy's presentation.
Yeah, that is funny.
Affects the layout.
But I mean,
and the account.
The quest designers and stuff are that they listed the responsibilities in the beginning of the video.
Mm-hmm.
They are pretty well entwined. Quest designers kind of have to do fucking everything. Dude, he could come up here and start talking about audio design and he'd still be able to fucking speak on authority because he had to do all the fucking VO.
Yeah. True. He's up there talking about artificial intelligence.
No wonder, like I said, give this guy a studio at this point. He could probably run most of it.
In the space, the quest designer needs to make the final call on the narrative, story, and characters. That's just the way that we had divided up those.
If I was sitting
but
in that
Indigo,
audience,
there is an Earth City. I think Aquila City is a silly name for a place. That's really not how people name things.
Yeah.
As I understand in the Yukon, they will put city at the end of stuff just to make it funny, but because it'll be Jade City and it's 2 houses. But
Yes, Aquila City is named Aquila City because it's just ironic.
yeah, it's ironic to call a place that small a city.
There's there was a quest in there where you were talking about like how it feels like the quests and stuff are actually talking about the size of this, like the scale of the world that we see is actually the real scale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And it's just like
it's so sad.
yeah, and it tracks though too, like from the player's perspective as like you're going through all these like areas and stuff, and it's like, you know, like space is designed at scale. The planets are designed at scale, so it's like it's just weird. You just have like all this really weird like dissonance and stuff going on. But no, if I was in the audience right now, I'd be looking at Will Shen being like, I kind of want to hire this guy.
Why wouldn't you call the first city on Mars Ares?
Yeah.
Those responsibilities, but it's important to set those boundaries early.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey, thank you guys for the talk. My question kind of prongs two ways, but might end up being the same answer. I was surprised from your examples at how disjointed it seemed that quest and level design were, in terms of like the level designers were working on the level independent of what it was actually going to be in the quest, and it seemed to come together later on in development. So my first question is typically when did your guys' teams collaborate in the design process? And other than, I imagine, it should be at the beginning of the design, when should these teams collaborate?
Yeah, when should the teams collaborate? You feel like it felt like we were working independently and then came together. Mm-hmm. And that was, you know, in our experience, there were different levels of that. So sometimes it was, hey, I came up with a quest. I need a space for it. Your space looks cool. I'm going to take it. And then we would start working together. But sometimes you would be put together from the beginning. A lot of the major storylines, for example, because they were so big and we knew they would take up a lot of art bandwidth and other resource bandwidth, we would put people together from the beginning. And so those spaces tended to have a...
It makes sense that they were talking about side quests and that.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they need to do that with their primary quests then, if it produces such interesting results.
Yeah, just because so when I'm imagining is like the way they do it makes sense, because at the end of the day, the level designers, like at the end of the day, if you make a dungeon that doesn't get used in a quest, well, cool, that's just another dungeon that we have in the game now. Like there is no real like wasted productivity there. So to make the world and then build the quests around that world, just it sounds better in this regard. It sounds like a more productive pipeline.
What would the better name be? Aquila Town? Aquila Village? Why does it have to be called Aquila anything?
Yeah.
There's this town in the Yukon called Chicken, and they called it Chicken because they wanted to name it after a local bird, but nobody knew how to spell it and they didn't want to look stupid, so they just named the city Chicken. Like, they don't have to call a city on Aquila something.
Maybe
like,
okay,
you can name it literally anything.
Maybe the planet was named after the city.
That I considered that as a possibility during my rant, but I was like, still stupid. No, it just seems stupid to me that the only city on a planet would be named that planet's city.
Yeah. Well, you know, according to most people, New York City is the only place.
But they would have named the city Aquila then? Yeah, that's true. They would just name the city Aquila, and then... there's some sci-fi universes where, like, the planet is named after the most prominent city.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more at the start. But that was part of what was great about the agility of like Skyrim and Fallout 4 was I could just come in and add stuff to a space Darrell was working on, and it would only take us maybe a couple of conversations to hammer it all out.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, the good old days.
Yeah. When we could actually be productive. Irresponsibly large. Todd, were you talking about the development team?
Literally, we can't be responsible for how large this team is.
Hey, thanks for the really great games over the years.
They should have just taken the L with Fallout 76. Like, that's the sad part, too, is that there still wasn't out for them. And that was just, like, eat shit, admit that you fucked up, release modding tools and, like, some sort of, like, server things so that, you know, people can make their own private servers or whatever. Or like make like some sort of offline mode for it and just
no. I think they thought their shit didn't stink. I think
Yeah.
Todd Howard was constantly telling them that the launch was a fluke and they're bringing it back, and look how good we did with Wastelanders. Fallout 76 wasn't a mistake, it was just a rough development. No, we're not on a downward trajectory. I think that their management was probably fucking doing their best to spin stories about why Fallout 76 wasn't the lesson that it should have been.
Yeah.
Because that's how we see it from the outside. We perceive these things as like, there was Fallout 76, and then 5 years later there was Starfield. And we don't perceive the time that has happened in between those things. It's like how people don't perceive of us having lives outside of the things that we make. They just assume that, like, you know, you can make another Morrowind video in 2 months, right? Because they just found you. They don't know how long it took you to make those long videos. They thought 76 was a failure of marketing. I definitely... No, Todd Howard has talked about how they made mistakes with how they rolled out 76, that they weren't getting enough, like, test input, and that they... I don't know, that was kind of apologism for launching it, but whatever.
Thing earlier that kind of prompted a question in my mind. And you mentioned that the quest designers were typically responsible for the combat NPCs, or sorry, the other way around. The level designers were typically responsible for the combat NPCs, and the quest designers were responsible for non-combat. But I'm curious how that worked in games like Skyrim or Fallout 4, where those lines got very fuzzy a lot of the time because the player could fight anyone at any time, and especially farther back in Bethesda's history you go, the more of that there is. And yeah, I'm just curious how you decided who kind of got to make calls on things like that, where you had NPCs that could, at any minute in these systems, kind of shift between those two dimensions.
I feel like this is a really obvious answer. If they're in a town, they're the quest designers. If they're in a dungeon, they're the level designers.
And how it worked in Morrowind was that there just was no level designer, like dedicated level designer. Or was it dungeon designer that they didn't have dedicated?
Yeah, so how do
I'm
you
not
deal
sure.
with having particular responsibilities when it's an open world and chaos can erupt at any time?
I think it ends up depending on like what the purpose of the NPC actually is. Like in a town, you can fight with anything and combat will erupt, but an LD is still probably not likely in charge of anything in the town. So like it's more about if the location and the NPCs that are there were set up to be a combat encounter already. There can be cases where like there can be important quest dialogue on a boss you're going to kill. We have to converse about that and decide like, okay, before he dies, he's got to get this dialogue out. Like there's some back and forth when it comes to like little detailed stuff, but typically I think
No,
it's a
let's
shared
not
language
kid
thing.
ourselves. It's just essential flags.
Yeah.
That has not been a consideration since Morrowind.
It's really weird how they talk about essential flags.
As if they're like embarrassed by it.
No, it feels like from the way they talk about it, there's like someone coming in after them and adding the essential flags. Like it's QA that turns them on, not the quest designers.
It could be. Maybe they tried to design like the quest and stuff so that, yeah, because I remember like when they were leading up to Skyrim's release, they made a big deal about how like you can kill a shopkeeper or a quest giver, and like their brother or something will come in and give the quest instead.
Yeah,
and then Skyrim came, and it works in like very specific circumstances. That's the case, but most of the time it's just like, no, they're just essential.
Well, there's a couple times where it's quests. There's actually a lot of times where you can kill an NPC and their relative will take over the business.
Yeah.
And that does actually happen. If you want to try it out, go kill Lucan in Riverwood.
His sister will take over?
Yeah, his sister will take over the shop.
What happens if you kill the sister?
I don't know. I think she's essential.
So you get one.
Hey, listen, that's more than Oblivion. It's a cool idea. Like,
it is, yeah.
And I feel like it's not a big deal if your main concern is what if the player kills all the NPCs in town? Well, then I guess there's no NPCs in town.
Yeah. Then I guess they get to live in a ghost town then. Because that's how I'm looking at it. It's like, what if I just want to take over the shop? Why can't I do that?
This is a quest NPC, and that's the line, but there's probably like rules there that we're not explaining about how we define those.
Hi, yes, thank both of you for your beautiful games and a really insightful presentation. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to the philosophy behind having quest designers handle the more kind of traditional narrative elements, as well as like scripting and other quest design elements that are seen more across lots of different studios. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on that philosophy, and do you see that as the kind of the future as well of Bethesda Game Studios?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so why does Bethesda Game Studios have the quest department handle both narrative and quest scripting? A lot of that was just tradition. You know, a lot of these processes started way back in like Morrowind, and so that was a much smaller team then, and you just wore a lot of hats. Like quest design also did systems design for a long time, and the level design department, I believe that was really formalized end of Oblivion Skyrim-ish.
Yeah, so they had a level design guy. There was not a department until Oblivion. And until late into Oblivion, as I
late in
understand
Oblivion. That's where Joel Burgess came in.
Yeah, so I was told by a Bethesda dev who messaged me that there was a guy who did all of the Iliad ruins and caves and stuff, and had like insane hours on making all of them, and then like got burnt out and quit. And when he quit, that's when they hired on all of the people, all of the other people who've been credited with making dungeons in Oblivion. So it's both takes on how many people worked on Oblivion dungeons are true. It was one guy until he quit, and then it was these other people.
Wow. That's wild.
It was,
For Fallout 3-ish?
Fallout 3 was like a level design team that was making stuff in that,
Yeah, and so the specialization occurred over time, and there was a level design department, and then eventually there was a systems design department. So I think the thing is there's no standardization in the games industry. We all do it the way we need to, and the teams vary so much in size that it...
One guy made the Dagon DLC's dungeon, right? Yeah, that's the story I heard, but that's just one dungeon.
Yeah, that was Joel Burgess, actually. It was actually two people, but he was basically lead on that. When he came on, he started...
There was one that did the level and one that did the quest scripting?
I think so, yeah. I think that's how it worked. But, like, yeah, when he came on, he was looking at all these other dungeons and stuff. Like, Vilverin's one of his, like, great examples of... he came on and he recognized that, like, hey, you guys could do more with these dungeons. Like, you could make, like, a little story and, like, start to build these things with actual purpose. So, like, I think Vilverin was his first shot at it. And then he just started going through like one-man army trying to just like retrofit a lot of the dungeons of like as many dungeons as he could in Oblivion to like bring them up to kind of like this state between vanilla Oblivion dungeons and Fallout 3's dungeons. And then they got like he got the okay to do like Mehrunes Razor and stuff, and they just like banged that out in like a few days or something like that, a few weeks.
The other thing about Mehrunes Razor was that the size was really small because there were very few new assets added. That was supposed to be like really impressive at the time.
Mehrunes Razor is one of the it's all
it's
right.
an important DLC. Like people talk about horse armor. Horse armor is more on the business side. I think in terms of the production side, Mehrunes Razor is like really important as a DLC.
Depending on where you're at, you could wear different hats. So I think it just evolved very naturally.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's time for us to wrap up. We will go to the wrap-up session.
Can we get a clap in the chat?
Yeah, let me get some clap emotes. We got the we don't have a clap cheer thing, but we got the party poppers. Man, I was not expecting that.
There was something about it coming out that like immediately I messaged you and said we gotta stream this.
Because I was waiting for this because I was hearing like things like bits and pieces from this talk. So it's like, oh, it must be pretty decent, or at least there's going to be like some good anecdotes in there.
Literally the only piece of Starfield content I was looking forward to. I have not seen Nakey Jakey's video. I have not seen Luke Steffen's video. I've seen your video, but that's because I was working with you. But this
again,
is
that collaboration thing. This was well worth it.
We are at 6 hours and 40 minutes. So actually pretty fast for a Patrician stream.
That was a shorter video, you know, it's only
and
an hour long.
we're ending on like the best song in Starfield soundtrack too.
Oh yeah, the Starfield music playing.
Mm-hmm. This is my favorite song in the Starfield OST.
Which one is it?
It doesn't say what song it is.
Oh, what do you like
I
watching?
think it's the one that plays partially in the credit sequence when they're like zooming out through the universe.
Okay, okay.
But it's not exactly that song. It's just got elements from it.
Okay.
So it's funny. Someone messaged me saying that Luke Steffen was a caught plagiarist, and I need to like check out his video to see if he stole from me. And it was just like,
really?
No, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, he was caught when he was a small YouTuber. He plagiarized somebody, and he was like very open about it having been done. And I think
Like
before H-Bomber Guy,
like he owned it.
yeah,
Like he fessed up to it.
I think he admitted to it before H-Bomber Guy even called him out for it. As my understanding, I could be wrong.
Okay.
I wonder if
Yeah.
Zarek will talk about this. Zarek should talk about this. Literally, anybody that's adjacent to having talked about Starfield needs to see at the minimum the Starfield section.
No, like you said, it completely recontextualized the entire fucking game.
Yeah.
Like to just play through the game again with this in mind is, whoa, man. I feel bad for all the people who had to work on Starfield.
I would like to apologize to Emil Pagliarulo. I didn't know how much documentation you had to put up with on a daily basis.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to clip that part where we apologize to him. Because people said the same thing about Super Rad's Oblivion video. They were convinced that he was either plagiarizing me or plagiarizing the UESP, but I don't think anything concrete ever came of it.
Mm-hmm. I'm not really.
It's just one of those things people throw around now.
Yeah, I'm not in the habit of throwing around like accusations like that.
Especially with how rabid people were about it after the H-Bomber Guy video. Like,
yeah,
there's a reason Never Knows Best accused me of potentially being a plagiarist, because he wanted to tap into that rage that people were feeling about it.
Yeah.
Which is like a really shitty thing to do.
And also, it's like, if somebody just makes a point that I made or whatever, first off, I don't know if they just came to the same conclusion. Even if they did catch the idea from me, I don't expect them to credit me with, like, the idea. Because it's like, if I had to credit, like, everyone that gave me an idea or put me on the path to coming to an idea, like, half my video would just be me crediting everybody. It's like, there's a line to credit, like, you know, giving credit.
When am I supposed to stop caring about the Never Knows Best drama? Okay, the guy objectively smeared my name and came out of the gate saying that I was lying. I feel justified in being pissed off about that for a long time.
Yeah. Yep. That was he took a shot at you.
Yeah, because he was mad.
He grazed your ear,
so to speak. Yes. and then, God damn it! Well, Biden didn't shoot Trump, so I can't make the metaphor work about him dropping out. But H-Bomber Guy came with actual receipts. These follow-ons never seem to have any actual proof. Yeah, people will just say that so and so plagiarized, but they don't really have anything. When the Super Rad thing was happening, I said, okay, just sit down and like listen to the video and read the transcript and read the article related to the quest that he's talking about and see if it's there either word for word or paraphrased, because paraphrasing is plagiarism too. But you know, nothing ever seemed to come of it, and I'm pretty sure people looked for it. So
yeah, if you want to criticize the video for being bad, that's one thing. But when you start saying somebody plagiarized, it's like, all right, you gotta need some sources on that, need timestamps.
Yeah, so it's an interesting criticism to throw around. I've got no concern that it's being done to me. I have bigger concerns that my shit is being used in AI training models than I do that someone's out there plagiarizing me right now.
I have more concerns about me just getting videos made.
True.
If anything's going to impede my progress, it's myself.
I feel like the Shattered Space video is the comeback tour. I'm gonna find that drive again.
Comeback tour to make video.
Back to making videos again.
Man,
I hope it drops at a convenient time. It would be annoying.
Has the World of Warcraft? I'm hoping it's gonna be like November.
Yeah,
like
so I can do it after the WoW video comes out.
Yeah, exactly. If it comes out in September, I don't think I'm gonna have time to play it, because I'm gonna be working on my WoW video by then. But your WoW video has been that trying that you're looking at going back to Starfield as a breath of fresh air.
Well, I've been looking forward to the Shattered Space video because I want to talk about how dead the content cycle was. Like the whole, it's a major update, and then it's like 2 expressions, and the photo mode is the feature.
Yeah.
And that constitutes a major update.
And then you put it up next to what Skyrim and Fallout 4 had going on.
And No Man's Sky.
Yeah. How many major updates has No Man's Sky had since Starfield came out? I think it's been 3.
Yeah, that is crazy. And I want to make fun of Never Knows Best again, so I'm saving that for the Shattered Space video, and then I just want to see what Shattered Space does.
Yeah,
and I want to add in a recontextualization of Starfield now that we have more information.
With this whole fucking thing, with just this video, you have like so much more that you could follow up with. That's so fascinating. I don't know. Maybe I do have to do another Fallout video, or not Fallout. Jesus Christ, Starfield video. I still have Ryujin. I have all the side quests. Ryujin would be funny to just have this fucking chat, like quotes from this chat.
No, that's legitimately what I'm thinking. Is just you like play scenes from Ryujin and then you play the quotes from this chat.
Yeah. Oh, there is an idea. I don't know. Should I? So. There's a reason I keep talking about the creation kit. So remember when I told you that I was like looking into the creation kit and stuff? Yeah, I never actually stopped looking at the creation kit. I've been making a bunch of mods for Starfield the past like 2 weeks now.
That's kind of funny. Are you impressed with what you can do?
Yes, that's why I have so much information, like so much like knowledge about the creation kit. I've been living in this thing.
I'll ask a few questions. Custom planets.
It's very fucking convoluted. And nobody knows how to really work it yet because there's no documentation for it.
Right.
It's extremely convoluted, but
it's possible.
It's possible. For like custom like planets themselves, like make entire new planets.
Yes.
I think so. The only thing that I haven't been able to find is making a new star system.
Okay,
but
that was my second question.
I'm almost positive you can make new planets. You can duplicate them, almost positive. So I don't know about like making with new assets. New random POIs, yes, you can do that. It's actually very simple to make POI stuff, surprisingly.
Okay.
Which makes it really confusing why there's so little of it in the game.
Maybe they only figured out how to do it really late?
Maybe. Right now there's an issue, but we're pretty sure it's just an engine bug that Bethesda has to patch, where it's like if you have too many references from all your mods and stuff, things start getting deloaded. So what that might mean is if you have like a bunch of really like asset heavy mods, they might start like deleting stuff in the game, basically.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you'll start having like holes pop up in like New Atlantis and stuff. My friend actually had this issue in vanilla. So now we know like what it's, and that's actually only a theory. Like we're not even really 100% sure yet what's actually causing it. So like some people will have like a load order of like 200 mods and they won't run into the issue, and then other people have a load order of like 50 and their game's unplayable. But yeah, there's like there's a surprising level of depth to like the call functions and stuff that you can use. There's a lot of stuff you can do with just perks, and that's what I've mostly been fucking with, is like just doing things with perks. The abilities and everything you can there's like a surprising amount of depth, like how deep we can actually go with this. And this is why I'm kind of changing my tune on whether like mods could fix Starfield, because we actually have access to a lot of the nuts and bolts to it. Just the game settings alone go like really fucking deep. So that's kind of what I've been doing, is just working on something that turns Starfield into a game experience. And like, I think I'm actually succeeding. I'm like I'm play testing a lot of it now, and it's like it's starting to come together.
That would be funny if your next video was I fixed Starfield.
There's a very good chance that is actually going to be the video.
That would be really funny. The problem would still be the storytelling.
Yes,
obviously, but if you made it as an engine to like as a dungeon crawler, I think Zarek would love it.
That's what I'm doing, is I'm basically turning it into No Man's Sky.
Right.
You're just like, and with that, it actually works very well. I've really come to develop an appreciation for like the base of what exists in Starfield. Like, dude, adding new skills is so easy. It's literally just like you just go in, you open up a thing, and you just type in a few things, and it automatically will put it into the skills into the tree. It'll automatically
populate.
It
in the interface.
Yes.
It's okay. That's really interesting because like it's really difficult to add new skills to like Skyrim.
Yeah, no, in this it's extremely simple.
That's so weird.
And that's before you even get into the scripting. And with the script, like the scripting is going to be insane for this, because there's a lot of stuff you can just do with the scripting. And like I said, they expanded a lot of stuff in there too. So you can go very deep.
This is bizarre. Why weren't there videos before Starfield came out talking about the potential of
I
the
don't know. What's even weirder is that the modding scene, as far as I can tell, is still like fucking dead.
Oblivion Infinite Dungeon all over again.
Oh, that would be really hard to do in Starfield because of how
I was gonna say
it works with the planet cells and stuff. Because so what I've been trying to do the past like couple days, is what I've been slamming my head against the past couple days, is figuring out how to make a player home star base. Like, you know, like take like a star yard and make it a player home. It's just really fucking convoluted.
Doesn't that exist? Aren't the star yards like just considered ships?
Yeah, and that's the problem though, is that they're considered ships and interiors at the same time. So like they're linked together. They're like basically 3 different game spaces linked together at once. So I'm just trying to like piece it, like take those things apart and looking at them individually, because like I can't make heads or tails of it. And once again, there's no documentation because the fucking system's still offline.
The Starfield Infinite mod is just as soon as you exit a temple, you get done with the vision, you land on another planet at the landing spot and have to run to the next temple.
You'd probably have to do that with scripting.
Oh, absolutely. It wouldn't be as easy as Oblivion. I have to guess it's because the POIs can be dynamically loaded, that they have like weird references that they point to when you use the exit.
That's exactly it. The references and stuff are like all over the place. It's like,
dude,
it's literally like
you could probably just copy all the assets into a new cell and have that point to like a hard exit area.
Yes. Yeah, definitely like the best way of going about it is just duplicating shit and then just tweaking it. Just tweaking it from there. What was I going to say? But so one of the mods that I'm working on right now is just a bypass for the temples entirely. Because all the mods that exist right now are like, you have to still go to the temples. Mine is literally just going to be, there's a terminal in the Sanctum Universum that you just go into and you just pay like a shit ton of credits and it'll just give you the fucking power. Because what I want to do is discourage people from universe hopping, because I feel like that, as cool of an idea as it is, it's kind of the touch of death in this game, because it makes you just not give a fuck about anything. So it's like, I want to make it so that you can just do everything in a single universe.
I'm going to say my mod is not on the Nexus. It's on my Patreon. It's on a public page, so you don't need to subscribe to it. You can just get it from the Patreon. But it should be linked in the description of the video.
Yeah, I was honestly considering going into Oblivion and finishing that mod.
That would be fun. We need to.
Yeah.
We should do a mod jam for making Starfield mods.
Yeah, I got a head start. I got like 8 of them right now. And this is like all shit that I haven't seen anybody doing yet. A lot of people haven't even like, I feel like, identified some of the issues. And that's where I think you and I actually stand a really, like, have a really good chance of coming up with some interesting mod ideas, because like we just understand like the inadequacies of this game on a certain level.
We understand where it could shine. Like, I'm thinking like, I'm going to make 0G dungeons.
Yes.
That's what I want to do.
It's once again, it's very fucking easy. It's like
no, I did it with console commands.
Yeah, exactly.
I assume it's like a checkbox that's like gravity or no gravity, or either that or a number that
it's an integer.
0. Yeah,
it's
makes sense.
It's just an integer in there, so it's just like you can just fuck with that.
That's how I would do it.
Even if it didn't exist though, just because you have the console command, what you would be able to do is just do it with a script. Then you could just go in, because it's like,
I feel like if Starfield really is a platform for a modding thing, they need to make a version of it that completely cuts out all of the like existing assets, so that the file size is a lot smaller.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
But yeah, it would be funny to do a mod jam for fucking Starfield.
Yeah, one of the other mods, this one I'm pretty close to finishing. It's just like improved cutters. So like which turned out to be a lot harder than I expected it was going to be. I made it so that you can mod the cutters, and then I made a bunch of different mods that do different things, like extend its reach. It increases the like the amount of charge that it has. Well, actually what it does is it makes it more efficient, more energy efficient. One that increases the damage, so you mine things faster, so you don't like have to hold right click all the time to like charge it up, which turned out, the cutters are a really weird thing. But yeah, I was able to do all this stuff. The one thing that I had it working at one point, it was a duplication effect, where you would put a mod onto the thing, and when you harvested something, it would just duplicate that item. For whatever reason, that's broken now, and I've been trying to like fix it for like 2 days. I don't know what's going on with that, but I'm gonna try to get that one to work.
You're getting your game dev experience.
No, seriously, I've been, because like, so one of my friends actually reached out to me a few months ago, and he's just like, I want to make a game, and he's like, would you be willing to do the writing for it? And I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds kind of fun and everything. And so since then, I've been like looking more into like game dev stuff. So I'm like, if I want to, do this project right, I don't like to just like half-ass things. So it's like I started looking into more game dev stuff. And then I just booted up Starfield's CK just for like shits and giggles. I was like, I'm just curious, because I was watching your video, and you made the point of like, maybe they didn't release the CK because they didn't want people to see like how little content there is in the game. I was just like, okay, let me install the CK and just see like, what's it look like? And then I just started fucking with it, and then I just didn't stop fucking with it.
Did you count the number of dungeons?
It's very hard to do that, because it's all disparate. It's not like you can just count in interiors.
That tracks with how it is in the other engines.
Yeah, because you have like interiors, and then you have instanced interiors, and then you have space cells, you have ship cells, and then there's just like all sorts of other just weird cells. It's all like just scattered. It's very and they all have different naming conventions, because different developers were working on it, different designers were working on it. They all came up with different ways of doing it. So it's just like I would not be able to count. But
we need to do the joke mod of making me a companion that just points out problems with the game as you play it.
Yeah. That's another mod that I've been working on. Is like increasing the companion, like the hireling companions, so that they're more useful. I want to make one where you could just hire mercenaries. Like I just want to I want to make as many bypasses to like the quest stuff as possible. And like so I've been focusing on I like beefed up the experience and the money and stuff, like all the rewards you get from just doing mission board stuff, because I feel like that's actually some of the more fun stuff. I made like surveying planets not nearly as tedious. It's actually kind of fun now, and it's very rewarding. There's just like a whole bunch of stuff that I've been working on with it, and like all these little tweaks here and there. Like now that I'm playing with it and stuff, Starfield actually is. I've been having fun. I've actually been having fun with it. So it might be possible. I just can't wait for the updates where it's going to ruin everything that I did. That's why I don't really, like, I was really hesitant to even get into it, like, talk about it, because I don't know if, like, I'll release it, and, like, what sort of support I'll actually give it post-release. Like, if they release updates that brick the shit, I'm just probably going to be like, yeah, whatever. Make it open source. If people want to modify it and update it, they can.
So, it's been 7 hours. I think that's a stream.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming out. This was very impromptu, by the way. I think we set it up yesterday.
Yeah, you pitched it yesterday, and I was just like, well, I can't do it today because
I was down to do it that day.
Yeah. I didn't sleep enough. I'm glad. No, it worked out. It worked out really well.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Highlight of the stream. It's Jover. Glad you didn't do it yesterday. EFAP was busy doing Boogie. Do you know anything about the Boogie situation?
Well, you sent me that thing.
Oh yeah, I sent you the Lookout Live.
Yeah. So I watched a good amount of that, and yeah, that was. I had to stop watching. That was really hard to watch.
It was a legendary stream, though.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, I even asked you. I was like, how does this guy have a platform? Like that's how out of time.
Unironically, you could check out EFAP's first stream on Boogie, because they brought on Nicholas Diorio he was there to kind of guide the video that they were watching and kind of explain a lot of the lore behind him. So that would be a good kind of, I don't know. You're kind of missing like part of it.
They're a good resource for like a lot of this drama stuff. Like I've heard the Quantum TV EFAP is a really good one to like understand what was going on with that.
Congrats on catching up. We're about to close out. But yeah, it's just he was around for a long time, and he was kind of like a fat guy motivational. Like I was friends with a fat kid who looked up to Boogie when I was in school.
Okay.
So
that was I was watching some of his old stuff to like try and get an idea, and I'm just like, oh, okay, he was just one of the first people on YouTube. He just stuck around long enough. Participation award.
So I don't know when we're gonna stream next, but it was fun.
Yeah.
All right, bye, chat.
Bye.